Hello, welcome y'all. Today I'm learning some JavaScript, yes, and I'm gonna do it through a game that I'm working on. It's a little game, it's not the most important game in my life, or maybe it is. Maybe I don't even realize how important this game is gonna be to the rest of my life. But what I mean is, it's not something that I'm going to, try to put up on Steam and promote in a super deep, serious way. No, I just want to learn JavaScript. And why do I want to learn JavaScript? I mean, because it's useful. It's very useful. There's a lot of context that it's valuable in, especially when you're doing web apps and even web games potentially. So I've come across a lot of tools and things that I want to make that I just haven't really had the skill to do, and so JavaScript's gonna help me do that. So what is it that I'm making in JavaScript? I actually started this, I don't even remember. Is this my second time working on this? Or is this my third time? I don't know. I think it's my third time. Yeah, it's definitely my third time working on it. And it is a tycoon / incremental type game. So the idea is to make number go up. What's up, Frank? Yummy script. The script is there. It is delicious, isn't it? Look at that beautiful code. Just wonderful. I mean, often, I'm using Godot. And GDScript. That tends to be my wheelhouse. But I've been not always. So JavaScript has come up, and I gotta say, the colors up here, very nice in VS Code. It is that time. Hey, Chaotic Tech Support, welcome. So I want to show where it's at. It needs a little work. Speaking of PawnXPawn, who's here, Pawn made some art that we're gonna try to get implemented today. Before I implement that art, first and foremost, I want to make sure that the way we instantiate these tycoon aspects, which I'll show you what that means in a second. Actually, let's do the live server. The way we get those things added in needs a little fixing. Just a little fixing. Because I think if we're going to get Pawn's art in there, ideally, it's going to need the instantiation stuff to work, so we can actually see what they've made in the right way. Oh, that reminds me, Game Like Jam. The Game Like Jam's starting soon. It's starting in 4 days. Even if you're like, I don't know if I'll actually make something, hit the join button. Here, it's right there. Look, see that? Join Jam. Press that, because if you press it, it helps people find it on itch.io. And if people find it on itch.io, we get more people who come through these streams and join our community and answer questions on the Discord and things like that. I think the Game Like Jam has been a big way to grow our friendship base. So yeah, help it get a little bigger. And even if maybe you're the type of person who does want to join the next Game Like Jam, this is going to be an exciting one because it's going to be a horror game. I've picked it out. I think you guys are going to be surprised and happy about what it is. And it's the most, I haven't put the hint up here, but I'll tell you guys the hint. It is the most modern Game Like Jam game yet. And I'll push that clue even further. The most recent Game Like Jam game was Bloons Tower Defense, which came out in 2007. So somewhere in the last, okay, what's the math on that? 18 years? 16, 17 years. Wait, how do you do math? 16, 7 plus 6. Okay. 19 years? No. It's been a long time, okay, since the last Game Like Jam game release was. That was the most recent. And the one that's gonna happen in September. Now, it's a horror game. What am I gonna sit here? I'm not here to be judged on my math. Since this particular jam is happening before Halloween, before October, I want it to be a spooky game. So that way, when October comes around, you guys have a spooky game to do all your tricks or treats with. You see that thinking? just to get ahead of it. And we're not going to actually have a Game Like Jam in October. That's the real reason. But yeah, that's why it's horror-like. Exactly, Frank. All right, so join the Game Like Jam, Glam, whatever. Just join it, please. Thank you, guys. You're the best. All right. All right. So, what is this Tycoon incremental JavaScript game that I'm making? Well, it's not much, but it's gonna be. So you can't really tell because this is just obviously some debug stuff. But if we press this little button, boom! Look at that! Look at that! What is that? This is an employee. So the game is about hiring employees and making as much money as possible and keeping your employees happy. So you want to praise them so their happiness goes up, and you want to pay them so their income goes up. But that income and happiness is supposed to be decreasing over time. I'm actually surprised that got broken. I don't remember breaking that, but apparently it did get broken. So I gotta fix that. But it was ticking down over time. I wonder what happened. Why does it not tick down anymore? That's interesting. It certainly used to tick down. Can't even hire them. Okay. Well, anyway, the happiness and the income goes down because they spend their money. They aren't happy anymore. And then in theory, the well-being would go down too. And then what does work? Nope, none of the buttons work. Oh my gosh, I've broke. Okay, we need to fix it. We need to fix it so when you press these buttons, those numbers go up and then they go down. Now that I'm looking at this after taking a step back, I actually realize, it is sad, I actually realize that the pay and the praise button should probably be in line with income and happiness. Although it feels on the nose, but that can be okay. And Jack! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that programming gore. I feel like it looks like that because I recently took the HTML and JavaScript for the tool that lets me put stuff on screen. I tried to make a custom theme, so I myself was coding in it, and it seems I may have broken that too. But hey, I'm here to learn. I'm here to break things, find out why, and then fix them again. And Jack, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. I appreciate you for that. That means you get access to the Monday member / Twitch sub stream, which is not happening next Monday, but that's okay because it's a public stream. The reason why it's a public stream next Monday, because next Monday is the first day of the Game Like Jam. And I like to stream on the first day of the Game Like Jam because I'm a bull in the China shop today. I am. I like to stream on the first day of the Game Like Jam, so that way it's like theme announcement. Let's break down the game together. I think I'm really gonna, because I haven't actually like gotten through a lot of this game because there's a lot to do in the game. So I might spend this day, which would normally be a member / subscriber stream, I might spend it playing the game mostly, which is gonna be cool. I'm gonna be a horror streamer, everybody. Only a little bit late to the rounds that this game did when it first came out. Is that a hint? Maybe. I guess that tells you the game didn't come out within the last year. All right. But after that, the Mondays will be subscriber and member only stream. So enjoy that and the emotes on screen and stuff like that. Okay, let's get you your song. I have to sing a song. When you become a subscriber, it's become the rule, and so I will honor it. Even though we're doing JavaScript, it's gonna be Godot, guys. Can I sing to jazz? I don't think you're supposed to sing to jazz. At least not this kind of jazz. Alright, we'll go back to this song. Oh, and Jack, you're back and I'm glad. And Jack is back and I'm glad that we got and Jack, and it's alright, you don't lack in support. I appreciate and Jack for that. Oh, we got and Jack back, and I'm glad about that. And Jack the Mage is casting spells to help us have a bigger age by being around. Thank you, and Jack, for coming on back, supporting the channel and stuff like that. Oh, and Jack is a mage, and you cast a spell. There you go. There's the song. Sorry. Thank you, and you're welcome. If it ain't broke, don't fix it until it breaks the next time you open it. Ain't that the truth? Oh my gosh. It be like that. It really do. Chaotic says, the first time you've been #1. Oh, on YouTube? Oh, you're #2 already. Frank did steal it. You'll take any lease stream you can get. Oh, thanks, and Jack. That's so nice of you. I'm here. I'm streaming more than ever these days. Normally, the JavaScript thing would be on Tuesdays, but I stayed up really late last night. Or went Monday night. I did like 5 extra hours. I did like, what was that? Like 7. I did like a 17-hour live stream in 2 parts on Monday. And I was like, all right, I think I need to not try to stream on Tuesday so I can get back on my sleep schedule. Back to Twitch to get Prime. Give me Prime! Yeah, give me Prime! All right, I'll stay warmed up. Okay, I'll stay warmed up. What's up, Flip? Welcome. Flip, by the way, I don't know if you saw. So that Monday stream, I did get the game published. Now, it's unlisted, and you can only get there for now through the YouTube live stream description. But your key that do Bob is in there. Let's see, what's the game called? It's called Sewer. Okay, great, it's not in there. Maybe the other dashboard. Oh, that's a Game Jam dashboard. I had double stream. I accidentally did the double stream on Twitch. I only meant to do it on YouTube. But yeah, because on YouTube, if I do a stream that's longer than 12 hours, 11 hours, 50 something minutes, if I do something that's longer than that, then I'm going to have the VOD, and the VOD, or YouTube is going to cut off the VOD, and everything after that doesn't happen. So I tried to do 2-parter stream. If you guys want to see about that, because that second part, a lot of people missed it, which is fair, which is understandable, but yeah, it was posted. Link is in the chat if you want to check it out, Flip. Oh yeah, the pull request, I got it in. Wait, you got another pull request? You added another pull request? That's awesome. Yeah, and so here's the thing. So technically, the next time that we're gonna all be on stream, Dungeon, me, Pierogi, and then you guys helping out. Let's see, is that, why isn't that in my list? Sewer. Why is it not one of the repositories? Why? Oh, because it's called gamedev too. I need to get those names together, unified. You did make another pull request. More stuff. So the game that I got together isn't like the really version of it that we wanted, but it turned out that we just had like a bigger concept. Thank you, Alvaretum, for the sub. Okay, we gotta get Alvaretum. That's Sean. Okay, I will get that song. I will get you that song. We're gonna circle back. Get you that song. Thank you. I really gotta figure out what that code is about. I need to write that down somewhere so I remember to fix that. That needs to be remembered. Let's say fix. I guess, I wonder if it's membership or just Twitch subs. Fix Twitch sub chat printout. Because now that I'm not using the official themes anymore, I have to debug it all myself. All right, we'll just make it super large and maybe I'll see that. Yeah, chat helped a lot. And you know, it wasn't necessarily intended that way. It just worked. Oh, it's not a full screen button. It just kind of worked out that way. There should be a full screen button for a game like this. Come on. Yeah, because we were just talking about like, okay, we need art for this, for that, and Flip saw that there was no key for the game, which keys were like a main component, and so Flip made a key and made a pull request, which is really like the best way to get involved with if I'm doing any of this stuff, is make a pull request. And then Insane Alpha Beta offered to do music, so it ended up having chat participation in it, which is cool. And it made, you know what it made me realize? It made me realize that these collab dev streams where me, Dungeon, and Rogi come on stream and do stuff, they are the precursor to what I want to be build-along streams, where we all get together, and the intent is, hey chat, let's make a game together. And really, I'm not going to be ready for that until I think we do more of these collab dev streams, because it's like a mini version of it. So this was the game that we got together. It is not complete by any means. I took the components that we had together, the components that we had available. I brought them together and made the tiniest level. It's just an itty bitty level. So the concept of the game was that you're locked in to this the sewer area. It is still creepy. And then you gotta get out of here. You gotta find your way out of here. You wanna learn Lua. You know, Reactor, Insane Alpha Beta was talking about learning Lua. There's the key. Oh, it do bob? Oh wait, it isn't bobbing. I pulled in your pull request. I don't know why the key is only spinning and not bobbing. Well, I thought we got the key bobbing in, but I was so discombobulated putting it together. Didn't work out. So there's like some mechanics. I won't spoil all the mechanics, how they work. And I won't show you where all the keys are. Lua bad? Why? It's just another language. But yeah, you collect those keys and you try to get out. The level is supposed to be way bigger. It was supposed to be a really large level. The water is supposed to slow you down. We want water sounds. The music didn't get as implemented as we wanted, but there is some. And then when you get keys, you can come back to the door and you can unlock it until you, quote unquote, escape. So yeah, that our idea, and you can see the eyes are multiplying. That's because I'm getting closer to the monster coming. So Pierogigon made all of the assets except for the key, which was made by Flip, and then Dungeon Martian and I made code. Dungeon did a lot of the implementation of the music and the lighting, and then set up a lot of the bones for the code. And this, oh man, yeah, so there's some, look at that. I wonder if that's different. Yeah, oh, so some of these work in web, so we need to test some of that stuff. Yeah. Okay, so this is not that game. No, Reactor, this is not that. I was showing what we got done on Monday to Flip. Okay, that's not, and others. No, that's not it. This is that. What a shift. This is actually what I'm working on today, which is, this is the Tycoon game. And it's broken and I need to fix it. I got a lot to fix, but we're chatting about other things. Yeah, so Lua, if you need, I don't know what reason you want to learn Lua. Does Roblox use a version of Lua? But the reason why someone else was learning Lua is for Unbound, which is a kind of game engine. It's a game engine that started out as like a asset making engine, and you like, yeah, Roblox. I feel like they have their own version of it though. Yeah, Luau. But Unbound's a cool thing if you wanted like another excuse to try to learn. Yeah, we recap here. If you want an excuse to learn Lua, it uses Lua, and it's nice because it has like built-in. Its main thing is that you can make the art using SDFs and build it right in the engine, and then you can add scripts to those things you make, and it's essentially a game engine in that sense. I don't know what kind of, have they set up export stuff? They might at this point. When I was last using it and it didn't have the ability to export, oh yeah, export your games as executables. Yep, it's got it. Nice. You can also export the meshes and stuff. So, you know, if you wanted an excuse to learn, I'm not sponsored by them. They're a free thing at this stage. Although they might not someday, but I know the creators and I like them a lot. Okay, so enough of all that intro stuff. We got to get Alvaridum a song. We must. It's the right thing to do. Can I sing to this? I think I can sing to this. This sounds totally singable. As far as things go. Oh, it just stopped. The song just ended. Bring it back! Cranking up! Oh, Sean, you got it going on, but your Alvaridum over there, so I guess I gotta call you that. Alvaridum, lead us to the greatest place, which is here with you. Oh, Alvaridum is leading them to the place that is the greatest, which is hanging out with you. Alvaridum leads them to the best place. place in the world. Algorithm leads them to the best place in the world. Algorithm lead them to here, which is a great place with you. Algorithm lead them to here, which is a great place with you. Algorithm lead them to here, which is a great place that is right here. Algorithm, aka known as Sean. I said aka twice, but that's okay. Sean has got it going on. Oh, Sean, you got it going on. I'm so sorry, but thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back. Enjoy the goodies on Twitch. You find Luau hard, but also easy at the same time. Yeah. I mean, look, learning all of those things is still going to help you learn any coding language. It's a valid language. A lot of people have feelings about Lua, but it seems nice. It seems accessible. It seems flexible. It's embedded into a lot of things, you know? So if you learn Lua, you can mod programs that you didn't know you could mod and things like that. So it's useful. Flip used to write games exclusively in JavaScript before he got into Godot. What? Okay, so we definitely are in good company today. This was for Alvaredum on Twitch, who used a Prime sub, which, by the way, if you guys have Amazon Prime, you go to and you're on Twitch, you can get a sub, which will give you the member streams on Mondays, and extra features like emotes on screen and stuff like that, and songs whenever you do it. But Alvaredum is also Sean on YouTube, so that's who it was for. Hardcore GitHub minigame. Wait, what did? Who's Al? It's Sean. Sean is Alvaredum. Sean is Alvaredum, because we're on Twitch at the same time. We're both on Twitch and YouTube. So, all right. Anyway, I need to fix this JavaScript game. Let's seriously JavaScript. I don't. So here's where I remember leaving off. I mean to say, last Tuesday, I remember that originally I was having the instances of each worker be instantiated, and there were the ID for each. There's like an ID number for each worker. I just gotta go over it for myself so I can remember how this works. There's an ID number, employee ID. Okay, so an ID for each employee. We'll keep it consistent. An ID for each employee, and that gets assigned to each instance via this class. And I started doing it where there was an employee ID, a unique button ID. So when you press this button, that employee ID would be linked to that button, and also a unique stat ID. So each of these stats was also directly linked to the employee ID. And I started doing that, but a couple folks in chat were like kind of leading me towards something that I thought would be a lot better. And maybe it is, but I couldn't get it right. And that was to only establish the employee ID per employee. And then from there, just say, hey, we know it's employee ID 1's button, because the button can say, I'm a button that got pressed. What employee ID was I pressed in? So there's like, I don't know if that's making sense. Let me see if I can illustrate it. So like there's employee ID, there's so let's say let's do this as the example actually. Let's say that we've got I'm just trying to modify the text. Scaladraw. Let's say we've got employee ID equals 1. And then that means that the stat ID equals 1. And that means the button ID equals 1. So the way it kind of works out like that. So think about, there's like button 1. I guess I'll spell it out a little more clearly. We'll spell it out a little more clearly. Stat 1 ID equals 1. Stat 2 ID local I am a human equals false. I love the idea of like speaking in your coding language. It's a good look, it's a fun way to learn and like keep up with it. I encourage it. Just be careful with the dots. Because it might, yeah, it is one way to do it. Careful with the dots, because it might, YouTube might get angry. Okay, button ID, if it thinks it's a link. So this is the way I started doing it. And chat kind of convinced me not to do this. So it'd basically be like this. It'd be stat1, 1, right? Stat2, 1. And then this would be employee 1. So this is how I started putting it together. But again, y'all convinced me that this might not be optimal. And I was all for it. My implementation of your suggestion did not work. And I'm thinking of going back to this, because this I'm confident would work the way I was trying to set it up. So I would rather things work, but is this supposed to be a learn along? So we could try to debug it. So I'll try to debug it a little bit, but okay, so what's the other way? Check AI mode off. Is that bash that you're doing there? If I am human true, then I am a human true, else reactor 2 official destroy. And oh no. Okay. So employee 1, that would say the same, but instead there would be no stat ID, and stat 1 would just say am I, or what employee, when the stat is updating, what employee do I belong to? And that would literally, actually, it would be even probably easier if we just did it like this. Let's use our technology. What employee do I belong to? Really, what employee ID do I belong to? And in this case, it would be employee 1. So each of these wouldn't have an ID anymore. We would just have stat 2. And so I tried to set it up this way, but it broke, and I couldn't, and it was like the end of the stream. I was like, I can't figure this out right now. Just have to let this go. Right, and so all of these, yes, I'm gonna style this just right. You darn right I am. It's warming up. Might as well have fun with it. Boop. Boop. So I love this method here because, or this technique on the right, because it's cleaner. There's going to be less code. The version on the right has a bunch of setup to make sure that the class calculates, or even before the class starts calculating things, that it knows what the employee ID is, so it can append it to each stat. So that requires, so basically we just say we send to the employee class a stat ID, which is just the employee ID. And I feel like I was configuring it for every button too. So there was a button 1 ID, a stat 1 ID, button 2 ID, and a stat 2 ID. And it was just a lot of code. But it would be okay because it was still only in one place, right? We were only putting that in one place, and then it would get received by each employee, and so it would assign its own special stat and button IDs. But it was still a lot more than just not coming up with special IDs for these, and instead having them look up to the employee to see what they're associated with. So I would prefer this method. So I'm going to review my implementation of this and see why maybe it wasn't working, and if I can't figure that out shortly, I'm going to fall back to this because I know it's going to work. You bind the employees to the button when you are creating the HTML element. Interesting. Very interesting. The one on the left is brittle and prone to typos destroying things. That's true. That's true. Although, if the one on the right doesn't work and I can't figure it out and there's no one to help me, what am I gonna do? Go ask an AI? Then I won't learn anything. So, you know, I'd rather do it a way that works. So let's try this. Let's take a look at it. Now this is really interesting. You said bind. So here's, let me show you how this all works, by the way. So in this script, we have the employee template right now. And it's just this big old string that contains the HTML code. And so every time we instantiate a new employee, it references this code and it plugs it in and adds it to the DOM, basically. So now if you're saying bind it to the button, so the button is already defined here. So perhaps you're suggesting I keep this, but I don't add the button in this template, and instead I make a different button template and a stat template constant, and then we add those in with the employee ID like appended even. I actually love that idea. That's clever. That is smart stuff. I like that a lot. Did I update the credits for this? I feel like I did, though. Right? I think I had a repo for this. Where was I keeping the credits for this? Oh, in a spreadsheet. You can add the button, but you add an event listener during its creation. You might also want to make the actual HTML nodes in JavaScript instead of having to deal with string parsing. So I like that idea. Your dog just hit you in the eye with its tail? Or does your dog just like get up on its hind legs and go, yeah, I don't know. Why might I want to do that? Because it started out when I was first making it, you know, I had just one employee, and so that's why I had all that code there. But I see maybe what you're saying. With its forehead, it headbutted you? It's kind of cute, though. Maybe it was one of some pets. Or a treat. So you're saying literally construct the entire thing in JavaScript? Sounds like a lot of work. When I can just type the HTML and plug it in. Especially if I don't need to, you know? But I see maybe I can kind of appreciate what you're saying, like if I want... Because here's the other thing, Flip. You might be right that I should do that, because here's the other thing. I want this to have some scalability. So let's say, you see how it says happiness +1? I'd like that to say happiness +2 or +3 if you get an upgrade. I'd like it to be automated, the stats increasing, potentially, right? So that way you can get power-ups and things that make the tycooning easier. And I could see how trying to be able to adjust all of those things is going to be a lot easier if I'm able, because, you know, I would get to a, I mean, I don't know, I guess I could keep breaking it up into, because if it's just the buttons, I mean, we're injecting the buttons anyway. I don't know. Give me components that bind to different variables. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I really like that as a starting point here. So I'm going to start with the buttons, and we can just, and maybe I'll get to a point where I've chunked up this into so many different variables that it's like, you know what? Maybe it's just time to start constructing the entire JavaScript from scratch, you know? But I don't know that I feel like I'm at that point yet. Okay, this is a great idea, Flip. lucky to have you here. Let's start small with a button. Yeah. Aw, Flip. You've been so helpful. Alright, let's give you a credit where credit is due here, because this is incredibly helpful to me. Thank you. You're not even up on the board yet. Oh, this is the wrong one. I was like, that's a little shocking that... Wow, that's also shocking. Look at all that. You guys have been helpful. Okay, let me make sure that this is in order. These credits will go on ultimately. So what I like to do is, if you see the other learn-alongs over here on the HyperGameDev itch page, so there's other ones that we've done, and then I list all the credits on here in order from highest credit to lowest number, and then also on the GitHub page. So it's not just for invisible points. I also want to immortalize, as long as the internet's around, how helpful you guys were. Okay, so Flip, you're up there. Are you already on here? Wow, so much help. It's crazy, you know, being like such a GDScript exclusive stream for so long. It's wild to just try something else. And here y'all are. Okay. So what I'll do is, instead of have the buttons be baked in, I'm going to yank it on out of here. Just get it out. And we can just say in the button wrapper that it gets injected in there. We'll just say HTML. I'm trying to remember. HTML inline. Is that what it's called? HTML, inner HTML. I'll just update that with this new constant. I'm gonna put it up here. Phaser, welcome Nalja. I am committed, and this is gonna sound wild. I'm committed to making this whole project in vanilla. Phaser is good for like game dev specifically. A lot of games were made in I feel like Vampire Survivors was originally made in Phaser. We're gonna say, and what if we have different buttons? I'm gonna say button stat. But I'm trying to do it in vanilla. The reason why I'm doing it in vanilla is because I want to really appreciate, I want to, so like a lot of other projects I've done with JavaScript, I've just, you know, looked, okay, so-and-so recommends XYZ, library. And so I install these libraries, right? Or, you know, ChatGPT says, add these libraries to your website so you can have the form update in the way that you want. And so I'm like, okay, I want the form to update and I want it to work, so I'll install the library you told me to install. But then I just have all these libraries, and I don't know that it makes sense to have them all because I don't really understand anything about them. You know, sure, I could look it up, but I think what I really want is to try to learn vanilla JavaScript the best that I can and run into limitations and actually hear things like you're saying, Nalja, like try Phaser. Because, you know, if I get to a point where I'm like, this is miserable, this is too hard, and I realize that there's a library that's going to make all that a lot easier, I'll say, okay, let me go get that library and put it in. Now that I know the limitations that I have without the library, let's bring in the library. So I'm kind of just like waiting until I understand vanilla JavaScript better and its limitations to start branching out to libraries, if that makes sense. So I don't want to end up with all these libraries or just use them and then miss out on having a fundamental understanding of JavaScript, personally. You didn't like Phaser very much? You tried it much earlier in your coding journey. Fair. We may want to create a new script for dealing with HTML nodes to keep things tidy. Really? Is that tidier? I don't know. I feel like that's advice that I'm going to hear and not take, and then maybe one day be like, I should have taken that advice. That's what that's giving. for me. So I'd like it to be all in one place. You're recreating the character in Blender and loving it. Wait, oh yeah, so, wait, really? I liked your art so much, but like, hey, you do you, because I'm going to take some time. I want to get this instantiation right. Tidiness is a copy. That's right. It is a copy paste away. Okay, so Pawn made such awesome art though. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. But like, don't get me wrong. I respect that you want to have it represent what you want it to. I respect that. And I will embrace whatever you do. But like, look at this delightful thing that Pawn made. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I love it. So these will be what the employees look like. I should have shown you guys this sooner. I'm going to get this in today. I will. I will try. I will start trying to get this in. But if I'm not getting the unique employees, then I can't track their unique stats and make these phases happen uniquely, which feels like I would just be adding more things without knowing how to weave it in correctly. So this would show if the worker is happy and well-beed, then it's just like chilling, building stuff. And then if it's getting low, it's like rainy, it's less efficient, it skips some, and if it's angry, it doesn't do any, and so its productivity is less, and you've not taken care of it. Super delightful. I just love it. Okay, but you're not replacing that per se. Setting up a vortex in Linux. Oh, nice. Yeah, for modding things. Love that. I like Vortex, but yeah, Vortex. Look, when I say I like Vortex, I mean I like it better than trying to install the mods without it. Let's put it that way. DOM creator. Is that a library as well? Sounds like it would be a library. All right. That sounds useful. It sounds like exactly what could make this easier, but I'm not ready for easy. Okay, so we're gonna set up this button in here. It'd be like the library I'm making. So like instead of having to do this, it would replace doing that, yeah. Let my button equal asterisk asterisk button. Oh. Interesting. It seems the best to me for the average user, right? I guess if you're like really advanced, to me when people say that, I think of it as like you're just used to the old way of doing it. Let my button equal document create element button. Okay, that does sound nice. You see, and I do appreciate you guys like Knowledge coming through and just saying like this would be a useful library, especially when like Flip, you even tell me exactly like yeah. That's okay. Because then it's like, when you say like why the library would be useful, like what it would do for me, I can tuck that away, you know? I'd still like to minimize I think even if I got into libraries, I would try to minimize it. This would be a function to create buttons. Yeah. Okay, so now that I've separated out the button, I need to do it in both places. There's actually 2 buttons, right? Oh, you're saying I should create my own library. Wait, why? Wait, why? What? That's what you're saying? Why? Okay, now, so I gotta say, Flip, I actually really like this idea. And the reason why I like it is because if my goal is to learn vanilla JavaScript, so I can at least, for a lot of reasons, but so at least I can understand better how to use libraries. if I learn how to make a library, I'm getting an even more fundamental understanding of how libraries are useful. You tempt me. I like this. Wait a minute. I like this idea. So, okay, when I've used libraries before, there's usually like is it a scope creep? Or is it gonna... It's learn... If it's anything, it's learn creep. Learn scope creep. Right, it's just a collection of useful functions. So I feel like usually it's like, there's like modules, a modules folder when you, let me look at it. Let me just pull up a actual, like a place where I have libraries implemented. Well, I don't have any secrets on, well, you know what, I probably shouldn't. It's probably better I don't. I'm just trying to remember the file structure. Where do I have the libraries? I feel like the only place is the hypergame.dev website. There won't be any secrets exposed. They're all stored on the server, not a place anyone can find. I'm not using the term in that way. Libraries are made with low-level languages for optimization performance like C, C++. I mean, I know there are also C++ languages. But is that true for like all... Okay, let's do some internet searching. I think this is good stuff to try to figure out here. So, to what you're saying, Nalja, are all JavaScript libraries in JavaScript coded in JavaScript? I'm sure by definition they're libraries. Libraries are collections of pre-written code specifically designed to be used in JavaScript. While some tools and frameworks might involve other languages in their build processes, like TypeScript. So I don't know what Nalja is talking about. But I could be just looking into it wrongly. Right, packs of code. You gotta learn to walk before you learn to run. That sounds, in this case, you mean the making our own library as a way to walk before using other libraries to run? Definitely, libraries had to come from somewhere. DLLs. Oh. It's usual for them to be in C++. For JavaScript libraries, it's usual for them to be in C++. What JavaScript libraries are made in C? I like that I can actually ask questions in, even though it's annoying AI, at least I can actually word things in a sensible way in Google search. Engines and environments that execute it are often built using C++. Node.js, built on top of V8, Node.js is primarily written in C++ and provides C++ and better API for integrating Node.js functionality. I mean, Node.js is very popular. Mscripton, these are huge ones. Oh yeah, I use Mscripton for building Godot when I do an encrypted Godot build. So you're onto something, you're saying something. But I don't know C++, so I'm not gonna do it. Oh, Quora? I thought it was gonna be Stack Exchange. Friggin' Quora. LLVM to JavaScript compiler. It takes LLVM bitcode, which can be generated from C, C++, using LLVM, GCC, or CLang, or any other language that can be converted to LLVM. It compiles that into JavaScript, which can be run on the web. It's interesting. Godot is built. That's true. You're right. It is in C++. And Godot is an engine, not a library. True. Okay. So, how to make a JavaScript library. I get that it's code, but I'd love to try to do it in a normal way. Medium, don't lock me out because I'm not paying money. Gotta understand how the normal language works before using other that is exactly how I feel. That is exactly how I feel. Using your own libraries are nice, so you can just easily implement it into other programs quickly. Yeah, exactly. Node.js is an engine, not a library. Whoa, see, I didn't even really realize that. Right, but surely they have a syntax that is often preferred. Right? Let me adjust this a little bit. We'll classify libraries into two sections. Utilities, non-UI libraries. Wrap everything in a single object. I do, Nalja. Yes, I do misunderstand the difference. Correct. Hence, reading up on things. I literally thought modules were, I don't see, I don't know. I just don't know. And then object would be what you call to utilize a library. Usually you'll want to wrap everything to a single object, and that object will be called to utilize a library. Module is the collection of methods that you can wrap in module. Okay. Like a module tag. Oh, pastebin. Oh yeah, we love pastebin in here. Pastebin is awesome. I'm taking it too seriously. Let me learn the way I want to learn. Darn right I'm taking it seriously. You darn right. Because like think of it this way, okay? If I'm getting another library or another module or another engine and I want to implement it, I want to recognize it. I want to say, oh yeah, when I set up my own library, it also looked like this. Or look, this is doing it differently than the way I would set it up. I want to understand that. I want to have that perspective. And ideally, I approach it in some way that is common. Because here's the other thing I think about too, is let's say I'm making assets in Blender. If that's an analogy you can understand. It's one that I get. If I'm making 3D assets in Blender, there's ways to do it to get it done for my purpose. There's also ways to do it to think about, let's say I was going to sell that asset on the asset store, right? You want to make sure the topology is good. Make sure you don't have weird vertices floating around. Make sure it has UV maps and it will, if it's supposed to, deform well. If it's animated and has an armature, you know, you'd want to make sure it hits all these things. So that way, if people buy it, it works well into their project. And so generally, when I'm trying to make assets for myself, I keep in mind what the optimal for modularity and professionalism is. And I don't always live up to it, but because I know what the standard is for, let's say, a 3D asset that you sell, I can resist. I say, well, it doesn't have the best deformation topology, but I don't need it to deform in those ways, so it's fine, or whatever. I didn't UV unwrap the eyeballs, but I'm not going to be putting a special detailed eyeball texture on there, so it doesn't matter. You know, I can avoid the standards because I know what they are, instead of just being oblivious to it. Just like the way I like to approach making things. So similarly, I want to think about, okay, libraries that are more professional or that people use regularly, how are they structured? And maybe I don't want to go exactly that way, but at least I'll know what I'm not doing, if that makes sense. It's just the way I'm thinking about it. Utilities, non-UI libraries. As in, these libraries will provide functionalities in JavaScript without manipulating the DOM. For example, Lodash gives us a function to sort an array. See, I'm already learning so much right now. I love this. And then the other thing too is like, why is it important to think of these being as different? You know, if I'm just like, this is my library, it provides functionalities that don't manipulate the DOM, and it provides functionalities that do manipulate the DOM. You know, maybe it would be better if I wasn't mixing those two. Maybe it is fine. I don't know. But now that I at least even have this conceptualization of there are some that I want to consider as something that should be manipulating the DOM and some that don't. You know, I have that framework, and that can just be useful, I think. Whoa, that's the wrong cat. That is not the cat cam. That is the other cam. Why is the other cam not working? There it is. I did set up a second camera. Not for much reason. Not for much reason. For why not reason. Really, if the cat moves somewhere else, I want to be able to get the cat. Also, that camera is not in the right spot. Actually, it's okay for now. Whoa, I didn't know you could do that. Okay. Oh, it doesn't do what I thought it did. That's okay. Don't mind me. Just making sure the cat can join us. I think I changed the... Oh, I see what's going on. Alright, we're back. We're back. We're in business. If you ever get imposter syndrome, remember vibe coders exist. I love that. Just like using a class, you encapsulate the method in that class. Right. While libraries is like the environment, what you need and what you want to do. Think like libraries have a set modules that you can use. Interesting. Yeah, that's Travi. He's a cute cat. He's a cute cat. Let me adjust the cam. Wait, let me set up the other camera too while I'm thinking about it. You got a paste bin? Nice. I may be a distracted coin right now, but that's okay. Oops. Oh, that's just the big cam. Hello. I need the green screen! My secret has been revealed. You may have spelled something wrong. Okay. I mean... Alright. Let me adjust this. Why does it look like that? Why does it look so bad? Oh god. That looks terrible. That looks awful. Why it looks so bad? Alright, I actually am not prepared to set this. You know what? I'm not ready to set this camera up. This camera has problems. I was like, ooh, a third camera. Let's set it up right now. Let's not. I'll deal with it if the cat moves somewhere. It's Cloverfield. Sorry about that. All right, back to work. Back to work for serious. I will not. I was half distracted by that, and then I'll finish the full distraction later. That's the plan. We take it one distraction, half at a time. There's this cam, the cat cam, and then the one that I just gave up trying to... It's a little broken. It's hard to get held up correctly. So someone paste a ChatGPT summary into their identity and try to run it. Into their identity? Come on. All right. Let's check out the paste bin. Check out the paste bin, see what it's got for us to do. Components, UI manipulation libraries, which mainly intend to manipulate the DOM. A React component library. We're learning things. We are learning things. Intuitively, it's clear that building utilities is easier than building components because of the technical stacks involved. What the particular library internally does is beyond our scope. So essentially, what this is pseudo-nomenclating is that utilities modify JavaScript or give you JavaScript to use, whereas components, according to them, this one person, components deal with the DOM, HTML, stuff like that, CSS. Just call it a little library. Wait, they're putting a special index, HTML, JavaScript, oh, I see, got it. That's like your page, that's your main script, and then library, Ninja JavaScript. That's it. Yeah, wow, you're right. It's just a, it's just a script. All it is a script. Great, love that. You get the idea by looking at the example application I've set up. Codes living in the lib folder don't directly link to the business logic of the main application. Right, modularity is important. That makes sense. So nothing in that library looks at what's over here. Makes sense? For our first example, we're building a utility library that returns a random ninja's name using a highly complex randomization logic, I'm sure. So the library just has an array in it. Export function, get random ninja, return. Dude, I think this is nuts about JavaScript, that you just have to like floor things to turn them into numbers, like floor strings to turn them into numbers. You can say you told me, yeah, absolutely. And you helped support here. Credit where credit's due. You helped support me understanding that, Nolja as well. I feel like Flip probably deserves another few. I like, isn't flooring a string? What is it that it's, okay, ninjas is flooring the array. And it's getting the length. Wait, it's saying, right, because it's containing math random and the length, and it's flooring it. Okay, so what I meant to say was turning floats into integers, which is like weird, because why do you have to floor this anyway? I said it wrong, but I know what I meant, which is that it seems wild to me that you can't just know that it's going to be an integer, and it just is an integer. Get a random number between 0 and 1 multiplied by how many elements in ninjas. Right, because that is going to be a float if it's between 0 and 1. Multiplied by how many elements are in ninjas. So if there's 3 and it picks 0.4, it's a little confusing to me, actually. This is a distraction, but I like it. You're saying it's gonna pick between 0 and 1? It's part of the learning. I'm just gonna every step of the way, I'm gonna look stuff up. Returns a floating pseudo-random number. Yeah, I see. 0 and 1. Okay. And if the length is 2, I guess it'll be 2 because there's 3 elements in here, 0, 1, and 2. So if you get 0.4 times 2, I guess that makes sense, because it like, there's no JavaScript function to return an integer within a range. Hate that. The length will be 3. Right. Got it. Right. Wait, it'll be 3? Right. 0. So this is index 0, 1, 2, but that doesn't mean that it is returning 2. Gotcha. I forget these things. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the same in GDScript. I don't know why I forgot it. I love saying it out loud and it being wrong, because then next time maybe I won't. You see, this is learn along. I'm learning. Okay. It still feels weird to me. Still feels weird to me that making something into an integer is done by floating it. I wonder if in TypeScript you'd have to handle this differently. Because to me, a float is still in a float. It just is a float with 0.0 instead of no decimal. To me, an integer coming from GDScript is like its own special type. If you try to use that as an index, it'll be unhappy. If you ran it without the floor, you might get 1.348. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I get that now. Now that I know that random is giving you a float, that makes a lot of sense. JavaScript doesn't have floats and integer and short ints and stuff. So they're all, it's just like all floats. I don't know what that means. Nalja. What does that mean? It has number. Represents floating point numbers. Like see, to me, that is not a floating point number. 37.0, that's a floating point number. 37, that's an integer. You can't just redefine these things. All right, that's good to know. It's good to know. Wow. Wow. See, this learning, this is the other reason why I'm looking it up too, right? Is this library thing, because I'm going to stumble on all kinds of other new things to take in. Okay, so in the main one, it runs import get random ninja from the library. Oh, I love this. Okay, this is good stuff. You can turn lots of things into a number. You know, I've seen that as like a meme for JavaScript. I've seen a lot of memes about how you can interpret things as numbers and how obnoxious it is. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. I like that you can do that. Have booleans be numbers. I actually think that's nice. So you export, you say, you don't just call it a function in your library. You call it an export function. That way, it can be imported from there. If I don't do export, then it's not accessible in the same way. And then you say from. Import get random ninja from library ninja. Dope. Utility. Document get element by id name, and then you would write in your own code inserting it into the DOM. It doesn't insert it into the DOM for you. It just gives you the name to put into the DOM. It didn't work? Why would you teach me something that doesn't work? How dare you? A Kaizen mindset means a Japanese philosophy and practice of continuous incremental improvement, meaning good change or change for the better. Whoa, okay, I like that. That's a credit. You've been saying a lot, though, and so has Flip. You've been saying a lot of helpful things. It isn't nice when you try and get numbers from users. There's the other cat, by the way. Be nice to him. Be nice to him, please.
Be nice to him. Be nice to him.
Look at that roaring fire. I do like incremental learning. And that doesn't, and here's the thing. Here's the other thing. Is like there's a point where that shifts. A point where I'm like, okay, now that I know as much as I know, I'm gonna do whatever I want. And I think I could benefit from hey Quixote, welcome. And then the other cat's Lai, by the way. It is a real fireplace, indeed. Yeah, it was just here when we moved in. I was like, why? I don't get it. Why is there a fireplace here? This doesn't make sense. It's not even in the main room of the house. It's in like the basement, which is just I've never seen in my life. I don't really understand why it's here. And then, because we moved in the colder months, and it wouldn't get that cold down here because it also has central air conditioning and heat, which is nice. We got really lucky. And so it was warm down here, which was not a problem. With that said, summer came around, and whenever the cold air was blowing through the house, it was freezing down here because there's like 3 vents on the ceiling in this room, and none of them can be closed. So all of the cold air is just like filling up this room, and I'm someone who doesn't like to be cold. I'm actually a little warm. I'm someone who doesn't like to be cold, so to me, I understood why the fireplace was here, ironically, for the summer, not the winter. Might have been part of an old boiler system, maybe. It's it does like route outside a little bit. Yeah, maybe. 1 hour, we haven't touched much code. Yeah, I feel like that because we're learning. It's a learn along, not a let's jam this game out stream. It's deep learning today. We're all in for learning stuff. Yes, the paste bin. Right. Once I finish this article. Even though it might answer a lot of questions. Unless you're saying I should really look at it before I finish this article. Been working with 3D a little, trying to find out how to make your knowledge of Sketchfab viable for a workflow. Love that. Yeah, I love what you were doing with Sketchfab and sharing in the Discord. It looks really good. You gotta make things however you can, you know? Okay, what's the issue? Cannot use import statement outside a module. Interesting. Okay, what's wrong with that? Why are you... Sometimes I kind of hate this way of teaching where it like gives you the wrong answer as if it's going to work, and then surprise, it was wrong. Gotcha. I actually despise that way of teaching. The error looks straightforward. Let's try to look into the second suggestion before dialing into a whole. Node modules equals ecosystem. We're going to rename those JavaScript files to the MJS extension. Oh, I've seen that. I have seen MJS. They're using libraries in Node.js? What do you mean? What does that mean? Was that declared earlier? What do you mean? In Node.js? No, Candace, this is a totally separate project to learn JavaScript. My first foray into a coding language other than GDScript, actually. Oh, that's fair, Chaotic, to teach error handling. You know what? I hate that method of teaching a little less now. I still see it outside of coding contexts, and I still hate it. But I can appreciate that more. He calls node index.js in the command line, which is a Node.js thing. Oh, I see, you're right. Okay, but that doesn't mean that affects for the error. I guess for the error handling, that would be a problem. Wait, now I'm really confused. Node has eluded your understanding. Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing it. Okay, but wait a minute. You're having trouble? Fix it. Are you back? Okay, what is the difference between Node.js and JavaScript libraries, modules? What's the other thing? I don't even know. Or anything else that helps JavaScript be easier. It's 15 steps ahead? Okay. Oh, it's not. Why would you lie to me? Why would you say you're operational? Okay, let's try. Node.js is not a library or framework. It's a runtime environment built on Chrome's V8 engine. It lets you... This is good, but this is good, right? Because now I'm learning this. It's good. I love... Often chat really wants me to, like, skip things. And I'm just like, but this is what I'm here for. This is exactly what I want to know. Is what you know that I need to skip. I want to know that I need to skip it. You know? Node.js is not a library or a framework. It's a JavaScript runtime environment built on Chrome's V8 engine. It lets you run JavaScript outside the browser, which is a game. So it seems like they were just using that to test it without putting it in the browser. Not that like the guide. Yeah, we are learning. Not that the guide is teaching me about Node.js. Yeah. Gotcha, Flip. I shouldn't have assumed. Your context is helpful. You'd rather dig up 100,000 dirt in 72D than try to figure out obscurity that is Node.js. It's so ubiquitous. I see it everywhere. Execute JavaScript on servers, command line tools, or local scripts. Cool. I mean, I can already do that with live server, but whatever. Makes me wonder if live server uses Node.js. He's talking about libraries in the context of using it. He is? Well, he could have said that. Did he say that? Is this him saying that? So this is not anything that's useful to me right now? So you're saying import export is Node.js and it's not vanilla. Interesting. Bake a JavaScript library? You can bake a library? What does that mean? What are you talking about? Why you got a croissant there? Front-end developer, you might need to use a bunch of libraries or Node Package Manager. Wonder how they work and like to build one. Keep it short and sweet. Shippable JavaScript. Yeah, shippable library. It's kind of what I want to learn. Mini article series where we learn from scratch to create a simple utility library, making the library modular and tree shakeable. Bake a bread. Converting it to a chainable, immutable library with object-oriented programming. It's NPM again. Right, Node Package Manager. Right. I mean, I guess if I'm making... Okay. I mean, right. I guess if I'm making, okay. So maybe but what you're saying, Flip, that I do for making the library is not something that someone, okay. If I make my own library for my own internal use, how would npm fit into that if I didn't need it initially? Right, I don't even know if... If you're building your own internal use JavaScript library and didn't start with npm, npm isn't mandatory. It becomes useful when you want structure, versioning, and reuse. I don't know what I'm trying to make, Candace. I was trying to make my Tycoon game and instantiate in buttons that have ID numbers. Okay, I'll check the paste bin. And Flip was suggesting that I make my own library to help that go along. Oh no, you wrote the code for me! No, I'm not looking, I'm looking away, how dare you? No, I can't, I won't look at it. This is not that kind of collaboration. I must learn. This is learning. I take hints, but not answers. Oh, you did say it was pseudocode. I'm scared of it. I'm afraid of it. I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready for it, though. I'm not ready for it. If it looks like answers. Is it the example? I'm scared of it, Flip. I would need to still make it my own. I need some time. Yeah, I'm going vanilla, Quixote. Yeah, I mean, the button is what I'm trying to make. I think I've decided I have to not look at it. I'm so sorry. You still get copious appreciation. You can install your own library into other projects. That's what it's useful for. I mean, right, so I could just copy and paste it. I'm in control here, Flip. I'm in control. I gotta learn the way I gotta learn. Internal libraries. If you're not publishing to the public, so I could obviously have my own library on my own that I copy and paste between projects. What npm would let me do, so it's locally Quixote, but my interest in learning is to understand how externally deliver, how my interest is to learn how a deliverable library would be made, and then I can more intentionally decide why I don't want to do that, or maybe I do. So to confirm that I'm making sense of this, if I make my own library locally that works in my code, I don't need an npm, and I could even copy and paste that library into other projects, and that would be fine. What npm does is it pulls from some external source, say GitHub, my library, and it will install it to a project. I think that might be what's happening. Keeps your code modular and avoids copy pasting files. Right, exactly. Version control. Define versions in package.json, right? So you can track changes and roll back if needed. So you have versions too. So if I update the library, it'll have the versions and we can go back and forth. In your opinion, I shouldn't care about it? I'm making something that shouldn't... Yeah. I just want to learn it, but yeah, I hear you. Yeah. I just want to learn. I mean, because here's the thing, Philip, is like, you know, I I use Node.js. I use npm to install packages all the time. For the hypergamedev website, for tools, for live stream stuff. I am frequently interfacing with these things. And the entire reason why I want to make the little tycoon game is so I can better understand why I'm doing those things, instead of just doing it because a guide told me to do it. So for me, it's an opportunity. If I'm going to start making a little mini library opportunity to get my tycoon game on its feet, I'm like, okay, let me also use this as a chance to understand how this is similar or dissimilar from these other things that I'm doing. So hopefully all that makes a lot more sense, and I'm not, because again, my main interest isn't to learn how to make games in JavaScript. My main interest is to have an understanding of like the JavaScript landscape from the most basic components up. I want to learn what's going on under the hood of the tools I'm using. Yeah, exactly. And I want to make my own tools, potentially. And then this is hyper game dev, and games are fun. And they're fun to make to me. So that's why I want to make a game in the process. But essentially, I mean, it's just a UI thing. Like, the whole thing is going to be UI based, right? So it's not particularly... I mean, there will actually be some graphics that one of y'all is helping put in here. But other than that, it's not like your typical platformer or something where you have frames and you're jumping and you have to manage delta time and whatever. Rendering. It's not going to be like a game in that sense. It's basically a UI project, except the UI project will be a game. Part of learning is understanding when certain tools are even necessary. Exactly. Well, yeah, that's what exactly right. Exactly. Okay, so what's great about Node.js npm, and why might I ever want it? Because if I update it, and let's say I have it in multiple of my projects, instead of copy, so if I have like my button creation library, okay? I have my button creation library, and I copy it into another project someday. And maybe it doesn't quite work right with that project. If I go and update that locally, that could be kind of annoying. Whereas if I have it in some external place, now I can actually have a new version of it and potentially track those versions and roll back as needed. So for the original project, I can keep that version. For the next project, I can get the future one. It's interesting. It's good to know. Build test lint scripts to package.json. Right, and so then that's kind of what they were talking about too in the other article, using Node.js to try out the script. And that gave them the ability to do that, which I don't know that I need that, but it's interesting. Publish it, pack it to generate a file, and install it. Love that. Okay, that's good to know. Now I know that. Now you're saying that this one is also going to go where I don't need to. npm package allows you to serve any HTML file statically. Yeah. So definitely the same kind of thing. But here's the thing. I don't think that other guide was that unhelpful, if I'm being honest. Because that other guide was still going to teach me how to make a basic library. The only difference is it was going to also go into the npm Node.js stuff. But like, that doesn't mean that what I was getting from that, i.e. having a folder called lib, maybe that's a standard, and putting a script in there, I can still structure everything this way and learn about. But what I can't use is the import-export, I'm guessing. That, not as useful, maybe. I don't know. I was unclear on that. Is import-export in vanilla JavaScript for getting functions from libraries? Okay, so it seems like we're up until the point where I can still just use what this is giving me. I'm assuming. Okay, and that's where we had the issue, and the MJS. Is MJS still necessary in vanilla JavaScript? Again, just going off. Oh, okay, thanks. Going off what Flip was saying, it kind of set me on a bit of a confusing path. Extension that tells, oh, okay, that is Node.js. So MJS only works with Node.js, and maybe that's why Flip was saying what they were saying, because that isn't something that's gonna matter. Forget Node.js. I don't have it. No, I spelled it wrong. I don't have it. I'm not using it. Should I still do MJS to access, import, export stuff in JavaScript? So that's literally just for Node. Yeah, so I don't even need to do that. But if I did want to expand it to Node.js, I would want it to be that. Again, if I, at some point, would want to send that along, and then I don't put MJS on it, now all of the references that didn't have MJS have to be updated. Right? So it might be nice to just put MJS on there. It'll still work. It won't matter for the local stuff that I'm doing. But if I ever wanted to integrate that, it might be good just to keep the MJS on there. So is it strictly relevant to what I'm doing today? No. But is it a better practice? Yeah, we should try it, right? See if it works or not. Is it a better practice to find out? Or to have a baseline of what these things should be, assuming I would want to deliver it in a more external way? I don't know. Yeah, we'll try it as a test. Now for package.json, that because not saying I could make one on my own and set up the connectivity, but I don't need that because I'm not updating libraries from anywhere. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the standard way to implement libraries, external libraries into projects is using Node.js. And that's why, because I didn't really, to me, I was using Node.js because you're just supposed to, it's what you do. And you guys come through, you say, try Phaser, try this. And I'm like, okay, that's like Node.js. Phaser, I wouldn't need Node.js. It's supposed to. Well, see, I like to challenge those assumptions, exactly. Instead of using Phaser, or instead of using Node.js, I'll just use Phaser, right? But in fact, it might be nice to use Node.js or something less new, like Node.js. It might be valuable to have the Node.js there so I can keep Phaser updated. Instead of me thinking and not understanding that they're just two different flavors of a library. So this is interesting. You don't understand it? I mean, I understand so far that it installs packages and keeps them updated if I want them to. That's about it. Package is a list of items for Node.js to care about. Right. Nice. Alright, then I don't need to look at the answer. That's the answer. So it sounds like I don't even need to worry about it, because if there isn't an external package to pull in, then it's not useful to me at this time. don't need MJS at all, and I can still use it just fine. Only if you're using Node.js and want to signal that format. If you're publishing a package and want it to be explicit, MJS is just extra noise. Okay, so I think that answers that question. To be clear, I could make it MJS if I thought I might want to add it to a library, an external Node.js setup, right? Or is it going to cause problems if I do? Reverse engineer how phaser is made? Whoa. That's actually no, but that's actually interesting, right? Because if I understand vanilla JavaScript, if I understand how libraries work and frameworks and stuff, that would actually be a really interesting project. Because I'm trying to learn vanilla, so when I bring in something like phaser, I understand what it is better. How better to understand what it is than if I have that fundamental learning, then I can look at it and say, oh, this does this and this. I totally love that. All right. Okay. I don't know, I'm still afraid of your paste bin. But I think I'm getting a little closer to understanding things better. You didn't reverse engineer phaser, but you made your own canvas library? Whoa. That really helped understand how JavaScript works. Interesting. Canvas library. So you're saying like for rendering things to the canvas and HTML? Phaser is a library and also a game development tool that fits your tycoon, so why not do it? Right now? I'm not gonna do it right now. I said that because I don't never get the game done. Okay, there's some distractions that are just too distracting. I mean, because at the end of the day, I am only going to finish this if or in vanilla JavaScript. Prish, I don't read anything but English, so please use English. Thank you. I'm sure you said something perfectly lovely, but I don't, since I can't read it and my mods can't read it, it could say something unallowed. But welcome. Prishul. Posted in live text, a game you made in pure JavaScript. Whoa, that's cool. I'm wanting to create a dynamically created elements in JavaScript HTML they can interact with. Exactly. Yeah. Whoa, guys, look at this game Flip made. Yo, that's so cool. Is that your face? Is that your face? It's Breakout, kind of. Except it's got a face. This is some programmer art. This is peak programmer art right now. What? This is so cool. I'm actually really delighted that someone else has gone down this path of making a game in pure JavaScript. Who's also here hanging out. The face changes if you jump and it looks upset. Wait, am I supposed to avoid that? Oh, that's a bad thing, I guess. I died. I was jumping into death. We want stars. Gotcha. Stars are the good thing, because they're stars. Yeah, like borderline physics in here. This is cool. Wow. Hold on, music. You're interfering. Oh, I died again. This is very inspiring. And it's like actually a platformer. reverse engineer an existing library, just don't reinvent the wheel, but you're innovating it. Yeah. Well, look, okay, let me be clear, Nolja. My ultimate goal is probably never going to be making like a game engine framework like Phaser. I don't think I could ever desire such a thing. I don't ever plan to do that. Doesn't interest me. Sounds really boring. Don't want to do it. I want to make games. I want to make tools that help me have a better website and things that let me interact with you guys. That's what I want. Interactive tools and games. Nothing else particularly interests me. But, so the Node.js package manager thing, I mean, I could see it being useful, again, for my own use, because maybe I want to have a system for, if I already have a system for, you know, generating nodes and adding them into the DOM. I mean, I could see that being something that I use all the time. You know? I could see that being something that I continue to want for future projects. And so it's nice to keep in mind that, keep open that possibility without a ton of effort. You know? Not the heavy game tools. Yeah. Yeah, so tools, like, okay, so one tool that I want to make, for example, is an interactive poll. So a poll where I give you guys a link, you go to the page, you can log in through GitHub. I have very specific reasons why I want it to be this way. I'm just explaining like a tool example. It has auth for logging into GitHub, so we know that you're you. And then you can suggest a topic for that poll. And then once that gets approved by a moderator, it would get added to the poll publicly. And so then anyone could look at that poll and vote on it, including your response. And if you logged in, you'd be able to, you know, edit it or whatever. So that's like an example of a tool that I'd like to make. Not a tool set for making games, but maybe another example is a library for me to make such tools on my own. You know, just like when I'm doing game development, like in Godot or something. Yeah, I'm sure you can make it in a lot of different languages, but I've chosen JavaScript as the one that I want to do. You know, I already have a server that I can communicate with. I've heard PHP and what it's useful about, but I'm deeply disinterested in learning it. One thing at a time. Remember, this is the only other language I've gone to learn, unless you want to consider HTML and CSS a language, besides GDScript. So like, I'm not looking to expand infinitely into a bunch of languages yet. Maybe someday, but I would prefer not to learn PHP myself. It doesn't interest me even a little bit. But yeah, so but then I also like the idea of making tools that help me better build my own tools. So even in like GDScript, I might have like a template that I've made before for how to make a main menu, and I'll plug that in for my future projects. So that's where the NPM node manager was interesting to me. And then also maintainers, right? So like that poll it was talking about, that would be a tool that we use here on the channel within this community. And, you know, if there's somebody who's helping me maintain the website or maintain the community in different ways, I'd want them to be able to easily locally access that and update it and things like that. So then I could see the package manager being useful. The difference is the scope of what you're wanting to do given the resources. Can you do it in JavaScript? Of course. You're just talking about the security of it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you know, I feel like... I hear you. I feel like you can still make secure things in JavaScript. But I do understand that PHP has an advantage in that regard. All right, for real. Let's get back to the code. Let's get back to the code for real. For real, for real, for real. So Flip did share some things that I felt were going to give me too many answers. So let's just see if we can muddle something together based on what I've read. And then if I'm running into issues and y'all don't say something, I will refer to Flip's paste bin. Okay, so I'm trying to think where. Let me actually look back at this for a second. I liked the structure that it was providing. So we have index within the main tree. We have lib. I mean, again, I don't have my index.js just floating around. I guess I could put that in scripts. I think I'd rather put it at the base level. So I'm gonna make a folder called lib, and in here, later because your server goes back into the time was deleted by Yahoo before you knew other else because someone broke through my code and said a bunch of spam back then. But most of my knowledge is before PHP. Wow, that sounds awful. That sounds terrible. I'm so sorry that happened to you. It sucks. Dang. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense that you're informed by your own experience in that sense. It's bullcrap. You didn't deserve that. You didn't deserve that at all. So we're gonna call this, because I don't just want this for buttons. I also want to do this for stats. And maybe other text aspects as well. And this is going to be fairly specific. So if I want to think about how Dahmer got serial killer vibes. I mean, right. So that's the other thing, right? Is like, how modular do I want it to make it? Do I want it to like be for, like I can say import stat, import button, stat. Or do I want to keep it a little, I think I want to keep more modular. All right, Cohote. Yes, go be a responsible mod. Very important. If I do have it modular, I could say because the only things that I have so far is like updating text. Dahmer handles making the DOM items and putting them in the DOM. Right. Let me think about how I'm going to want to scale this. Because not only the buttons, but I'm also going to want to bring in the stat value. And assign an ID to it. So I think we can be more specific than Dahmer. Like maybe... Maybe something that is not only putting it in the DOM, but assigning a class to it. The other thing too, and also something I didn't quite get around to doing was understanding why things went wrong. And so originally I had an ID assigned to every single one of these, and that worked better. When I switched it to a class, it was kind of goofy. And the container and the employee box. Oh, I wasn't necessarily thinking about the employee box. Oh, no, we're not going to build the whole page yet. We're starting one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Little things. I would rather keep the whole page in here and then inject these into these places. But I guess I can do the whole class assignment outside of this. So yeah, I think I like the idea of DOM creator. But I also kind of don't like it. So I'm gonna call it element creator. Element creator. It's verbose. I'm verbose. Yeah, we can rename it. Element creator. Oh. And we're going to call it MJS, even though we really don't need to. Yeah. So, with that in mind, I'm going to look back at that other guide because I forgot everything. So we just need to establish some things potentially and then export the function. And so in this case, it's returning a string. What I want it to return would be HTML. And it's going to construct that HTML based on... I kind of see what you're saying though, right? Like, it could just inject any but then, like, why even make it a library in the first place? I'm not even sure I fully appreciate the purpose of making it a library here. I mean, this was a lot of good learning, but ultimately, how many lines is it really going to save me to do it this way? You know, like, already, for getting that whole code in the first place, right, but can't I just write a function in the main script that just does that anyway? So, whenever a new employee gets added, it's establishing... All that it's doing is it's taking the entire constant employee template from the other script and just adding it in as inner HTML. So in theory, for a button, all I would need is the same thing. So if I could just said button 1 or whatever it would be, button wrapper, whatever the heck it is. And I would just tell it to add button template. You know? Like, what more do I really need to do? So then the other thing that we do is we search for the employee ID prefix, or not that, wait, get element by ID, right. And then we set the container, so we find the employee container, and then we update the ID. So it would be like a very similar thing where I would find the button wrapper, whatever that is, like, button contain, well, whatever it ends up being. I guess we would do I think this would still just be in the canvas though. I'm not sure. Whatever that ends up being. Then I would find the button container. And we would just assign its ID. I feel like a library is actually overkill here. I mean, I'm glad I learned what I learned. I regret nothing. But I feel like it's not necessary. I guess what would be nice is what I would do is I would take all of this stuff and I wouldn't include it in here. Instead, it would be somewhere else. But, like, you know, the idea of trying to modularize that, I mean, there's just not that much that's really being done. All right, I need to take a step back here. I gotta take a step back. I gotta take a step back. You got me excited about this library thing, and I'm glad, but I think I don't need it. So let me just cook for a minute here. So how does this currently work? I need to remind myself. I need to refamiliarize. Employees canvas.innerHTML plus equals employee template. So what is employees canvas? Employees canvas finds in the main HTML, it finds this div right here, which just has that in it, which it doesn't need to, but it's there. Now it's gone. So it finds that. And then it assigns it to an employee's canvas, finds it, assigns it. Don't need it, but it'd make it nicer. You'd be able to handle the DOM creation manipulation. Yeah. And then the game logic. So yeah, I'm gonna circle back. I think I can work it in, but I I really appreciate why I'm doing it and not just do it because it's kind of bringing back to like because someone said so instead of because I'm understanding what it is. We've gotten there. I now understand what it is and why it's useful. Now I'm evaluating, is it something that I want or need to do for this project? Kaizen. So we get the employee template. The employee template refers right back to this. So if I had it in a library, for example, I actually could put this in its own library, right? That we import, export. But because they're near each other and actually in the index, it's loaded, the template is loaded before this, I can just refer to it and it's gonna already exist and it can find those functions. Maybe it's nicer, maybe it's like better practice if I have this not loaded in this way. I could kind of appreciate that. I find this a little irritating to be doing it this way. So like maybe I could have a folder for, I don't know if I'm going off on my own here, but I could pop this in here. Am I sure? I'm sure. I'm sure. And if I just call this the employee template, I can now maybe get rid of this. Manipulate strings instead of dealing with the node through JavaScript directly. Okay. And for now, I'm going to actually get rid of that. So we have the employee template here. But I would even say, let's not call this employee template. Let's call this just HTML templates. And then we can have a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah. Okay. Now, this isn't going to be import-export functions. This is just variables. If I wanted to take some kind of function and stick it in there, the only thing that I'd really need right now is when we plus equals to the employee's canvas. Now what I could do is we could say for a function, it receives the destination. Okay, maybe it's kind of two different things. Isn't it? So maybe in here, can I set a script as a variable in JavaScript? Like probably. That I can refer to. JavaScript file as a variable JavaScript. Like that's totally fine, right? Include a variable in my HTML. No. Right. But I would need to access it somehow. Module. Right, there's the import. So, but that's for a function, right? Or can we also do that with variables? Can I export, import variables? Oh. Interesting. Cool. Tough thing about web, welcome Nick, is that you're always programming two different things at once. The variables and objects for your app, and two, the actual HTML, which is like one big string. Right, I'm trying to like chunk that string up so I can like do different things with what goes in there. Thank you for that +1, Nick. Okay. Whoops. So with that in mind, I'm curious if we can do this just fine. And then if I go back to stat management script, which it's really doing a lot more than stat management, if I'm being honest. Technically, this is just game.js at this point, if I'm being honest. So then on game.js, if I did want to establish it, constant I could just say HTML templates and then have that equal the path to this. Somehow. Why does it have special color? Oh, because it's taking that out. I see. JavaScript path as a variable. As Jones, I would say you could make a button HTML template without using strings. Yeah. We'll get. Yeah. We'll see. Oh, it's just, I see, it copied it in a silly way. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So that's the templates list. So down here where I was doing the canvas stuff, when we add a new employee, just for now, I'll keep expanding it, but just for now, to make sure this much works, one thing at a time. If I said import, which is, you gotta say, it's a lot more to write, but that's okay. Import something from. Import, what do we call it? Employee underscore template. Oh, yeah, autocomplete that. So then that's actually typing out the full path, but I'm curious if instead of typing out the full path, can I just say HTML templates? And that'd be okay. So I'm gonna actually start from there. Oh, it did not like that. Expression expected. Oh, you want a semicolon? Have I tried any design patterns? Yes. What does that mean? Have I tried any design? I've tried any design patterns. Can you be more specific? Okay, so I think it may not have actually accepted this as a string. Wait, why? What do you mean expression expected? Is it because I'm trying to plus equals it and it doesn't like that? Employee template is declared, but its value is never read. Okay, I don't care about that. It's a little confusing to me why this isn't acceptable. On its own line, an import is declared, but this value is never read. So? I think the brackets is usually the variable you're importing. Oh. Okay. From Wait, really? This is confusing. Because I was trying to just do a variable. So this is importing a function from the script. And I wanted to see if I could get it to import a variable instead of a function from the script name. I mean, I could just take the actual path, but I was hoping I wouldn't have to type the path every time. Right. Oh, it's fine with that. Oh, it's not. Wait. An import declaration can only be used at the top level of a module. Oh. That has to be up here, is what it's saying. Whoops. So I don't put these within functions. Interesting. Okay. This is good to know. So if I were to assign, okay, cool. Oh. Okay, so if I'm gonna import employee template from HTML templates, this is acceptable. And then I would just make this its own variable that equals, or call it equals that, and call it employee template. I did not like that. I did not like that at all. It hated that. So if I'm importing, okay, so importing means this is now accessible here. Got it. That makes more sense. Okay, so if I wanted to import the button template, then we'd be good. Okay, this is making a little bit more sense to me. I'm gonna put this up at the top. It's gotta struggle through it and it comes together. Oh, Prettier is not happy. Why are you mad at me? What made Prettier mad at me? I don't know. I'm not sure. Unexpected token import. Oh, it didn't like that. Oh, maybe because I need to put it after. So it's common practice to put, oops, put things in a library in a single object. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. So you import one thing, and then you have the library. Oh. Yes, that sounds good. Okay, I actually like that. That makes a lot of sense to me. If we only do this one time, gotcha. Okay, this makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you. Cool. And then I could also import my element creator as well. Maybe I'll even call it create element, so it just like kind of flows better. Yeah. All right, create element, and that would be from library slash. It's a library. It's now a library. A library has been created. Cool. Nice. So literally a library is just importing another JavaScript file. That's a library. Okay. Cool. Love that. Employees canvas equals query selector employees canvas. This is also okay. I'm probably also gonna want for the button wrapper too, because that's the other place. That's where the buttons are gonna go, is in there. An object you use other functions from. Oh, so I already had a library in that case with the original templates. So the button goes in, I think, the button wrapper. I believe that goes in the button wrapper. Now I'm going to make sure it inserts it before this. So I think I would want the pop-up to also be its own thing, now that I think about it. I would. So I'll have to do that. And we'll also want the buttons to have like a certain name as well. So button wrapper. Okay, this looks a lot. So it's a lot easier to kind of look at, honestly, to see that there's the abilities container, a button wrapper, and a button wrapper. And again, we can get fancier with this at some point, but for now. So do I need to put export before each one still? I don't even know. Probably, maybe not. I mean, if the whole thing is being imported, you know, then, you know, like the guide was talking about importing that one function. If I wanted to import a single function, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Flip. So let's call this stat. Probably should test some things momentarily, sooner than later. So obviously I wouldn't want those to have that name. In fact, I'd want that name to be dynamic. So now I'm starting to see more where I would want to create the element dynamically. So I could say create a button, add this class, name it, or have the inner HTML be this. And so it would need to introduce the button and close the button as well. It would need to introduce the span and close the span. So we'd literally be creating the HTML element, which is kind of what you were saying originally, but I'm starting to appreciate that a little more. But I don't know. I don't know, maybe. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I don't really want to do that. So if I have that imported up there, and I say that button wrapper, we would just search for query selector, button wrapper. Well, there's going to be multiple of those. So that, whereas the employees canvas, there was only one employees canvas. But in fact, there's going to be multiple button wrappers. So it's going to need to know which button wrapper is the one that it's adding it into. Which makes me think that instead of having these button wrappers as separate entire things, that there's literally just one button wrapper that we add in. See, we're getting there little by little, chunking the whole thing together. But just had to figure that out. Okay. I gotta get there on my own, you know. So this would be export in theory for now. As I realize things can be better. Not just button wrapper, but Do I have a stat wrapper yet? I feel like that's what button wrapper should be called anyway. If I'm being honest. We do have a stat wrapper. Oh yeah, that is different. I mean, it's kind of like an interface. So what if it's a little confusing, but what if I call it an interface wrapper instead of a button wrapper? A lot of changes happening here. I know. What didn't you like about that prettier? What? What'd I do? Are you mad about somewhere else? Unclosed comment? Oh, that sounds important. Sounds bad. Where is an unclosed comment? It's prettier bugging. I don't see an unclosed comment. Oh, I do. Okay. Nice. So I call this interface wrapper. Yeah, I'm thinking that there's gonna be easier ways to do this. I do. And I feel like if I see it all out and it looks overly complicated, I'll realize how to make it nicer. So the interface wrapper, inside of it, we call it interface wrapper now. Inside of that is where I would add in the button and the stat. You made a base bin with dummy code? Okay, I'm still not ready for it. I'm sure much to your chagrin. But I gotta get in this state. You know what I mean? I gotta do my brute force learning. So in theory, again, I'm gonna construct it differently, but in theory, yeah. Oh, importing? I don't know. I gotta have some boundaries here, and I just don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna see, and it's gonna spoil the learning somehow. But I've heard you. Span class interface wrapper. In theory, inside of here would go the button for increasing stat. I think I'd rather call it button increase stat. And then we have the stat. So those go inside of the interface wrapper. Now, I would want to have multiple interface wrappers, one for one button, one for another button. In the game, we can now, or in the game script, I can now find the button wrapper. But it could be nice to assign that to a variable if I only need it that one time. I feel like a let would be nicer if we can make that work. Explain what you mean by attached to object. Okay. Alright. I'll look at it. I swear to God, if it spoils too much, I'm gonna be furious. Function, cool stuff. Console log. Let's say I have 3 functions you want to import. Function. If I attach them to an object, stuff handler, empty. Would you call that an array? I don't know, with curly brackets. Stuff handler cool stuff equals cool stuff. Stuff handler dot hot stuff equals hot stuff, liquid stuff. Now my main script imports stuff from stuff handler. And I can use it like this: stuff handler dot cool stuff. Oh, this is helpful. Curly braces are an object. All right, I gotta look this up. You've cursed me with more learning. How dare you? Okay, so what the hell is an object? A type that represents one of JavaScript's data types. It's used to store various keyed collections in more complex entries. Objects can be created using the object constructor. Nearly all objects are instances of object. A typical object inherits properties, including methods from object.prototype, although these objects may be shadowed, aka overridden. I got lost. aka overridden. Oh, dictionary. I do know dictionary. That I know. Only objects that don't inherit from object to prototype are the null prototype, blah, blah, blah. Changes to object prototype, objects, email, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. How are JavaScript objects like a dictionary? I like that. I mean, it does have that wrapper like an array would. Both store key value pairs that let you look up values by key. Gotcha. That's very helpful. I would have understood what you were saying a lot better earlier because GDScript, similar to Python, is my main point of reference for coding things. So, gotcha. Make a dictionary so I can just pull from those. That's very helpful. So these are on something else. I don't have to necessarily preface each of those with import or export. Do I have to do, so where do I do the export part of it though? I guess I would need to put it somewhere. I don't know. I was gonna experiment with that myself, but like I was basically gonna see, I was gonna try this, make sure this worked, and then try it again with removing export and see if that also worked. But yeah, I like that. It's good. You'd export the stuff handler. Okay. All right, I'm gonna circle back to that, but thank you for explaining. I'm gonna circle back to it, all right? So, right now, in the employees canvas, what happens is it adds, well, I replaced it with hello, but what it was doing was it was adding the employee template. Cool. And then the employee container equals the employee ID prefix. So we're finding the employee container after it got created. So this was going to create the employee container, essentially, before I replaced it with hello. And then we go find it to give it a new ID. Now what would be nice is if that all gets created with this imported function. So, okay, and then we could push the new employee. And we could even just only pull in, instead of pulling in the constructor that is the ID, we could derive that from, we could even just send the container that was created in there and then try to derive everything from that container. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. For create element, let's make a function, and this function will, oh, interesting. It makes me wonder if those curly brackets mean something similar, or they're just different when you create functions. Probably different. Now I want the function to take in parameters. Namely, I want it to bring in the type of thing that we're creating. Let's start with that. Create HTML element from JavaScript. New DOM element, from an HTML. That's saying from an HTML string, but I'm curious to know if we can do it a little differently. Create element method. Ooh. Crazy HTML element specified by local name. A string that specifies the type of element. Don't use qualified names like HTML_A with this method. Dope. So I could literally put anything I want in there. Looks good? Like P or div. Oh, hell yeah. Love that. So we can then bring in element name. Element type, I guess. I'd also want to know if it has... I still like the idea of giving them their own IDs rather than classes. I'm really not a fan of having a bunch of different classes because each button, I would rather them each be unique. But I guess I don't need to. You only need the only unique thing. Hold on. The only unique thing you need. Let's just say ID name. Now in theory, I'd like that to be optional, and I think there is a way to do that. And by default, it just doesn't add it. JavaScript optional parameter. Default parameters, yeah, versus the non-default ones. All right, so we could just do equals. Right, so it will add in. So okay, let's say ID name by default is just nothing. Okay, and then what we'll say is if we'll get there. We could do null. Really? Does it matter? I guess we could do null. Because I was gonna say if ID name is that or whatever, do stuff. Obviously, I gotta set up my if statement correctly, but I feel like it doesn't really matter. It's easier to check null. Why? Checking if a string is set to null or which is better. If either. Yeah, I'm not convinced that it's easier. Oh, so then if I do null. Oh, wait. Yeah, I see that though. There's a lot more possibilities. Other than white space. There's no like broad. So I could just say if not the string. So if that is null. Let me remind myself how to do the if statement. Okay. If not ID name, really just if ID name, then we would want to do stuff. And then you do it like a function, right? If ID name oh, right, we have to name the function. That's important. Forgot about that. An identifier. So this is create element. Is that function. Cool. For the element type, we would want to... Now, this has to return something as well. Let me remind myself how I return things. Just end it with return. You don't have to define that ahead of time. Gotcha. Whereas in GDScript, you do. Or maybe in TypeScript, you would have to. So, in this case, I'm not sure what I'd return. I suppose a string. Yeah, in TypeScript you would. I think that's probably where I'm gonna go next after vanilla is TypeScript. Quite sure. I'm not really sure what I want to return at this point, so it's just gonna be hello. So it's something. Yeah, just let me cook. I gotta stop looking at chat for a second. You guys are backseating too much. You're backseating too much. I gotta put a backseat ban on you. It's too much help. Because, you know, I ask, what I talk to myself. It's how, if I wasn't streaming, I'd still be talking to myself, right? It helps me concentrate and focus and get from one point to the next. And I ask myself questions, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm asking the question to y'all, which is understandably confusing. So typically, I try to make it clear if I'm like actually having a problem, but I prefer to use resources that I have. The first line of defense that I usually go for is, or offense, is looking at the other code that I've written, which has a nice benefit of me then re-examining my code and becoming familiar with it again. And then if I can't find it in there, I like to go to documentation, which depending on the documentation can be more or less helpful. And then if even that isn't helpful, I'll try an internet search. If even that isn't helpful, I'll go to the chatbot for a context-specific nudge. And if none of those are helping me, I might be like, chat, save me. Although if you guys see me like literally about to ship it and it has a typo, you'll have saved me a lot of debugging sometimes by pointing those out. Yeah. I'm familiar with that. It happens a lot when you're live streaming a learning experience. Happens very often. Although, I will say, you know, it's been less frequent lately because I've just gotten a lot better with GDScript, so I don't often need that help. Unless I'm doing things that are so context specific that nobody can help me anyway. But now that I'm back learning stuff again, I have to remember the boundaries. Okay, so create the element. We take an element type and we do stuff with it. So what kind of stuff do I want to do with it? I want I guess we'll create an element thing variable, and I want it to equal element type create, okay, I don't remember. Thought it was. Nope. Wait. I already forgot it. create element, not create HTML. And create element wants the name. So it would bring in the element type. Do I need to be putting semicolons at the end of literally everything? Yeah. Document create element. Oh. See, that I do appreciate. Okay, but because you just gave me the answer, now I need to enforce that in my brain a little more. Because see, here it was just saying create element. But there it does say document create element. But in this example, gotcha. I needed to read further on. Okay. Create a class for the element. Interesting. Whoa. Extends something. Whoa. But that's for classes specifically. So if I wanted to, whoa. Interesting. I want to see the UL example, like what that results in. Taken from our expanding list web component example. In this case, our custom element extends HTML UL list element, which represents the UL element. Right, but what does that result in? How do I get to the JavaScript file from here? Sources? Main.js. Okay, got there. Class expanding list extends. Oh, so that's the UL right there. Extends HTML UList element. What does that look like if it's like a paragraph or something? Always call first in super first in constructor. Return value from super is a reference to this element. So that way it's not overriding the HTML UList element behavior that's already built in. Because if we maybe didn't do super, you'd be replacing it, which is not desirable. Instead, this is like adding extra stuff to it. Wow. Yeah, exactly. Get UL and LI elements that are a child of this custom UL element. LI elements can be containers if they have ULs within them. Whoa. Honestly, this doesn't not seem relevant, because if I want to get all the buttons, if I want to get all the stats that are the child of a custom element, like if I make the employee a custom element, I don't know that needs to be a custom element though. I want it to be a custom, I mean I do, it is an element. This is interesting. I mean I don't need a custom UL. I don't need a custom button element, right? I'm not fundamentally reinventing what or building on what a button is. But it's interesting. It's interesting. These lists will be shown when the user clicks a higher level container. Oh, I just want it to be bigger. Does that make it bigger? Okay. When the user clicks a higher level container. Oh, so it's like creating its own details thing. Wow. So this is creating its own special type of list element that lets you expand them when you click on them. Wow. It keeps track of all the top levels and the children of those lists. Checks to see if you click on it. This is very interesting. Define the new element. Whoa. Define expanding list. And it extends UL. What is define? Object defined property? No. This is interesting. And maybe it is the same thing. Doesn't look like the same thing. Define method, custom element registry. Whoa. Adds a definition for custom element to the custom element registry, mapping its name to the constructor, which will be used to create it. Autonomous custom elements are standalone elements that don't inherit from built-in HTML elements. Customized built-in elements are elements that inherit from and extend, so I definitely don't need that. Autonomous. To define an autonomous custom element, you should omit the options parameter. Hey Pon, I'm deep in trying to modularize how elements are created, or how like the employees and their buttons and stats are created. And I'm deep in some stuff to get there. For sure. I really want to get your art in today. And so then, like, okay, so if I put that art in, I mean, that would be a lot easier because we would just have it load the same sprite sheet every time. Yeah, that's okay. Playing with grease pencil. Oh, how's that going? To define a customized built-in element, no, we don't want to do that. Just autonomous. The following class implements a minimal autonomous custom element. I'm not on my own. We're learning together also. Autonomous element extends HTML element. Whoa. That's crazy. Finding a good workflow? Oh, it's more than you would in a normal art program. Because it is, like, in a way, Grease Pencil gives you, like, a normal art program. Except, right, it's still built into Blender and is a little different. When I watch Pierogigon or Rogi's tutorials use it, it looks like they're just using Krita or something. But they're not. My autonomous element extends to HTML element. Then we have the constructor, and we do have to do super. It's interesting. HTML element. It doesn't do anything. A real autonomous element would implement its functionality in its constructor in a lifestyle callbacks provided by the standard. The above class definition satisfies the requirement of the defined method, so we can define it with the following code. We could then use it in an HTML page like this. Whoa! Whoa! That's nuts. I don't know that I need that, but that is pretty cool. Literally create a new HTML element. Wow. Wait, that's crazy. That's wild. I don't know that I care to do this. Get some pizza! Nice. Get some extra for us. You have to get your own materials in Grease Pencil, which slows down the workflow a bit. One of your favorite parts, since you don't have a steady hand, is being able to adjust the lines as needed. Nice. Yes, same with the steady hand thing. Right, but the materials thing. I remember that. Yeah. Right, and that's just like the way Blender is. Although I'm sure there's like plugins that could make that easier. It's nice not to have to add a bunch of plugins for everything. Yeah, that sounds annoying. I would hope that there was some way to stabilize, too. Still, even with stabilization, A, stabilization can be kind of annoying to draw with, and B, still might not be the steadiest. Yeah, I don't know that I care about this element thing. I'm not sure what would be so advantageous about that. Like, obviously, it would just be like, employee and employee. But I feel like this isn't that useful. This does seem quite useful, making your own, holding shift. Oh, at least you can choose to do it then. Nice. This seems a lot more useful to me because you can build on what already exists and then have it be a little different. But creating a custom one, I don't know. It doesn't strike me as very useful, but it's super interesting. And I'm glad I know a little bit about it. So I don't particularly want to do that, if I'm being honest. So let's not. So if I create an element, I would need to specify what kind of element it is. In this case, it'll be either a button, a span, stuff like that. Now, if I want to know what to return, we would return whatever variable gets created. Interesting that we don't have to make it let. Like, does constant have any meaning? I mean, I guess you're just creating the div. You're not modifying the div. I think that's something I'm still kind of trying to understand is like how constants versus lets are handled. Like, because just the way I'm familiar with it in like GDScript is if you make a constant, you can't do things to it. It's set, it's done. That's what it is. That's what it'll always be. Nothing can change. Add the newly created element and its content into the DOM. Now, why have you added div1 on there? Where did that come from? Where'd that come from? So if I'm going to add an ID or a class to that, does that make it not a constant anymore? You know? Does this need to be let if I want to add classes or variables to it? Don't give code back. You don't need to use let just to add classes, attributes, or modify the element. Because it locks the binding, not the object itself. You can still mutate the DOM element freely. Constant lets you mutate. Okay. I mean, I guess if I were to establish the mesh as a constant in GDScript, I could still access its properties and change those properties. Only if you're going to reassign the variable to something else. Okay, that makes sense. Got it. So then I don't need to make that let, and that can just be constant. Cool. Right? I mean, if I'm creating it, that's like different though, isn't it? No, you can make it a constant. All right. Wow. I definitely am not confident you could do that in GDScript. Like maybe, but I'm not sure. So we create the element, we bring in its type, and that's it. Then I would want to be able to add a class to it. So class name can also be null, potentially. What are you talking about? What did I say? I was probably just talking to myself though, but maybe not. What did I say? I don't know what I said. Oh, in GDScript, create, like, let's say in GDScript, I would have like const, what's this easy one? I will never mesh. Const mesh equals new, however it is, mesh instance 3D. It's not like that, but you get the idea. I can't remember if you're allowed to assign creating new things in constants. I don't know if I ever tried it. I feel like I would usually, when I do that, I would usually use variable, but I never thought that that could be constant. But at least here in JavaScript, it seems like I can make that a constant. So maybe I can do that in GDScript too. I don't remember. So I'll also want to check separately if class name do stuff. Otherwise, don't bother. Okay. But we definitely, at least, if we're calling this function, we at least want to create an element. So you'd return element itself. I don't remember. But maybe the next time I need to, I'll think about it and try it. I guess I could always ask the GPT. Okay, so now I've got adding a class name, adding an ID name, creating the element. Good. And then we just return that element. So now we need to actually do a little bit more than that. Also, it's like if I do document create element, I guess it's just, it's fine. I think it's still fine. If there's a class name, I really wish, dude, I gotta be honest, like every single time I've been working on this, I'm like, I wish this was TypeScript. I'm so conditioned, not even just conditioned, like I've just come to love having to ask myself, what type of thing is this? And is it going to be okay to use this type in this way? That it's actively starting to feel like an impedance to my learning that I'm not typing everything. But like, you know, if I were to start doing it, that would be a whole thing. I now have to rewind and fix everything to be type safe, and probably find out a lot isn't. So I think it's better that I don't, but I continue to feel frustrated that I don't type everything. Hey Barts, welcome. I'm trying to create HTML from scratch for my little tycoon game. As suggested by Flip in the chat, which I do think is ultimately going to make everything easier. And then hopefully I can get some art added in too that PawnXPawn has made. Will there be pizza on Friday? So Friday's an exciting day. If you guys didn't know, it's an unlisted stream. So if you are normally watching on Twitch, you have to go to YouTube to watch this. Anyone can join. However, you do have to sign up to the Hyper Game Dev newsletter, which I don't send out barely at all. At this point, I only... Oh, for the workers? Maybe there should be, if I was going to expand the game. Well, I might as well tell you about this. I don't remember what I was saying, but this is a way that we check out your guys' projects. Art, games, music, stuff that you guys have made. You use that form, which I'm realizing only went through to YouTube and not Twitch, which is only a little concerning. And you just sign up for the newsletter. I barely send it out. At this point, I'm only sending it out to let you guys know that this is happening. And it comes with that unlisted stream. So it's a way to, in a promotional, non-public setting, hang out and do stuff. There might be pizza. As for the workers, that's happening this Friday. So it'll seem like I'm not streaming on Friday, but technically I am. I might even do like a little stream just to say, hey, I'm about to go unlisted. If you want to join, do the things. I would love that though, Barts, as like an expansion on the game someday. Is you could like buy. Because here's the thing, is I want you to be able to like, you know, like an incremental game, increase how much each increment increases stats by. Maybe by an automatic way to increase stuff. Yeah, right. So like if you buy, instead of saying automate, you know, happiness stat, could say buy pizza parties every week. And you lose money every week. That's actually such a good idea. You lose money every week, but happiness automatically increases. So now that makes me think that we need like days. Oh man, I kind of love the scope that this is getting. I hate it. So I'm gonna keep working on this even next month because I'm excited about it. And I think that's actually an awesome idea. Okay, we're gonna give Flip a little more and then Bards, welcome. Scope shot at the ceiling. I mean, look, ultimately, I am there, you know, think of it this way. It's something that if I decide that it's going to help me learn better JavaScript, I can say, well, if I add this buff feature, then that will help me learn XYZ thing. So that's going to be my justification to someday do. Things to add. Basic functionality. We'll say basics. Basics. Basic functionality. Stretch ideas. Pizza Fridays. And Pizza Fridays would be a weekly buff of happiness or something. So then that also makes me think a stretch idea would be date/time cycles /calendar. So like that would also be cool because then like the workers it could honestly workers come and go and or nighttime is skipped. I don't know, something like that. Full worker simulation. Production down if they're sad or having a divorce. Oh no, okay, now that scope is getting out of control. Need more art? Okay, I will. Total stretch idea. Workers come and go, and our nighttime skipped. And then, oh, for Pizza Fridays, weekly buff of happiness, lose money every week. Something like that. The money you can use the next day is influenced by the previous day stats. Whoa. Like, because I was going to have like a basic, I don't even think I have that in there yet, by the way. Let's be more specific. Employee, unique employee instantiation. That's what I'm working on. We want art/sprites for employees. I mean, I guess I still need to get I need to repair stat management, art/sprite for employees, and then figure out how to do pencil layers. Nice. No, I like it. It's cool. It's cool. But that's why it's stretch ideas. Something to think about, but not necessarily aim for. Art/sprites for employees, repair, stat management, and then so what I was gonna do was have running tally of money earned. And so then that money would carry, you just have money, just a money pool, profit pool, I guess. So I guess if you were to like have like costs of doing business, because you can hire employees, that loses money. Something like that. Oh, you figured it out fast? Nice. But maybe you're saying something a little different. Added tasks. I like the pizza idea a lot. Creating an element. If class name, element itself. So I feel like we still need like, let me remind myself how we add. I don't know if I still have that in here. The class adding. I think we do. Is it class list? I kind of forgot how to do that. Remove, add class list, class JavaScript. Nickba says, one of my favorite Sims is Lemonade Tycoon. Also simple, but having the perfect lemons to sugar ratio and seeing people line up around the block was pretty fun somehow. I get it. I get that appeal a lot. And then, so the reason why I decided to make this kind of game, oh, I didn't do the stream titles? What's the stream title? Wait, what? Did I forget to, oh my god, I said I'm doing Godot. Oh, Jesus. Oh, dear God, what have I done? Holy crap. That's embarrassing. Learning JavaScript. It's okay. It's, I feel like Twitch has like, I hate how Twitch makes you have to set up titles. Like instead of just having like a per stream title, it's like every day you have to change the singular stream's title. It's super annoying. I hate that. I despise it with all my heart. Yeah, we could let mods do it. I don't like expecting things of mods because I don't pay them. It's just like a personal principle that mods are there if they want to do things. And I won't really ask them. Learning JavaScript by vanilla JavaScript. I'm making an incremental game. And then like the, I'm not even gonna do that. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Yeah, I could program like a button that auto adds the title, but I don't know, it's just super irritating. What if you, well yeah, then yes, in that case, it's acceptable. Because then you want to do things. I guess if I'm going out of my way to ask it, like you might as well just do it. Yeah. They easily hook. Yeah, so then the reason why I wanted to make an incremental game was because I'm mostly interested in making web tools that are going to be UI based. So I wanted to try to make a game in vanilla JavaScript that's UI based. Good YouTube and Cup. I know what you said, but I don't want to do that. I want different titles for, because to me, look, here's the other thing, is YouTube and Twitch aren't the same platform. They're different. They're different. Yeah. To me, I want to have different titles between the two, you know? Obviously, I still don't know what the hell I'm doing on Twitch, but I still feel like I would want to project a different image. You might notice, for example, on YouTube, the user icon has a gear around my face, but on Twitch, there is no gear around my face. This is me experimenting to see, well, you know, if I look at most user icons on Twitch, usually they don't do a little thing like that. It's generally just a person's face. Maybe a cartoon character representation of a person. And then on YouTube, I feel like a more unified brand identity is more a normalized thing. So I just try to think about that. Twitch doesn't know what they're doing. Yeah, you won't even notice it. Vanilla's okay, but bubblegum meant tiger and pistachio are goats, at least for ice cream. What's tiger ice cream? That's a thing? Whoa. Is it just like orange and chocolate? Oh, friggin' recipe pages. So uncrapified. Just tell me the recipe. Usually there's a link to go to the bottom, but oh my god. I cannot friggin' stand these recipe pages. Anise. Whoa, that sounds good. Oh, I bet that's super yummy. I can't even imagine what those flavors. I don't think I've ever knowingly combined those flavors, anise and orange. Okay, that sounds amazing. I need to try this as soon as humanly possible. Thanks for letting me know, Insane, about the title thing. That was a whoopsie. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out how to add class names. Yeah, right, use class list. So you get from class list. Gotcha. Got it. Okay, I thought so. Anise, it's kind of licoricey, but maybe more, I don't know, complex than a licorice flavor. This is not a very appetizing word, but it's like dustier tasting, like a tiger. It's like dustier tasting than licorice, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's the simplest way I think I would describe it. Multitasking and forgot the context, so you just heard anise. Oh yeah. You'd be like, what? I want to eat somebody's niece because I'm a cannibal. No, it's like a flavor. Some people call it anise, but saying that makes me uncomfortable, so I don't say it. Based. Cannibalism is based. Leaves out of context. Actually, Insane Alpha Beta used to clip me out of context all the time on Twitch, but I had to tell them to stop because it was always like naughty things. And I was like, this is not safe for work. Element itself. Now, does class list, do I have to do document first? No, I don't think so. No, we don't have to. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see. Element itself, class list. Add. Is it just add? Yep, it's just add. And then in there, we add the class name. And then for ID, I forgot. Oh yeah, just dot ID. I remember now. So element itself dot ID equals ID. Now I do think about like it'd be dope if there's like error checking too. Like obviously you can add multiple classes, but if you add multiple IDs, that's bad. Well, it's just gonna assume you're not doing something silly. If you participate in the horror jam, you don't think unbound exports to HTML exists. Oh, it is an issue. If there's no HTML version, you're disqualified. So, I mean, I don't think it's... Yeah, that might be a problem. That might be a problem. Insane Alpha Beta is talking about the Game Like Jam, by the way, which, if you join, it helps more people find out about the Game Like Jam. It's going to be a horror Game Like Jam. You can still make it along with us. Yeah, disqualified. It's to help mitigate malware issues. And it makes it a lot easier for me to play them on stream. But yeah, it does have to be in the browser or disqualified. Dang. Yeah, I don't know if there is some, like... I feel like that might be complex, though. Making EXE playable in browser. It's probably gonna be hard. Aww. Yeah, that's been... I feel like that's kept you out of it before as well. Now we don't want to launch it. Yeah. It's just really risky. No spooky Godot fog. Oh yeah, that's true, right, because forward plus. You can still put fog in compatibility. You just can't use volumetric fog. But you can add, there's like a different kind of fog that you can add that is okay in Godot, in web builds. That's what I was trying to look up. Create your own engine that exports to HTML. Exactly. I mean, you know, it's an opportunity to try to pressure, because the Unbound devs are very receptive to suggestions. At least they were a couple years ago. You know, maybe it's on their roadmap already, but, you know, at the very least, it would be, if they had any indication people wanted that. I'm sure you're already in their Discord. You might even get some +1s from other people about it. No, but I'm just saying, for the future. I mean, look. Here's the thing, Insane. If you make a game and share it with me, I can still play it in the showcase and include it in that stream. Because you don't have to have a submission to the showcase for it to be part of the, or you don't have to submit a game to the game jam for it to be shown off in the showcase. No, you can do, yeah, maybe that is it. There's like a different kind of fog. I'm trying to remember. Like Camera, I think, has its own fog. Okay, we're gonna boot up Godot just to like... Earlier I was trying to figure out something about a constant. Alright, I'm gonna do it. I swear there's a type of fog that you can add that isn't volumetric fog that is okay in compatibility. It's not volumetric fog, so it's considerably less awesome. But it's still a type of fog. I'm pretty sure. Text, maybe it is, maybe I'm thinking of how you, like a shader. I mean, I think it's a shader either way, but feels less, yeah. I mean, that's what I do, right? Like, I don't submit my game to the jam, but also, you know, I'm sharing my progress on stream all the time. Yeah, I get that, Insane. The fog you use the most is brain fog. You forget everything. Relatable. It could be a medical condition, too. Do I have, like, a blank? I do. Oh, it's 4.2. Okay. Yeah, there's a different kind of fog. That works. Okay, well, if you already know, then that's okay. Dang, I wish I could help you, Insane. It is like a specific limitation. But, you know, it's like... First of all, most of the games, when people submit games with exe files, often... Anyway, I'm not going to say that. It makes it so much safer for everybody. If it's... look, you can still have vulnerabilities in a browser game, but... that increases so much more, and I have to like test it and make sure that it's actually safe before anyone else can play it. And how do I know it's safe? I gotta like run it in a sandbox and do all kinds of virus scans on it. Like it just increases the labor for moderating the jam, and assuming that moderation is imperfect, it puts people at risk. So it just makes everything so much easier if it's playable in the browser. Other than, obviously, limiting what people can contribute. Dang. I was really glad that you were going to be able to participate. Well, if you still feel motivated to make it, I will be more than happy to include it in the showcase. Okay, so we add the ID name, we add the class list, and we return the element itself. And I assume it will take on all those properties. So back on the game, when we add a new employee, instead of, it says hello for now. I don't even need to do this employee ID prefix stuff. Insane is using unbound. Oh, you don't think so with the motivation? Damn. Yeah, I understand that. So it's this is the engine Insane wants to use. You know, and the thing is, I mean, this is gonna sound kind of elitist, and I would be irritated if someone said this to me. So maybe I shouldn't say it, but you know, it's why I am careful about experimenting with other engines that don't have a long history and have broad support, because especially when you're learning, because what you're going to end up making is going to be limited in some way. Whereas if you use an engine that has a lot more features and has had a lot of time to mature, you're gonna get more out of it and out of what you make. Literally what you make will be potentially more flexible. Yeah, it seems like you can only do standalone executables. Well, if you do find that motivation again, I'd be happy to show it off in the showcase. Yeah, I mean, with Unbound, you know, like, personally, I don't really get the appeal. Like, I think Unbound is really cool. To me, the main thing about Unbound is that you can use SDF modeling to create all the art within the engine. I get that much. And so, especially as an artistic tool, it makes a lot of sense to me. Expanding it into a whole other engine makes a lot less sense to me. But it is cool. I mean, it doesn't, I get it. Again, it's just gonna take time. I think Unbound, you know, as it matures and gets more features, I can appreciate using it. And it has like these visual scripting elements too, which can also make things like easier to understand. So like I can appreciate that too. Modern RPG Maker has web support now. Everything will eventually move to web in time. At least. Web or mobile, or both. You know, I'm not trying to say you shouldn't use Unbound, but I think when you're using an early in development engine, an important consideration is that there's going to be limitations compared to what more mature engines can do. And so when you're first learning about game dev and making stuff, I think that can be a little unfortunate, is learning in something that's quite limited. But, you know, again, I don't want to sound like an elitist. I don't mean to. I guess the reason why I'm saying it's something that you can't, like, look, when I was learning Dreams, which is a game on PlayStation where I met Insane Alpha Beta, and it lets you make games, and it's built into a game. And it's a very limited tool set in that sense, because you literally can't export anything. There is no exporting of any kind. Everything is trapped within Dreams. But it presents like kind of a fun visual way of learning code. So like you've got these like, it's actually really beautiful, but also a little chaotic. It's a terrible quality image. It's quite beautiful in the sense, in 3D, you can actually make visual logic, and you can place like your script floating in 3D space, which is cool, but also very, very, very hard to organize, because you can't go find all your logic or all your scripts unless you navigate to that place in 3D to go get it. But again, when I was first interested in game dev, I was like, well, this is so much nicer than trying to learn text code. And so I invested years learning how to make games here. But of course, everything I made was stuck to it. And so I did learn some fundamentals that I carry with me about game design and general code stuff. But, you know, I look back on that as kind of keeping me from learning things that are more valuable to me now, which is tools that actually let me share things more easily, or teach me fundamentals that I can use more widely across languages and share with others and things. Now that's an extreme example of learning in a limited engine that might kind of impede me doing stuff with what I make. Something like Unbound, which I know appeals to a lot of people who are moving on from Dreams, it's better because you can export things, which is awesome. And it's an active development, which is also awesome. And it works on the computer instead of a PlayStation. And so then I just think of it as having a different kind of limitation, again, which is that it's not mature. And so then if you're learning on that for the first time, you might look back, or I might look back and realize, I wish I was learning something that wasn't ultimately going to limit what I can do with it. But it's nice that you're getting Lua, because there's other engines, Defold. Now, Defold is not going to have all the same visual components that you're going to get, like in Unbound or something. But Defold is a game engine that I am sure will let you build to web. I would be deeply shocked if not. But it does have Lua as the language that it uses. A lot of mobile games are made with this. I think this engine was made originally in-house by King, who make like Candy Crush. That's this engine's origin story, is in-house engine for Candy Crush. And I think they use something different now, but they keep this is like its own separate project that they maintain. And it uses Lua. It says it's kind of, I mean, I think by that it means a GUI. So it has an editor and stuff, and a lot of modern features. And okay, I will say I don't see web builds on here. You slayed and consumed the pizza. You slayed and consumed it. Nice. Its power is my power. Oh, HTML5. There it is. So yeah, so Defold will let you build to web as well. Now it's not as exciting as, yeah, it's there. Yeah, no, that is web build. No, yeah, it's the same thing. I was looking for the word web too. It's not as colorful, and it doesn't have the built-in art tools, I presume. I would be shocked if it did. As a tile map editor, particle editor. I mean, I don't know if that's the same thing. I think it's just trying to sell itself. But you can always make the assets in Unbound and import them in too. Learn the other engine. Just yeah. I mean, look. Here's the thing, right? Like, maybe you're saying you want to stick with Unbound. You're like ride or die with Unbound. I just think it's important, even though it sounds a little elitist, to remember that you are essentially testing this for the developers. You're helping the developers make this app better. And to me, that may not be what they would ever want someone to say about it. But to me, that's my opinion is that that's what this is better for, is helping this get more mature by being a part of the community, giving them feedback. It's not open source, so you can't contribute to it. But I know that they're very receptive to feedback. And being okay with the limitations that it has. But if you're someone insane who wants to make web builds and you're not sure, you don't even know if that's on their roadmap to do, there's probably other things too that you're gonna also find are limitations. You know, because it looks like the only export option is exe. So if you can only make exe files, you also couldn't make a mobile game. Or at least you'd have to do a lot of extra stuff to build it for that platform. Console games, things like that. So it still limits the reach that you have. Steam you could do. It says iOS and okay, past early access. Oh, interesting. I wonder what that means. So, all right, they're working on it. Here's the other thing I'm gonna say about Unbound. I would be shocked if they don't monetize it. I don't know if they've already mentioned that or something, but to me, it seems like they're going to want to monetize it in some way. So for me, that's important, right? Like Unity or Unreal, they just say after a certain amount of success, then you have to pay. Or maybe certain premium features you have to pay for. I have a feeling Unbound might do something like that. They've talked about it, where they have premium features. But I suspect that they do want to not keep it totally free, because it's also not even open source, so it's like, you know, it's going to be proprietary. But at least again with Unity and Unreal, you know that you're getting the full engine without paying something. With something that's, again, in the early phases, it's often all free, so they can get the feedback and test and build it and make it better. But I kind of see it almost as like a red flag, like, okay, well, one day this, if they're not making it, if they're not clarifying that it's free forever, and even then, you can't really take their word for it unless it's open source, then it's maybe even likely to assume that they're probably going to want to charge for it or something related to it. So then again, something like Defold, I feel like Defold might be open source. Yeah, so Defold is free and open source as well. So you know it's always going to be free at the last version that has been released, at least. Which again just gives a little bit more flexibility. Asset store type deal. Users can make and sell as. Oh, so I meant monetization for them, not for the users, right? So the idea being, I'm saying that the Unbound devs are going to want to either sell it or sell a premium version of it, is like what I would expect. I don't know, but I'm just guessing because it's not free open source. I would just guess that they might. And I feel like I do remember, I remember them saying, I remember the website, it used to say something about it being free forever. I could be wrong. Again, I don't mean to besmirch them, because I think the people who are working on it are really awesome and nice and great. So no shade to them. But I feel that it's just a hunch. It's just a hunch that the way they word things makes it sound like someday they'll be charging for something. I haven't made... Oh, right, so insane. So this started because I do think it... I know, I'm always gonna come out and say, Godot's the one you should learn, start with Godot. But a lot of people don't like it. They try it, they don't like it, it doesn't inspire them. And at the end of the day, you know, Insane's not gonna hear what I'm saying. Or you can hear it, but not necessarily take the advice. If you had told me when I was starting out in Dreams that I should not use Dreams because it's, you know, has this limitation, that limitation, and those of you who are here when I was using Dreams would know, I would fight you tooth and nail, and I would explain. I would be a little offended. I'd be like, excuse me, this is what I'm using, and it's helping me learn, and I like it. You could not convince me to stop using it. I had to find out for myself that I wasn't okay with its limitations anymore. So it started because Insane Alpha Beta was going to participate in the next Game Like Jam, and Insane is using Unbound as their toolset. But Unbound doesn't allow web builds, and the Game Like Jam requires that you have all your submissions be playable in the browser. And so I just, I feel bad because I was really excited about Insane participating, and I feel Insane's disappointment. And so, Insane's learning Lua, and so I was pointing out Defold as an open source web building potential platform that uses Lua to make games. And then I started soapboxing about learning game dev on a limited tool set. Because again, it's just something that I learned, and I feel like you just have to come to that decision on your own, or not make that decision at all, obviously. Stop using Dreams and start using realities. I'm sure someone ever said that once. And if you know English, basic GTScript is really easy to learn. I agree. It sounds like a diss. If you know English. Insane did a video of a playthrough of their Unbound game. Could they submit that? Wow. Yeah. I wouldn't... Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I wouldn't get disqualified. Yeah, but I feel like that's not gonna satisfy Insane's motivation. But yeah, you could do that, cause it's not disallowed. I don't know. Maybe that's a tough one. It feels like gray area. I mean, so it would result in points deducted, right? Because the voting is done by the people who participate in the jam. And I think if it's harder for people to play, that's the other thing, is like having an exe file is already going to limit you in game jams, because people, especially ranked game jams, people are way less likely to play your game if they have to download it. So if there were points deducted, it would just be in so much as people are like, this is hard to play, I'm not gonna do it. But that's interesting. If Insane... Yeah, right. Well, that's why the rule is there, because it's risky to do. In general. But if Insane isn't opposed to it, and it does give them some motivation, I would be okay with that if you had a video of it embedded into the page and then an exe file. From their FAQ, Unbound will always have a powerful, fully featured free version. that runs offline on your computer. You make games and export them as a standalone package and own and distribute it. Post early access will be also offering an optional premium subscription with a set of extended features to be determined. We'll also offer a creator hub that will allow you to sell and purchase game assets. Okay. I mean, it's very trust me, bro, that it's gonna be free, right? And like, what will they put in the it says a powerful, fully featured free version. Okay. It's fully featured, but not for the premium features. Extended features. Okay. I mean, it's very vague. But it does answer the question, will they charge for the base engine? The answer is no. But who knows what they'll add to the... Because, you know, if they're a business and they want to make money, they might want to have specific features that they know people are going to want be paid for. Maybe they say HTML export is a paid feature. There's just no way to know. I guess that we know... Actually, that's probably a fair assumption, because it says iOS and Android ready past early access. I don't know, but I wonder if that, you know, based on that language, if we could assume that that means that that's a premium feature, since they're using similar language by this post early access language. So is it just a coincidence that iOS and Android will be post early access, or is it code for that'll be a paid feature? You just don't know. And to me, you know, it doesn't endear me to using something if it has caveats like that. Again, I like Unbound. I would promote Unbound. I'm doing it right now. But you know, if I'm trying to, if there's an option like Godot out there that's going to give me everything I could ever want for free and the source, that's where I'm going to go. GScript is like talking, not a lot of technical stuff like I++, increments and stuff. True. What they said about open source, we'd love to, because we think it's really important. For-profit company. Oh man. It's to me that's placating the question of open source. Godot used to have increment like that. Like, again, I like the devs of Unbound. I like their project. But for me, it's a red flag. For me, it's... they don't really even know what their plans are. And or they don't want to tell you what their plans are. And so they're crafting this very public relation message that leaves a lot of wiggle room for them to do basically whatever they want. We believe once our paid offerings are up, we can plan a path to open sourcing the engine. And what are the paid offerings? And how it can't be open source. It can't be fully open source and have paid offerings. Right? Something has to be proprietary. Otherwise, what are they charging for? I mean, look, that's not necessarily true, right? Like what's an example? Asprite has, you can build it from source or pay money and you just get, like, you know, the program. So maybe they mean that. It's hard to be sure. Oh, and Asprite is closed source. I didn't know that. It's interesting. Just some kind of increment thing. Voxeltron is a cool voxel simple game dev engine that uses Lua. It's by the Pico 8 guy. Nice. So you've got some suggestions, but I do understand wanting to ride or die with Unbound. It's pretty. It's got visual scripting in it. It feels very like a bridge for a lot of people who are coming from dreams. And to me, I'm just like, skip the bridge, just use the teleporter to Godot. Just teleport to Godot. There's a teleporter right there. Looks like 3D Scratch. I could see that. Especially with the way the UI is. I guess I'm ready to use this function finally. So I've made create element. It's a function that takes in an element type and a potentially almost flip a class name, an ID name. It creates the element based on the element type that it receives. If a class name is added, it'll add the class name. If an ID name is added, it'll add the ID and then return the element. So now when I'm in the add new employee script, I don't actually need to even fetch the container. Now I would want to increment an ID for each one. That I still want. Current ID number increases the previous one and keeps track of the current one. And then we'd actually want to pass this in as an ID for that element that we create, that container. Hey, Eric. Welcome. Did your fair share of distracting? Thank you for it, Bartz. Thanks for the good luck. Appreciate you, Bartz. So we don't need any of this. Instead, I would want to look to the create element thing. Now, if I wanted to do make a function that returns a bunch of HTML text with the IDs and classes in there. Well, yeah. Well, that's what I started with. That's what it was. Originally, I had the entire HTML block, but I'm breaking it up. So I started to break it up. Basically, I was gonna have like the button, the stat, right? And then we can modify these things manually, give them class names manually. I guess to me, it seemed like it was going to be, since I want these to be customized based on this or that. Like, what if I want to create an employee that already has an automation, or what if I want to hire an intern who doesn't get pay? You know, then I could create an employee that doesn't have a button, or have a pay button, or a pay stat. I think I became convinced and aware of how much more flexible building each employee is going to be. And I don't have to do every single component from scratch, right? So I'm still trying to determine like what things I'd rather just pull from a string and what things I want to try to build from the ground up. But like, you know, a lot of the basic HTML will be there. Yeah. Well, that's the fun part, is modularizing it. Actually, I just realized, do I want to have like potentially contents? This could get really crazy. If I create an element and then have the contents be a new created element, that could be wild. So like, what if I literally had content in there? If, and this just seems more fun to me to create. If content, we would say element itself, inner HTML. I don't know if I have to do document here. I don't think so, because it's for the element. Yeah. I wish it was TypeScript. I bet if it was TypeScript, I could get autocomplete on this. Inner HTML, and we just set it, right? Yeah. Oh, but if you want to do plus equals, that would be kind of different, especially if you want them to be in order. That gets pretty complex, if I'm being honest. Women's taken out of your sales. Kick you while you're down with all the unbound talk. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know. I know. I know. I know you're just joking though. But that's why I prefaced it with, I know this is gonna sound elitist. But it's weird, because I want to say that's advice I wish I would have gotten. But again, if you had given me that advice when I needed it, I wouldn't have listened to you. So I probably didn't need to say it at all. But you're my friend, and I want to at least try. I'm sorry. Yeah, the inner HTML thing concerns me a little bit, because you're just creating an element. This wouldn't be wrapped in the tags. No, don't do this. This is a bad idea. Don't do it, don't do it. We both have our ride or die engines. You wouldn't say you ride or die with it. You like it, you think it's promising. But your world doesn't end if it doesn't turn out. Yeah. I mean, look. Like, you know, with Godot, again, if Godot decides to become proprietary, there will always be the older versions publicly available. And if it did do something like that, like become proprietary, I would stay on the most recent open source version. And if it was getting years and years down the line and that old version wasn't forked and updated by the community into something else, I might move on. It just, it fits my needs, and I have no reason to do anything else. So maybe that's more the advice, you know, is like, ask yourself, does the tool you're using fit your needs? And if it does, then it's good, you should use it for those needs. But if you find yourself having other needs, it might be an opportunity to try something different. Can they do that? Yeah, it's not open source anywhere. Screw y'all. What does that mean? I heard Godot users are statically 10% cooler on average than other game engines. No. Anymore? Can they do that? Yeah, it ain't open source anymore. Screw you. Yes, they can. They can do that. But all the previous versions are already out there. People have already, I have a version of it decompiled, right? So like, and because it has an open source license, anyone can just re-upload it, you know? Sounds like a red flag to you. I mean, the reality of anything being possible is not really a red flag. I think that's warping the definition of red flag, but I hear you. And understand, it would be a deeply unpopular opinion or thing if that happened. It's almost impossible to an extent, you know, like, because Godot isn't like owned by one person. It is like funded by a foundation, and a lot of the developments that we see happen because of that foundation. But they really couldn't, like, basically what would happen, if anything could happen, it would be like mainline Godot would need to be forked. And I would expect that a lot of the current maintainers would branch off to that one anyway. You've almost replicated the contents of your original paste bin. Nice! Depends on the licenses. They can't retroactively adjust the license, right? Unless you're a Unity. Yeah. But people noticed. Unity users felt safe too. That's true. That's true. But Unity was never open source. So again, the worst that could possibly happen is somehow, which is just unlikely, somehow there was a most recent build of Godot that nobody has except for whoever has the power to shut down the GitHub page and private it. Somebody who is likely to not be okay with that has a version of it. And they could just go ahead and add it, and people could go back to maintaining that on their own. So in that sense, with Unity, on the other hand, you don't have that option at all, whatsoever. Welcome, George. So that's to me what's great about using the open source option, is if some honestly hard to imagine event were to compromise that open sourceness, especially with something like Godot, it would be quite simple for someone to just replicate it. Example, it was attaching a function to the button when you make it. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Always be open to trying other engines. Don't lock yourself to just... That's true. Absolutely. Totally agree. I mean, look, I'm here learning JavaScript, right? That's even lower level than an engine. There are engines that are built on JavaScript. So now I already can use a lot of those if I learn JavaScript. Frameworks, even some things like gdevelop offer you the opportunity to put in JavaScript blocks. So I agree. I'm right there with you. You know, I've tried Unreal. I've used Unreal. I'm familiar with it. I've tried Unity. I'm not as familiar with it. But like, why would I'm not going to parallel learn Unreal while I'm learning Godot. It's a waste of time if I'm not gonna want to use Unreal to make things. I don't feel limited to Godot at all. If Godot changed tomorrow, I'd be okay, I think. But, you know, I see you, I know you want to like get like a zinger back, but like if you want to have something for web builds, it's a lot harder for you to pivot to a different engine. Okay, so obviously you want to be able to refer to this function. But I did kind of like what you had as like the handler feels kind of goofy, but I don't know, it's something I don't like about the handler. So I always have to type in stuff handler. I guess I could just call it element creator, but then it's a little confusing. It just feels like layers of abstraction that are a little annoying to me. So I feel like since I only have one function right now, I'm not going to do that. And instead, I'm just going to import. Oh, I already did that. Great. We're already importing it. Beautiful. Yeah. Okay. The employee canvas will still get, and in there, I wanted to add create an element. Show me the things. Oh, no autocomplete. Boo. I hate that. Really? It's sad. That makes me sad. I despise that with all my heart. Alright, element type, class name, ID name. So this is going to be a div, I'm pretty sure. A span? No, it's a div. We'd literally be creating this entire employee container. There's always going to be an abilities container on every employee. There's always going to be a stat container. Do we have stat wrapper out here? But that's a per stat style. And the only thing that I'd want to jam in there would be pop-up reveal. Well, no, because what if you have a different stat? What if some have their own special stat? If it's an intern, I wouldn't want to give it an income, right? So in that case, I'd want to be able to put that in. So I'm kind of just slightly arbitrarily chunking these out so I don't fully lose the code into these temporary sort of constants that maybe I'll use, but I'm not entirely sure yet. So this is our stat wrapper. Don't need this one. Oh, it says stat container. Oh, my bad. Stat container. Excuse me. The wrapper is within there. And I probably want to also generate that too. I'm excited about this modularity. You know, I think it's going to be nice. Now, well-being technically is different because this is supposed to be calculating based on all of the other ones. So it's not going to be constructed quite the same as the others, which is probably good to keep in mind. So for now, I'm just going to leave that in there, and we can deal with that later. And really, this is just like a style thing, the stat wrapper stuff. I have an employee element, or a class, sorry. I have an employee class for now. I'll evaluate things as I go, see if it keeps making sense as we move forward. So, Employees, something I really hate doing is planning every little thing ahead of time. Sometimes I just like to stumble into what, oh, turns out would be better. Employees canvas, inner HTML plus equals create element. So every time we add a new employee, it's going to add a div, and that div should be how you want to make a thing and then designing from there. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think ahead very effectively. So I tend to think about what I want to make and then use what I know to start putting it together. And then when I start feeling like this isn't efficient or it's not achieving what I want, and then by researching I see that there's other methods, I'll start shifting how I do it. For me, it's just like an ADHD thing, and aphantasia, where it's really hard for me to plan exactly like a ULP or something. Is that what they're called? No, whatever the heck, UML, I think, where you like plan every pseudocode. I can't stand that. Yeah. Add HTML blocks. Yeah. Well, and so let me get there. Stop getting ahead of me. Hold on. let's discover it. But yes, I that's generally kind of where we're headed. But I like to get there organically. Trust the process. Trust the process. Already, the employee template is getting whittled down, which is cool. This is assuming there's an employee container and an abilities container. The abilities container is where the buttons will go. Right? Check out append child versus, was that censored? Why would it censor that? I actually created the bad words list. I don't understand why it would censor inner. It doesn't make any sense. That's strange. Okay. Inner HTML. It censored that entire line. That's really weird. Doesn't make any sense. You just typed asterisks. Check out append child versus inner HTML. Your function is currently returning a DOM element. Interesting. Element append method inserts a set of node objects or strings after the last child of the element. Ooh. After the last child of the element. Strings are inserted as equivalent text nodes. Yeah, so the inner HTML made sense when I had the HTML as a string. But if I'm doing elements, we actually want to append it. That's a good call, Nick. You saved me some debugging on that one. For real. Append child, not append. Only accepts node objects. Append does do strings. Oh, why is it called a node object? An abstract base class. Other DOM API objects are based. What the hell is a node in this case? Are the new elements going to be node objects? It says element.append can append several nodes and strings, whereas node append child can only append one node. Seems like I can use either. It's just one is like more specific. It's the object that is the div, as opposed to the string div. But this is like much more precise. Now if it's node.append child, is it? Oh yeah. I'm just gonna put a note in here. Buttons go here. Stats go here. So the employee canvas is an element, but if I wanted to run if you imagine HTML as a scene tree in Godot. Oh, sorry for the buffering. I should probably keep internet. The internet's been goofy lately. Oops, I put the wrong thing on the screen. What's not open taskbar? Or what have I not looked at lately, taskbar? What does it want from me? I can open everything. Oh, I don't think I ever opened the Godot project when we were looking for fog stuff. There we go. If you imagine HTML as the scene tree in Godot, you can edit the TSCN file directly to add more nodes. Or you can create nodes and append them. Right, but I just never knew that anything was called a node in JavaScript. That's all. I didn't know that they used the word node. Every kind of DOM node, but what? All objects that implement node functionality are based on its subclasses. So document element, like, there's no such thing as a plain node object. I'm a little confused. Like, at least in Godot, everything has a inherited thing. So like, a node is a child of whatever, I can't remember, ref counted or something. It's not, but any element angle brackets, but I thought those were elements. Is it an element? Is it an element and a node? But which comes first? Is like, what's the hierarchy? Is there a hierarchy? They're elements in HTML. They are nodes in JavaScript. Oh. Gotcha. But nodes can be other things too, not just elements in HTML. I feel like everything you say, Flip, takes me down a whole path that I never needed to go down. But it's interesting. I have read up on the DOM, but I don't want to. Stop it. Stop distracting me. It's too much distraction. I gotta start ignoring some of the things you're saying. But then you tempt me with things. Egg, I think, then chicken. I'm trying. I'm trying. Actually, this one is Nikba's fault. Okay, so I know that this is a node, because I did not realize that this is good thing. This is really good for me to know. I didn't know that it wasn't called an element in JavaScript. Very good to know. So it's totally fine to run append child on here. And then append child. Oh, nice little quick description. Specify child in the argument as the last child to the current node. If the argument referenced an existing node on the DOM tree, the node will be detached from its current position and attach a new position. So to the body. Oh, look. I guess that is Nikba was right. This is like the use case right here. It's like exactly what we're doing. Except we're just customizing what the element is. Yeah. Oh, it's good. So to the employee canvas, which is this. Employee, new employees go here. To that, go here place, append a child, and we're gonna create a div. And I gotta remind myself, employee container is what we're creating. So that's what the class name is, and the ID is employee. But we can now just give it exactly the right ID, which is awesome. Oh, good call. That's a good catch, Flip. That's a very good catch. I'm sure I could have gotten there, but it would have taken me debugging that you have now protected me from. Right, so it has to, it has to be a string, and it interprets that string per the create element method. And I guess they're all strings. So it's employee container as the class, and then the ID. Do I have the ID first or second? That's why I wish I had autocomplete. Okay, you have it second, good. It is a little annoying though, because I would assume I would still have to. Anyway, it's gonna have a class. I don't care. I'm not worried about it. You know what? It's fine. Employee. And then we just append the ID on there. I would love if it was like this. Well, you kind of need to concatenate it, don't you? Employee. Oh, here we go. ID prefix, which by the way, I'd like it to be the underscore. ID prefix plus. Oh, it's already. We already got that. Wait, what? I started changing things I did not mean to change. Ah, gotcha. Because I added this in. Okay. So for the ID, all I have to actually put in there is employee ID, because that's already going to be a string. As for the class, I think that's the only class that I named. I don't remember. Yep, one class. Nice. I get so lost on these different scripts. Create an element, that's a div, with a class name employee container, with an ID employee ID. Great. But that's not all. That just creates the employee. But what about the employee's buttons? So I do have a class that was originally an employee class that was originally taking in an ID. So we could make this be... I don't know if class even makes the most sense, because I see what you're saying to an extent, Flip. You know, the class is like contained in here. I assume I can import and export classes as well. But then this was used, this could take in and say, you know, which buttons does it have? Does it have pay? Does it have praise? Whatever modifiers there would be. Yeah, I feel like that would be good. Although, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, what's, like, when is it, like, not even worth chunking things up anymore? You know, because then the game script is basically going to be nothing at that point. So I kind of think it's fine to leave this in here for now. And if it feels good to switch it out, that can be done. I think the class is good for now. So I'm going to say we don't need to pull in the employee ID. Well, we do actually. Well, now we do, because it's going to be added to the DOM, and that's the only way to find it, is via the employee ID, technically. So it doesn't really solve many problems for me. The only thing it does solve is it means I can infer the IDs for the stats and the buttons. Because I can much more cleanly create each one in there. I remember that Wii Phone OS you made. You're also making a version that's just in a web browser. Nice. Love that. At least then I can try it out sometime. I do have a Wii. I have a Wii right there. But I haven't used it in a while. Yeah, I think we keep the employee there for now. So run the function, add a new employee. It sets the ID number, keeps track of the last ID number, assigns an employee ID, and then it appends an employee div on there. Now I've created that element, but I don't necessarily know what that element is. So I feel like I'd rather do it this way. Yeah, right, I remember that. I remember having to do that on the way. But maybe even for what you're for your thing too. So here we're gonna say this is the employee container. We'll create it this way. Offline version. Nice. Seems like a fun project. And then we'll just have this be the element being created. And then we append the employee container. Then to the employee container, which I don't know. I feel like you'd maybe want to set it inverted. I don't even know. Constant. I think let me make sure I'm doing this right. In the abilities container is where the buttons go. So currently, the employee container is just an empty div, but it doesn't have an abilities container yet. So I could do that, where I just have like the HTML string that just plugs in. But I don't know, I'm kind of into this constructing it from scratch idea. It's not too much effort. It is a little arbitrary, but you know, in fact, I could even make sure I don't know why it's censoring that. It literally makes no sense. I kind of want to look at the bad words filter that I made, but obviously it would defeat the purpose if I pulled it up. Why is it seeing that? It might be, you know what? I wonder if it's not using my bad words filter. I bet it changed it. I think I actually know why it's not working. I just realized. Because I recently changed the code for the on-screen chat, and that probably unlinked it from my bad words filter, would be my guess. Okay. So that's a task for another day. Yeah, it's using the old filter. And the reason why I made my own was because it was filtering the wrong things, like that. But then I went and changed the entire code to begin with, and I guess it's falling back on the old one. I guess I'm a little surprised. That it did that? Does it list it in here? Like, I think I might have accidentally defeated the filter somehow. Which is pretty annoying. I used to filter the word constructor. That would actually confirm it. I think of the children. It's a bad word. HTML is a bad word. I used to censor constructor. Oh yeah, it's the old one, because it's censoring that too. Oh well. I'll have to research how it does the bad word filtering and manually implement it. Alright, 2 of my tasks for off-stream work. Okay, but what you were actually trying to say before it got censored. Every element itself can be appended or inner HTML'd. Yeah. Well, no. I mean, I think that's a silly attitude. But no, it's true too. You're right. But I'm not saying that it needs to be the perfect censoring. But what it does do is it means that certain things don't show up on screen. That's the only goal, is that those certain things that are defined don't show up on screen. Now, it might mean that it picks wrong things. It might mean that it misses things that were supposed to be in there. But at the very least, yeah, you're just joking. It's better than nothing. Just trying to decide how I want to do this. I could set up the abilities thing. I could put it in as inner HTML. But then if I want to do the inner HTML, I feel like I would rather just build it. I think I'm more interested in that. Crazy as it sounds. And if I hate it, I can always undo it. I do think that this add employee function could be externalized, potentially. Probably on the HTML templates script or some version of it. But I'm at least just gonna write it out. There you go, you're criming. Well, yeah, exactly, and that's exactly why the sensors are an issue. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, what is someone more likely to say? The bad word normally with common misspellings, or try to get around it? And if they try to get around it, I mean, then I'm just gonna ban that person because they're saying things they're not supposed to be saying and they're trying to get around it. So it's like all you did by doing that was helping me find who to ban. Criminal. Yeah, so it's like a first line of defense more than effective moderation. 100%. That's the best possible thing, is people monitoring. And I see everything. Unless YouTube hides it behind Top Chat. Constant abilities container, or you put a link. YouTube will nuke those. Constant abilities container, that's going to be, we're gonna create it. I'm gonna create it. I believe that's just a div. It is. Remove the threat, then replace the threat, then lessen the threat, then protect from the threat. Yeah, totally. That's cool. A little ethos. But the main reason I don't have those words on screen is safe for work reasons, but also like advertiser friendliness. It's just a personal thing. You know, I also prefer, I guess the real main reason is like a vibe thing. The vibe changes when people know they can say bad words. It changes. Just saying, it just does. Most people, it's fine. But then some people, troll people, will use it to justify bad behavior, in my experience. If bad words could be replaced with an arbitrary word, that's funny. That's really funny. There already are bots that do stuff like that. That's a really funny idea. I actually love that. I should totally implement that. You know what? The vibe is active. I'm gonna take that down as a note. That's hilarious. It's really funny. What the cucumber is happening? Exactly. Flower you and flower this stream. How delightful would that be? Inside the abilities container, is where the buttons go. Shouldn't it be called a button container? I mean, really. Can we call it a button container, please? What are we making them sound like? Abilities. I don't know, maybe if I had other types of buttons? No, you know what? If anything, I should call, instead of calling them buttons, I should call them abilities. That would probably be more consistent. Because there might be other types of buttons, so we should be fair. It's fair, similitude sucks. Very fun idea. Aphantasia crew represent. Imagine having aphantasia. We can't. Wait, you deal with that too? Oh man. You know, it's like when I first realized that that's what I was dealing with, it was a bit of a bummer. I'm like, oh man, I wish I had that ability. But, you know, a friend of mine gave me an example of how it can actually hold you back not having aphantasia. Because if you don't have it, you might trust what you see in your head as being what you should create if you're a creative person. Like if I think about, okay, what does a cow look like? Now I'm going to draw a cow. I'm drawing it based on those assumptions in my mind's eye. Instead of iterating on what a cow could look like. So I'm not trying to attain the image I have in my head, but rather discover what a cow could be by creating it and adjusting it based on that. I don't know, it opened my eyes to the possibility that there's actually like some advantages where we automatically come up with things potentially that are less bound to what we imagine. And then the other thing too, it's like I have ADHD, right? So like, you know, am I jealous that people don't have ADHD? Sometimes. But like if I didn't have aphantasia, if I didn't have ADHD, who would I be? I'd be so different. I wouldn't relate to the world in the same way. I wouldn't have the same friends that I have, you know? I would just be a different person entirely. And I'm the person I am, and I like the person I am, and I like the things that I've learned to occupy this person's body. Now, that is cope. I'm gonna be honest, it's cope. Like, I tell myself that to feel better. But I liked the idea that imagination can also hold us back. Take note of something with ads on Twitch. Only notice it when you're gone. It waits until right after you get back to hit you. Ugh. I hate that. Like, thank you for enduring ads, but also, I'm also actually not surprised. Yeah, it's kind of cool to think about, right? The imagination thing, but also, right, like, what do you, like it is what we are. Our lives would be totally different. It's like almost conceptually impossible to imagine myself without those things. I mean, not just I take the aphantasia joke, but the mental images in my head are all cows now, I think. Thank you. You're welcome. I wonder if lacking an inner monologue is more common in people with aphantasia. I definitely have an inner monologue. For sure. That I have. So if it is more common, it spared me. Not spared, skipped. So the buttons, which I kind of regret not calling abilities. So I was adding this class. This was how I was detecting what kind of thing it was. But I kind of hate this. I mean, I gotta think about this. Well, I guess we would just want to create a button and a stat together. That would be optimal. So obviously this isn't going to be the most extensible thing, but if I create the button and class elements in some way together, I can ensure that whatever button I create is bound to that stat only. And I don't have to worry about checking to see what it's supposed to relate to or assigning it so it relates to the right thing. Instead, I can just literally say, here's a button that only ever interfaces with that stat, period. They are forever linked. Yes, we're binding. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? What the flip top are you all jaunty people up to this cowbell day? It would be fun, right? Like an array of different random words. I have a feeling that would be. Now look, this would be a cool JavaScript thing to write. This is why I want to learn JavaScript. This is actually an amazing. Okay, how about this? Once I finish this game, I would be open. It will see where I'm at when that day comes. I'd be open to a next thing that I make being that, a JavaScript that implementation that lets random words be replaced in. Now there might already be a tool that does that, but it'd be a fun learning thing. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I want to make fun tools. If we have a crazy idea for something like that, I want to be able to make it. I want to know JavaScript to help me make it. And then we could even, what if it was even like my poll app idea, where you guys suggest poll topics and then vote on them, and it has a moderation process. It could do the same thing except for the bad word replacers list, and you guys could go and just suggest bad word replacements that are just moderated, obviously. Like it could be fun, right? JavaScript. Knowing JavaScript opens that up, and then it's going to be if it could be a standalone thing that I could then implement into this chat tool that I already use, because it already accepts JavaScript. This is desirable. Not confirming anything yet, but Unbound does let you export assets you make. Yes, I think that's yes, because I think it even does it in GLTF. No, I'm actually like 100% sure. At least according to the website. Oh, maybe not. I thought it said, didn't it say GLTF? Yeah, GLTF. Yes. 100%. Yes. GLTF files, Godot likes very much. You're not confirming anything. I know. Okay. I won't take that as you participating. I would encourage people to curse in chat. That's true. That is true. It's a good point. It's a really good point. Maybe not the whole app where people suggest them then. Aegis is good. What a asterisk. Good learning opportunity. Hey Noya, welcome back. How you doing? Welcome. Hi. I'm very distractibly continuing my JavaScript learning by working this tycoon game. Hope you're doing good. Right, so how do I want to like name them? Well, you don't have to. If you make sure that it's bound, I mean, you can still give it an ID. You just don't need to go back and refer to it anymore. I'm doing vanilla JavaScript. Although a part of me kind of wishes I had done TypeScript, because it basically is vanilla, it just has static typing. And because I hate not having static typing. But it's okay. We're going to keep it vanilla for now. My next project will probably do TypeScript though. I would show you where the Tycoon game is at, but it's profoundly broken at the moment. So I have to get it back to a point of repair. But the basic concept is that you have these employees and you hire them and you pay, not feed, or praise them, not play, and their income and their happiness goes up or down. Well, it'll go up if you pay them or praise them. But over time, they'll decrease, and then that'll go to their overall well-being, which I guess we could call productivity. Ooh, maybe I should rename that to productivity. I mean, play their plays. I know. It's still the old one. And it worked with one employee, and then I'm trying to get it so I can instantiate multiple employees. And I'm just making like a very modular system for that. Yeah, it could encourage bad behavior. If you do it though, call it the Captain A script. What's Captain A? How did the jam go? You went on vacay when it ended. It was great. The next one's starting in a few days, actually. It's about to start. It's gonna be a horror game. Whoops. I just typed the word G in chat. I did not mean to type the word G. So it's gonna be a horror game. The first horror game we've done. It's also gonna be the most modern game like jam game yet. And it's starting very soon. So join it if you can. It helps the channel grow a lot. If you do, it helps the it helps the jam grow. Even if you don't think you're gonna submit something, just hit that join button. It helps. And plus you'll get updates about future jams in the current jam, which is nice. And the last one, we had some great entries. These are the winning ones. Share it on your Discord. Thank you, Noya. Oh, that's awesome. I appreciate that. So we had like a ski-free game where you were painting as you skied down the mountain, which was pretty cool. We had this ski-free that was in 3D, which was super awesome. And then we had another 3D one by Bart's that had some, this one was by Rolrick. This one was by someone who I don't see come through the chat, so I don't know who they are. Yorkie Dorky. And then Rolling Mansion by Bart's, which was like a spooky, haunted house themed ski-free like. But there was such a great variety of entries. It was really cool. And I'm happy with mine, although I didn't get to add the music. I found out it wasn't really my fault. It was the encryption tool I was using. Was missing the ability for audio files to clear themselves. So when I tried to add my sound effects and music into my game, it didn't work. Yeah, super cool. So I still haven't updated it. I need to check to see if that encryption tool is fixed now. But I'm really happy with the game I made too. It's not, I didn't actually put it on here, but you can always go to the Hyper Gamedev page. There at the bottom. You're tired of the inner HTMLing snakes on this inner HTMLing plane, Samuel Jackson. I like the visual of that. Just walking along a catwalk, throwing Twinkies down into the cubicle farm below. To feed them? I guess with the pizza party idea, it might come back. Captain America reference from one of the Avengers movies. He chastised Iron Man for a slight bad word, finger wag. Language! Gotcha. Making a dictionary. I said dinosaur app. Making a dictionary app. Gotta download the Oxford English Dictionary. Nice. Any more game like jam themes? I still haven't thought of any. I should though, shouldn't I? If I think about it now, I have to make sure. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. So yeah, most modern game like jam game yet. So in other words, made within the last 15 years, approximately. It's tough. It's tough. I mean, this is fairly obvious, but it's not a 2D game, so it's 3D. It's a 3D game. I think I'm safe to say that. There's a lot of modern games that are 2D. That narrows it down. That does narrow it down. Obviously, it's a game that has UI, but it's not like primarily a 2D game at all. It's a 3D game. I gotta be careful. One of you guys told me about it. I only knew to do it because a suggestion from you guys came in. But we haven't talked about it in a long time. So that actually, that's a big clue for some of you. It hasn't been brought up in a while. So I think most of y'all have forgotten that it was suggested, would be my guess. That's probably going to kill your confidence, though. But then again, the one that you suggested was also mentioned a long time ago. So maybe that's what I mean. E.T. like. You're going to keep pushing that one? Inner HTML idea. Could replace it with coding game dev terms. I love that. The only post 2010 game like jam probably of this year, and maybe the next one. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Because I like the idea of like doing modern games and potentially like being able to like talk with a developer and have the developer somehow be a part of it. Maybe the developer plays all your games or something. You're in that stream where Insane made a suggestion and you don't remember. Yeah, that could be what I mean. That could be what I mean. So the most that I'm comfortable giving you right now, it's a 3D game released since 2000, later than 2007. It's a horror game. That's bad. That's as much as I'll give you. I feel like that's a new snippet. The 3D is a new snippet. I think that at least rules out a couple things. Mention vanilla JavaScript without typing. Have you tried using TypeScript annotation / JSDoc? That's how you do it by now. Best of both worlds. So when you say TypeScript annotations, is that the same as using TypeScript instead of JavaScript? In Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Or sorry, is that the same as using TypeScript? Like yeah, I want to use TypeScript because as I understand it, it's JavaScript with static typing. But then you're saying something else. TypeScript annotations / JSDoc. I don't know what those mean. But I'm committed to this one just being vanilla. For now. Oh, internet's wavering a little bit. You can see that should be around 8,000 plus or minus 1,000. Took a little dip. It does consistently seem to be around this time that the dips happen. We've always got a backup internet. If need be. Extension of JavaScript, but strictly type. Yeah. Yeah, I think next time I'm gonna use that. Alright, I gotta think. How do I want to bind these? If I make an add new stat function. I could even say like when I make a new employee. But something, if you have like upgrades and stuff, it would still need to know which things. There has to be some kind of concepts baked in. It can only be so modular at the end of the day. You know, so I could have like different classes, and a class could represent praise versus pay. I don't think I'd want to have a new button get added. I can't imagine wanting to do that. But I could see putting less buttons. So I could have a class that is, and we get to say add a new button, and that makes it be in the praise class. Because if you get like an upgrade that makes your praise worth more or something, then it would need to know that every time it receives a praise button press to apply that buff to it, and even show that buff in the tooltip. So to some extent, it needs to go both ways. It needs to be able to see the buttons, and it needs to be able to tell, potentially, when the button is pressed. Maybe I want a special effect for when you pay, maybe dollar bills fly over the place. I don't really think that, but for example, when you praise, maybe speech bubbles fly over the place. So if it, you know, by having an ID or a class, or even just a class, I feel like the class achieves that the most effectively. And so I could just say, if an element is a button, and it's of the praise type, do this or that. But that doesn't really resolve having these be connected, does it? Obviously, they'll be in the same container, so in that sense, it should be able to find it. But I had some trouble before getting it to find things that share the same parent container, but I could have just been doing it wrong as well. But you can see, originally, we had these in separate pieces. I don't know how that helps me, so I'm going to ignore it because you're going to distract me more. TypeScript needs to be compiled to JavaScript. JavaScript TypeScript annotations is still vanilla JavaScript, but you use TypeScript as a tool to type check it. Okay, that's very interesting. I like that. Thank you for telling me about that. I might want to use that at some point. Kudos test responding is ready to import an asset for testing. Oh yeah, sometimes it looks like it's not responding. You just have to wait. And then often SDF models are very complex. And so they get, you have to reduce, I don't know how it works in Unbound. I only have like a quality thing, but you got to make sure the topology is a lot smaller. So you might need to look at like Blender or something. Put it in Blender first, examine the topology, see how many polygons it has, and try to get it in. Leastrat worked. The bird looks like a toy instead of a feathery, so duly noted. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, the imagination thing? Hey, what's up, Proton? It's good, it's good. Welcome. I'm trying to ignore too many suggestions from chat right now so I can cook. I'm trying to think how I want to structure some things. All right, I do have to focus a little bit. So I didn't have a lot of success, but I also didn't get to test it very much. I didn't have a lot of success looking at like a parent shared container, I feel like if you have a button, it could look for another. So when I press that button, I wanted to know what stat to increase. And I need this to be super modular, so there can be a lot of different buttons and a lot of different classes. Or stats. I do kind of think the ID is still a good idea. And so if we take that same suffix or prefix, whatever, no suffix, the employee ID, and we assign it to every button and every stat, but we still need to know, is it a praise or is it a pay? So it would have to have some kind of identifier on there. I mean, you could have that be in the ID as well. You could say, I mean, it's a long ID, but you could say button praise and then the employee ID. So it'd be button praise 1, or button praise 2, button praise 3, button praise 47. Stat praise 1, stat praise 2. And so then by default, the button is going to look for its corresponding ID as a stat ID, which I like a lot. Yeah, I could. I will if I feel like it. I might do that. This is my visualization, and I'm just like trying to like think about them being arranged differently. But yeah, you're right, Nalja, for sure. You're saying it looks different in Godot? If it were me, I would try it. I would check it out in Blender before I put it right into Godot. That's just me. Okay, I think I know how I want to approach this. So in the game script, we have the employee container. We create it when we add a new employee. We create an abilities container. And remind me, the abilities container contains literally only the buttons. It's truly just for buttons. Okay. So if I make a new function called add ability, really it'd be the stat. Add, because there's a different kind of stat too. But that's every employee is gonna have a productivity anyway. So that could even just be a part of adding a new employee, is that it gets that. Now the only thing to keep in mind, well, but on the other hand, it's going to need to know what the praise, it's going to have to read the praise stat or the happiness stat and the income stat to decide what is this well-being of or productivity of the employee. It's going to have to find those relative to that employee. So if the well-being stat had an employee ID on it, it wouldn't have a corresponding ability button. So if I have this add If I make it add stat or something. What if it's like add stat and then it can optionally have a corresponding button? Do I call it add new employee? Let's say add new stat. And then we can say button. So we'll need stat name. I assume we can do booleans. Has button equals false as a default. So we take the stat name and we want to assign it. So this would literally be creating some stuff. I'd want this to return. Here with add new employee, we're not returning anything. So this is kind of different. Which is a little confusing that this doesn't return something and we just run add a new employee. I kind of hate that. Where do we run add new employee? We just do it right there. Whenever you press the hire button, adds a new employee. Interesting. So maybe it would be better for that, I think I would want a special variable. Or a let instead of a constant, because that would change. New employee equals add new employee. And then the button itself adds it to the DOM. Now that needs to then know where it's supposed to put it. Yeah, so I could make a drawing, but like for me, I guess for this purpose of learning and figuring it out, it's easier for me to just like structure the script first. So we do the same kind of thing. Oh, of course, well, no, this would be in there. And we wouldn't be appending this child to it anymore. It'd be a little different. So you press the button. That assigns a new employee to new employee. And then we append it to the canvas. Oh, and I have a log of all the current employees. I'll have to think about that. When you add a new employee, it updates the ID number, concatenates it, and then creates the employee container, which is ultimately what we'll want to return at the end of it. Return employee container. Wait, isn't that supposed to be the end of the function? Oh, right. I was making that new stat elsewhere. My bad. Here. Then return the employee container. Yeah, we'll get there. Little by little. That's why I'm just chunking it up like I'm sculpting it as I go. constant employee container so that when we add a new employee, comes up with a new ID, creates an employee container. Now, inside of that container, I would want to add, and you know, I'm sure chat will tell me that it's wrong if it's wrong, but I would be totally happy with just trying it, testing it, seeing it doesn't work, and then adjusting it. I might even prefer it. But what I like to imagine as being possible, is that employee container, I would then append a child to it, and that child would be the abilities container. So the abilities container is just a div classed as abilities container. That's it. Now in the abilities container, seems legit? Nice. In the abilities container, oh, and this should also go, probably. All right. No, because we don't have the ID yet. This is actually how we created the class earlier. This was the previous implementation. It does make me feel like the class is less necessary now, truth be told. But basically all this was doing was helping me have a log so I can access the full list of employees. But I'm starting to think the class isn't going to be that useful. And this was allowing me to have the event listeners. Yeah, you know, maybe I don't want the classes. We'll see. Employee container, abilities container, append the abilities container to the employees container. Then what do we want to add to the abilities container? The buttons. So when I create a new employee, I would love if we had the buttons defined in here. So we could say ability. It'd be kind of cool if this could take this could be an array. And so by default, maybe I can just make it equal nothing, like an empty array. Oh, null. We talked about this. Null. I mean, I would be shocked. I don't plan to make an employee that doesn't have abilities, but I might. Well, that's the thing. The employee would still have the stats, but it may not. If it's an intern, you don't have to pay the intern. So its income stat is technically irrelevant. So I actually probably would want to be able to control what stats or abilities it has. But the abilities and stats need to be tied to each other. So I could also, it's getting a little tricky. That could be a class. That could be interesting as a class, an ability class. And then within there, you construct whether or not that ability has a corresponding or a stat class. And then you clarify whether that stat has a corresponding ability that you can control with it. I'm just cooking. I'm seeing what I can do here. Class stat. Yeah, it sounds good, right? Okay. So, thank you for the +1s. I actually really appreciate it. So the stat will require that we clarify the name of the stat, but also whether or not it has an ability. We'll want to know the employee ID as well. Thank you, Noya. Appreciate it. I appreciate the affirmations. It helps a lot. Actually, it does. It does. It helps. Credit where credit's due. Special thanks. Or special thanks are due. So then that makes me think that I want a... Well, no, we want the constructor. I want to put... That makes me think I want to put the ID assignment stuff in its own function instead of putting that here. I don't know, because then again, yeah, because then we want... Because if you want to send it to the class, and for each employee, give it a list of the stats that it's supposed to have, and the stats constructor requires some parameters, then I'm going to need to know those parameters ahead of time. Namely, the employee ID so it can construct the stat and button IDs. So I think this should be its own function. So I'm going to say function add employee ID. I mean, I kind of hate the idea of doing that first, though. Well, you can just have that be in here. No, you don't have to do that ahead of time. Oh, this is a little confusing. You can do that once you bring in this. Okay, I'm not liking exactly how this is going. How about this? In stats, it's just a list of strings. So we literally just say stat names that we want to give it. And we list the stat names, and it creates the class from within the function. I mean, I could still have add employee ID. I could still make that a separate function. But I don't like the idea of calling it separately. If I'm calling add new employee, I want it to handle all the employee stuff, including adding an ID. So sure, in here, we could say can we just do return that? Employee ID equals add employee ID, or for some reason that feels like create more than adding. I don't know why. It feels like a subtle difference. So when we press the button, adds a new employee, but in new employee, I would want to clarify some things. So what stat names? So this is just hiring any employee. Button hire, we could say button hire employee. That just looks for that one ID. We could also say, look for hire intern, just to like have an example of the possible variation. The thing you do is attach an event to an element you create. So you can create element button and add click if you want to organize code like that. So many possibilities. Yeah. You can create element button. Oh. And add click if you want to organize code like that. Right, so like so I could just keep all of the clicking stuff. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, noted. Very noted. Wait, can we... I thought we had better... I think we do have good styling. I think it's fine. Okay, and then... hire intern. Hire an intern. Can think about that making more sense later. Like you just, well, I'm gonna hire more interns then. Whatever, we'll deal with that balancing later. So in the event that you press hire employee, let the new employee equal add new employee, which I gotta say, kind of doesn't make sense, does it? Let's say because an intern isn't an employee, so again, just like naming wise, I kind of hate it. So now I'm gonna call them workers. I'm refactoring it right now. I apologize. That's a lot of things to change. By the way. And that was workers canvas. What have I done? I know there's other ways to refactor it, but I kind of want to look at what I'm doing here. This is chaos. I can't believe I'm doing this. Worker ID number previous. We could even have a separate array for tracking employees versus interns. I know I'm changing everything. I will do a better changing thing in a second. Really, it's just for my own preference that I want to not use that same word for different things. Because maybe I get it now, but I could see myself coming back and being confused. And I don't want that. And I like code to be as self-evident as possible. Employee is a new one. New employee is fine. Instead of employees canvas, this would be worker. Okay, so now that I have that... Actually, let's do this. New employee. And that goes to workers. Which I might want to change that too, but... Okay, so starting here, we actually want to replace employee everywhere. Believe it or not. Almost everywhere. Change all that to worker. It's a lot of work to do here. Quite a lot. Employee container, I mean, you know, now that I think I'd want to probably call it worker container, truth be told. But it wouldn't, yeah, because it wouldn't be that different between an employee. I mean, maybe it could be. At this point, I would just imagine reusing the same thing, personally, for interns and employees, but And if that changes, at least I'll be able to track back more easily this way. Okay. This is indeed adding a new employee and not a new intern. Which, to be honest, is pretty much the same. So then I have to think, what if it's add a new worker? And we clarify whether it's an employee or an intern. Right? I don't know if I like that. I mean, it depends what things are similar. They're gonna have their own worker container. They'll always have at least one ability. Praise. You know, unless you automate it, but at that point, I guess if it's like a robot, what if you create an AI employee and it's just like, it just sucks. But you don't have to praise it. Yeah, I mean, I guess in that case, stat names would be null. And so if stat names is null, it just wouldn't create any abilities. So I still think it makes sense to put the abilities container in here, even if it's a worker. The only real difference is that if it's an intern, it automatically knows to avoid giving it, but you just won't put the stat. So I don't think we need to specify employees. So I think worker container is fine here. That pulls in worker ID. And then we say if stat names do stuff, otherwise don't do stuff. And what is that stuff? That would be creating a new stat class. What this doesn't clarify, well, that would go, what it doesn't clarify is if that stat has a corresponding button or ability or not. That is not clear here, unfortunately. Which would then want us to know whether it's an intern or a worker. Which I don't love, because then it's like, how do you clarify if it's one or the other? Well, it's the button. You're literally pressing the button, right? So the button can just push in there. I don't know if there's like a better way to do this other than a name. But we could say, for now, I kind of hate it though. I don't love this. Let's say, like if I wanted like a list of types of workers, I hate the idea of it just being a bunch of strings that you just know to add in to say, oh yeah, I know that it needs to be a worker, so or an intern, so I'm gonna say it's an intern. The stat names is nice because literally it's not meaningful in any way other than it's just literally gonna take the name and pop it in there. But if I say like, there's consequences if I say intern versus employee. And I'm just not sure like what's a good way to do that in JavaScript, like technically. If I were in GDScript, how would you do that? That's a good question. I mean, if I were in GDScript, I would probably have a base class worker. And then from that, I would inherit, or extend worker to an intern or an employee. And then worker would have hook functions that would either fire or not in different ways, depending on if it was an intern or an employee. I did see there was inheriting things, but I don't know if like the word class or the thing class works the same here. Extend custom JavaScript classes. Is it a Boolean? Well, I was thinking that, but then I had the thought of like, well, what about something other than an intern, right? Classes aren't real? What does that mean? Like when I make a class, if it's not real, what is it? Seems like it's real. Don't worry about it. Okay, I see. I see. Get formatted date. We pretend they're real. Got it. So I assume we can do like hook functions in here, right? Any constructor that can be called with a new and has the prototype property can be a candidate for the parent class. It's dressing for JavaScript's prototype system. Gotcha. This sum property equals 1. If we extend that, sum property equals 1, sum method. Old style class prototype sum method equals function. What? Is this running a function that doesn't exist in a base class? But because there's a child class of that base class, you can access that function? No, this is defining, I see. No, this is the hook class. I see, this is the hook class. Or the hook function. I'm guessing. Because we don't even, it doesn't even, it's just saying, I'm actually a little confused what it's saying. So it's not showing us what the old style class is here. We just assume that it exists and it's real. And within that old style class, it has a property set to 1. And within that old style, so this is very strange to me. I just don't really understand the way this is structured right now. It's old school way. So like this was making it a class or something. I don't know, I'm confused. But okay. I don't want the old way. I kind of feel like just experimenting and see what happens. To declare a property and a method. I think I'm just gonna experiment and see what happens. I like the idea of extending the worker class, the working class, into a different type. So if that's the case, I would need to expect that it's going to be that we're going to list one of the classes. JavaScript, assign a class to a parameter. Old way, you just attach a function directly instead of using the nice looking method wrapper thingy. Okay, I think we already do that. Whoops. Class my class, blah, 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 blah. Function, class to use. Instance new, class to use. Oh yeah, great. So it's just basically like, you just type the word. Like if I wanted to clarify whether it was an intern or a worker. I wanted to figure out how to parameterize that. If that's an extension of a class. Or a, yeah. What is this instance name thing? All right, that's just a constructor. Yeah. Okay. I think I know what to do. Maybe. So whenever we hire a new employee, we say add a new worker, but we need some information. In this case, I would want to clarify that it's an employee. So class employee extends worker. No, yeah, extends worker and whatever, does stuff. Type and check the type. That might be old school. Oh yeah, type of. That's fair. Okay, but now we got an employee. This looks good to me. Again, I wish I had static typing in here, but I'm just not ready to reimagine the whole project for now. Although, what someone was saying earlier was intriguing. I think I'm gonna struggle through it. Not only do we need to know the employee, but we need to know what stats it's going to come with. So if you press a hire employee button, by default, an employee is going to have pay or income. Let's say income. Well, but we need to clarify what the button is going to say too, what the ability is going to be. We don't just want to know, well, you can just make it this, I mean, pay. Gets a little messy. I mean, you could do the same thing with the stat and have subclasses, right? Easily enough. So we could have class the stat being income, and that extends stat, and within there I can clarify. I don't think they need constructors, but maybe, I don't know. I mean, we have to have constructor. That's no, you don't have to. I don't think we even need that, right? That's just if we want to establish variables inside of there, I think. Maybe I forgot what constructor does. Nope. Don't know that that's totally necessary, because see, we do update stats here as a function within the class, and that's fine, right? Doesn't have to be a constructor. I guess I need a refresher on what makes the constructor useful. I think I know, but I don't want to just think I know. initializing an object of that class. Right. Right, so here's constructors, and then there's this. So is it just for... So we don't have to put a method as a constructor. If you don't put your own constructor, the default will be supplied for you. If your class is a base class, the default constructor is empty. If your class is a derived class, the default constructor calls the parent constructor. Oh, and then we'd super it. Interesting. So if I want things to be inherited, I definitely want them to be constructors. It's a little confusing. Do inherited classes. How, don't give code. How do inherited JavaScript classes from a base class, i.e. extends, receive methods defined as constructors versus... Well, the thing about the constructor, Lise, the constructor is receiving parameters. I think that's what the constructor is doing. And then those parameters are local to the constructor. Right? When a class inherits from a base class using extends, it receives methods and properties through two distinct mechanisms: constructor behavior. The constructor in the child class does not automatically inherit the parent's constructor. What? If your class is a derived class, the default constructor calls the parent constructor. Right, so that's not necessarily automatic. I would have to add an instructor first. Constructor, I think is what it's saying. If you define a constructor in the child, you must explicitly call the parent's constructor using super. That's how the base class initializes it's part of the instance. Constructors are not limited or not inherited like methods. They're invoked during instantiation and must be manually chained if overridden. Methods defined in the base class outside the constructor are inherited automatically. I see. These methods live on the prototype chain, so the child class has access to them without redefining or importing anything. You can override them in the child and optionally call the base version using super.methodName. Constructors are manual. You must explicitly invoke the base constructor if you override it. Okay. What kind of class wouldn't need a constructor? Don't give code. Swear to God. A class doesn't need a constructor if it doesn't require any custom setup when an instance is created. So if it relies on inherited behavior from the parent class. It only defines methods that operate on default or externally assigned properties. Okay, this is useful. I think I understand. The stat definitely needs to know its name, and it needs to know whether that stat has an ability. That goes along with it. So if I create an income stat, the difference is well, so if you wouldn't want to instantiate a base stat because that would just be empty. This is no good. Instead, we would want to say it has income. Stats dictionary, ability dictionary. Yeah, that's why I kind of wanted at least, right, then they can look itself up. I was thinking that at least for the parameter. Oh, is it showing me? Like, I want stat names to be an array. So I guess what I'd want to do is say loop through the stats and ability to create the elements. Interesting. What was the dictionary called? Object? Yeah, if they were dictionaries. If I add a new worker, we pull in an array of stat names, and from there, it generates the stat stuff. So when hire employees button is pressed, I would want to construct the stat names array. Is an array just like a parenthetical thing? Hey, Full Stacking, thanks for the follow. Welcome. I'm trying to learn JavaScript by making an incremental game and modularizing the ever-living crap out of it. I'm learning a lot. I would show you where it's at, but it's broken. Probably about 2 weeks. I've used JavaScript a lot for like building websites and achieving other ends, modding things, but I never really knew what I was doing. I just kind of did what the internet told me to do, and I'm getting frustrated with that. And I want to like be able to read and write JavaScript so I don't have to rely everything. Right now I'm doing vanilla. I don't know what ES modules is, but I'm using vanilla JavaScript so I can understand it's new vanilla. What? How can there be a new vanilla? Is it vanilla? The only regret I have is not starting with TypeScript, but other than that, I don't even understand what JavaScript versus ES. ECMA script and JavaScript are closely related, but represent different aspects of the same technology. That's what JavaScript is built on? So wouldn't JavaScript be the new vanilla ECMA script? Instead of ES, the new vanilla JavaScript? JavaScript was originally named Mocha and changed to LiveScript, but ultimately became JavaScript. It's important to note that JavaScript came before ECMA script, and the history will tell you why. JavaScript derived its name from Java, and initially, Brendan Eich, creator of JavaScript, was asked to develop a language that resembled Java for the web netscape. Eich decided that it was too complicated with all its rules, so set out to create a simpler language that even a beginner could code in. No need for semicolons. After the language is complete, the marketing team of Netscape requested Sun to allow them to name a JavaScript as marketing stunt, and hence why most people who have never used JavaScript think it's related to Java. ActionScript is also ESScript. Flash's ActionScript is ESScript. That's cool. About a year or two after JavaScript's release, Microsoft Internet Explorer took the language and started to make its own implementations. Internet Explorer dominated the market. Netscape shut down. Before Netscape shut down, they decided to start a standard that would guide the path of JavaScript called ECMAScript. It had a few releases, and in '99 they released their last version before they went into hibernation for the next 10 years. During this 10 years, Microsoft dominated the scenes, but they weren't improving the product, so Firefox was born. This is fascinating, actually. What? And a whole heap of other browsers such as Chrome and Opera. ECMAScript released it, so that explains why I'm using the Mozilla documentation to understand JavaScript. It makes perfect sense now. I'm told TypeScript is designed after ActionScript. What? ECMAScript released its 5th edition with features such as strict mode. I mean, I'm even confused at this point. A standard that would guide JavaScript. Released in 2015, edition 6. So you're saying that ECMAScript is the version of JavaScript that it would have become if it had not been given up originally and co-opted by Microsoft. Whether ECMAScript is the language in JavaScript as a dialect is arguable, but not important. There's no compiler that would run ECMAScript, and JavaScript is considered a lang. So I feel like I wouldn't bother learning it. It seems cool, but... Oh, there you go, right there. ActionScript. It sounds to me like I'm going to have a much... It's a standard, not a language. It makes standards, and browser implement it as JavaScript is how I understand it. It feels like more than I should worry about right now. But that was very interesting. Thank you for helping me have more context about things. Interesting. Where JavaScript got classes from? Whoa. Okay, interesting. Gotcha. It indeed helps guide what JavaScript becomes. Alright. Well, when I say, so maybe I should rename my title. Perhaps you're guiding me to that. Instead of vanilla JavaScript, learning JavaScript, library-free JavaScript. The vanilla thing was an attempt to cull people telling me to use libraries. 101 different libraries on the wall. I'm not saying libraries aren't great, but I'm trying to avoid them. We pressed the hire employee button. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out how to create a array variable. Oh, brackets, not parentheses. I knew that. So that would be, in this case, pay. Whoa, I didn't say all that now. Excuse me, autocomplete. You need to back up. What are you doing? Otherwise, implement the standard ideas. It should be. Yeah. I get it now. Thank you. Now that would be the button name, not the stat name, technically. And you would want this to be, you'd want to derive these, right? So I would want to say like, oh, you have it. There we go. Income. I'm just trying to sloppily sketch it out. I'm basically doing the sketch out thing, except just in a script while as I go. Class. Happiness. Extends stat. And so for this, we would pass stat names. But it wouldn't even be stat names. It would just be like the stats, really. Before we just had variables. Because of ECMA script, we got lets and constants. Oh yeah, I remember someone saying that like, there used to be variables. You're adding so much context now. Okay, I'm just gonna call it stats, actually. Whoa, please don't do that. Excuse me. Right, but VARs does exist. What's the difference between let and variable? It's like old, so you shouldn't use it. Gotcha. Right, so oh, scope, right, let is... What's a variable scope versus let scope? Variable is function scope, let is block scoped. Oh, interesting. I see. So if I wanted something to be function scoped, I guess you would want to avoid a function scope and try to make sure that you're only scoping within blocks. Right. Yeah, less leaky. And then constant. Right, so because you don't want, you would, like I couldn't even create a constant in some cases. It needs to either be a let or a variable. I mean, I don't even think here it would let me. Oh, it would. Okay, never mind. Yeah, they're immutable, right. But like, what's their scope? They're immutable. I guess they're global scope because they're immutable. Like automatically scoped globally. Maybe it was somewhere where it was like, you can't make a const here. Block scoped as well. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. So variable, really just don't need it at the end of the day. Pass in income and happiness as stats that it gets. And let new employee, add worker, employee, and then the relevant stats. If you need a variable, right, you're making a mistake somewhere else. Gotcha. Okay. So I'm also going to make the other button just to have the gamut represented. In this case, the intern would not have an income stat. I do wonder if we couldn't modularize this as well, though. I mean, kind of, maybe. Oh, I didn't make intern. Class intern extends worker. Okay. Like, this feels very repetitive. Yeah. Whoa. Because either way, we create a variable, we add these in here. I really think that could be... Well, you already have add new worker, right? So I think you would want the appending. It's worker's canvas either way. Right, but I wanted to return the worker in here. So I'm even gonna just, you know what? I mean, there's only so much we can do. Recommend looking up dynamic module loading, which requires you to use type equals module to your script text because it can make it easier to load on demand code. No, thank you. But I've heard you. It sounds like I'm gonna get more distracted and not finish anything. I don't need perfection. I just need to get somewhere. But that sounds useful. It sounds like a really hot tip. No, thank you, though. Yeah, someday. Gotcha. Alright. Dynamic module loading. I'll probably forget that. But you never know. I might be like, oh, someone's mentioned that before. Someday. Yeah. Do I want to try to put these into one place somewhere? JavaScript vanilla before JavaScript chocolate. Making us hungry, you know you are. Maybe you're hungry. I mean, all that it's doing, I mean, this is definitely unique to which button you press. This part is not, nor is the appending. So we could also say, instead of add new worker, this could be set up new worker. It's new worker. Oh yeah, I've got arrow functions in here. In the classes, I've used a little arrow functioning. You want a pizza? Should be eating it in a moment. Nice. Wait, Flip was eating pizza too. Someone convince you that TypeScript. I love TypeScript. I really do want to use TypeScript. Yeah, I want to know, but I feel like TypeScript is where I'm headed. Let's say add worker. Let's call it add worker. Yeah, I hate not having everything typed. It really irritates me. But I'm too deep in it to pivot at this point in this project. No, thank you. And then we would just say worker's canvas, append child worker. And it's all that it does. It's one line. And it's not much. It's not much. It is slightly pointless. But I do like the way it looks more. Press the button, we just take in the stats and the new worker. Still feels better. I mean, it's one line, but it's one line that's not being that was 2 lines that were being doubled. And if you have multiple buttons, that adds up. So I actually think this is good. Okay, but that does mean I have to change this for set up a new worker. Okay, to recap for now. I'm ignoring a lot of this, I'll refactor that. To recap, there's 2 buttons, hire employee or hire intern. If you hire an employee, you click that button, it's going to assign income and happiness to a new worker. It'll set up that worker, and then it's going to add worker. New worker. You could conceivably put that in setup new worker as well. Wait, why not just do that? I don't know, I kind of like the idea of them being separate. I feel like this makes more sense. Press the button, takes in these stats, sets up a new worker, and then we add that worker. Great. For an intern, it only has happiness. You could also have like a duration. That would be pretty sick. Like the intern only lasts for a certain amount of time. It'll give you free labor, but the internship expires after a while. It's extra, but something about it I like. You know, in theory, if we were doing a full simulator, right, you might say that the employees decide to leave, but we're not going that deep. Kind of like that, though. Class duration extends stat. And this would be, but what I like about this is it's a good example of a stat that doesn't have a corresponding button. So that would be nice. For testing the different modularity. Okay, great. So set up new worker. That's gonna pull in all the stats. We create the worker ID. We define the container, or we could create the container for the worker. And we run create element on this other script. Create element takes in the element type, the class name, and the ID name. So in this case, we say worker container class name and worker ID as the ID. If there are any stats, we would want to have those new stats be created. So how are you going to do that? I think I started that somewhere. Did I? Add new stat. Oh yeah, there. Add new stat. Just for my sanity, can we put it up here for now? Okay. So if there is a stat, I would run add new stat. So we want to say 4, and there might just be 1 in there, right? Do we do this? Stats for each. Let's see if I can do it from memory. Is that right? Okay, let me actually check what I did before. Yes. And then we can assign, so this is where the arrow function comes into play. Okay. Gotcha. For each stat, oh yeah, if you put too many links, Nightbot times you out automatically, just so you know. Understand hidden classes as they are core to VM optimizations. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Sounds like something for later. Hidden classes. Okay. I might remember that. What's your background? Your name is Full Stacking, and you got all kinds of pro tips. What do you like to create or have to create, depending on the circumstances? Yeah. Web dev since Flash was popular. Nice. Good times. 2000. So I'm guessing it's like personal and professional. Oh, then that arrow has its own curly bracket. Gotcha. For each stat, I would want to take that. I guess we're going to say new stat, which I don't. Oh, stat name. Oh, great. Right. So this is, and then if it has an ability, this is a little trickier, isn't it? Because, like, do I want, and that's where the dictionary can come in, I could see, potentially. Worked a few small places, Disney, Mattel, just small places. The Food Network, Macy's, the FDH, just few small mom and pop shops here and there. Gotcha. That's an impressive resume. So you've definitely seen a large variety of applications, not literally exe applications, but like applications of web dev. Haven't worked for 2 years. Okay. You still do it for like fun personal projects or hobby projects? Oh, hiring is broken. Like, because of AI stuff. Keep sharp. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, I think a dictionary does make sense here. Or, I should say, an object. Obviously, my declarations is kind of a mess. I'm okay with that for now. Okay, I know about that. I know about that. This is good. We want the buttons. This is all good too, for now. But I might define that somewhere else. We'll see. Yeah, it is hype. AI is not taking jobs. It's just making more devs, which are flooding the market. No, I could see that take. It seems like it's doing a lot of things. People are interested in firing people because they think AI will help. And that's interesting that then also people are feeling that they are devs, or they are, because AI is helping. It's interesting. Yeah, it's complicated. It's a disruptive technology. It has a lot of impacts, regardless of AI. Okay. This project Lisa's working on is perfect for helping understand JavaScript. Once we start breaking into the abyss of other things, we will never find the bottom. That's right. That's absolutely correct. I'm already in a bit of an abyss. I'm gonna try to get to doing sprites today, but this modularizing has complicated things, but I like it. Like what the iPhone did to photography. Yeah, it does make it is, right. It's an accessibility tool. Totally. It can be an accessibility tool. Yeah, it's disruptive, and a lot of the people who are profiting the most from it are doing questionable things with it. But like the fundamental technology is super valuable. Yeah. F-classism. Hell yeah. Power to the people. As I make a game about being a capitalist. I like to think that once I get like the fundamental components, it can have some kind of inherent message in a way. But mostly I'm just trying to learn. The dictionary. So I set up a dictionary that defines I'm just gonna call it a stat dictionary. And then if I think as Flip was saying, we could do this. Make it so you can never become Musk in the game. Yeah. Well, technically it's an incremental game. We could just say that if you approach $1 billion money, it starts just like donating it. If you ever want to mutate this dictionary, right? I think I don't, at least for now. But yeah. Helping can be nice, but too much backseating, yeah, doesn't do me any good. Can be distracting unnecessarily, but yeah, it's okay. It's like, yeah, I don't have to make it a constant. I know. I want to. Luckily, if I want to mutate it, it's as simple as calling it something else. For now, I want it to be indeed immutable. Yeah, so I do have some background. You know, I've been learning GDScript and Godot for a few years, and that's pretty much it, other than HTML and CSS. So, you know, that's very similar to Python, so a lot of those fundamental concepts I'm already familiar with. It's more about learning how this language does things different. Yeah, Pawn very much likes to watch me struggle, which is part of how I like to learn. But, you know, if I have like an obvious typo, sometimes it is really helpful if you guys point it out. Or if I have like a big problem, I might ask for help. Because look, sometimes you guys suggesting ideas is helpful. So I don't like being like, no suggesting anything. And I get some people do that, but you know, when I'm first learning something, I know that there's a lot more impulse to give advice every single step of the way, which is less desirable. No, I'm not thinking this as configurable. No. But yeah, YAML or JSON would be good if it was, but it's not. Not in this case. I don't even know how to organize a dictionary in JavaScript. I think we still have it open. Object. So that's our key, and then that's the thing that goes with it. Great. And that's what it, so if I have it be one thing and return another, I guess this would, I really only need the stat name. We need two things. I need to know what the name of its corresponding ability is, if it has an ability. Object isn't a dictionary? What were you trying to say to me earlier then? Keys can be objects themselves? Wow. I clearly misunderstood what I thought you clearly said as object being the same thing as a dictionary. Okay. You said something about them being the same. Wait, is a dictionary even a thing? I feel like it's the same thing. Maybe you're thinking of something else. It's weird because you taught me to make object as a way to have a dictionary. Yeah, maybe. It's okay. Confusion is understandable. Name, so we could have the name of the key, which in this case would be stat. So I guess I might want, I mean, I'd love, I guess, unfortunately, a nested dictionary, which I don't love, actually. It kind of is miserable. But it would be really useful here, so I'm gonna do it. So if the stat is income, now it would need to, oh, I can have the class be the, maybe. That, oh, it changes it as soon as I do that. I wonder if that would resolve though. It'll just become a string. Great, that's totally fine. I'm fine with that. It doesn't bother me at all. So income would have a corresponding ability name, which would be pay. And it would also have, well, you almost don't need the Boolean in that case. The Boolean's not really necessary, now that I think about it. Oh, then maybe all I need is the ability name. We could just say stat C#, gotcha. I mean, maybe there might be other things that go along with it at one point. So I guess there's something. Oh, job. I mean, it's very popular. Especially because I feel like in the employment sector, it's very, very valuable of a skill to have. Making images in Blender takes forever. Maybe it's a skill issue. Practice issue. Or maybe it's a little bit of both, that it's cumbersome. I don't know. I think about Pierogi. Pierogi pumps them out fast. But Rogi loves it and has a lot of practice. What other things would I want to go along with it? I don't care. I'm just gonna do this anyway. And if I decide I hate it, I can deal with it. For now, there's only one, but maybe someday there'll be other components for each one. I'd rather have the option. Most widely used programming language. Yeah. Right, wow. I didn't literally technically know that. Proton, improve your Canvas 3D routine a bit. Link to code to your Discord. It's smooth. I know that I more understand what you share. I can't wait to check it out. Proton be sharing these like wild 3D renders. This is such a quick, easy thing. These like insane 3D renders coded with JavaScript and rendered to a canvas. It looks beautiful. It's so sharp. It's so clean. It's gorgeous. Look at those shadows. Proton single-handedly making a 3D rendering engine with pure JavaScript. Thanks for the follow, Lie2. Thank you, Wombo, for the follow. Trying to think of other ways I might be able to be involved with the Horror Jam, as it is in September and your birthday is the 8th. Yeah, keep me in the loop of what you're thinking. It's pretty, right? What is it called? Dodecahedron? It could be anything. Oh yeah, Pawn, help Insane. It's flat shaded. Right. As opposed to smooth. Which would make it like round. So it's like an icosphere, essentially. Maybe is what you're saying. Whoops. Happiness. Icosahedron. Oh, I was kind of right. For now, I'm just doing ability name, and that's gonna be fine. Oh, I probably want this to be capital, because that's just gonna go directly onto the ability. Ooh. Insane. What? Insane. Oh, that's another thing, is collaboration. You could collaborate with somebody on making a game for the jam. Because you're so good. Yeah, Insane is awesome at all those things. Like, literally, Insane is really very good at all of those things. Genuinely. Wow. There is a team, Game Like Jam team thing on the Discord. You could also post in the community tab on the jam page, too. By the way, if you just joined us and you don't know what Insane's talking about, you may have seen in the chat, but just to reiterate, we have a game jam coming up called the Game Like Jam. It happens every other month, and currently, it's going, for this next one, it's going to be a horror game. The first horror game we've done for the Game Like Jam, it's a game jam about making games like other games to help reduce the concept of scope a bit. So you don't, because at least for me, I have a big issue with trying to make games and I'd lose, like, on my own that are, like, my own idea of a game, and I just lose track of scope and the project gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and I'm like, I thought this was only going to take a couple months. So, Proton gonna make music, look at that! And so I wanted to do this jam, start this jam, so I had a list of games that were simple in scope to make. And we've done 4 of them up until now. We did Ski Free for the last one, Puyo Puyo for the one before that. We did the original Balloons Tower Defense game, and then the first one was Frogger. So, you know, and you're encouraged to be creative, right? It's not about creating a bunch of clones of the theme game. I mean, it's intended first and foremost as a learning experience, right? Rather than let's put more games into the world. But with that said, even if you make it most like the original, you can just use whatever art assets you want. Like things that have won that category are super different from the original. And so it's really up to the people who are voting, which is the people who participate, to decide, is this more like the original or not? And there have been entries that look almost identical to the original in past ones, but they didn't win most like the original. And something that had a bit more of a unique take did. And then there's Best Twist on the original, which is a little different, where you're actually encouraged to really innovate on the concept in a super unique way. So it's not about making clones. It's really about thinking about scope. Like for Ski Free, you're going down a hill and you dodge things and you get scores. And maybe there's a mode where you can do tricks or something. You know, very simple ideas. And then you just try to stay within those ideas. I'm definitely using the Mozilla docs all the time. Yeah. That's like my main reference are the Mozilla docs. I love them. I love them. Oh, comma. Okay. Happiness ability is praise. But here's the thing, Lise, you do need the other one, because you might not want, it needs to know whether it's even gonna be visible. Right, so we don't just want the stat dictionary. In fact, we also need, well no, that's on an employee basis. So you would just know that I'm an intern, therefore I'm not going to add the income stat. I think that's, yeah, you're fine. Okay, we're good. Actually, I don't have to do anything else. Built-in object is the section. Yeah, I think I've already looked, maybe. Anyway, it's okay. I think we're okay for now, but heard. Happiness, what's another one? Duration. I think those are all the ones we've got right now. For duration, that actually wouldn't have a button. A soundtrack? Nice. Nice. So if you guys want to check out some of the music Proton made. Now Proton, I do want to say there's other channels where you can specifically add that stuff. And what's nice about that is then it doesn't get buried in general. Especially with something like, if you're sharing like music, we have a Music by You channel where folks often share, you know, sometimes they'll even say that you're allowed, it's a community resource. If you want to use it in your projects, it's safe to use. But then what's nice about this is when you create it, it becomes one of these like threads, one of these cards. And so it's there, and it's not like buried in a bunch of messages in the same way. You know, it might be further down if you haven't updated it, but if you do update it, it'll bounce back up to the top. So it could just be like a way to, and you don't have to, you know, if you want to put it in general, that's your prerogative. You just might have it, you know, last a little longer in people's minds if it's in there. Don't assume to confirm. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Duration. This has no corresponding ability. So we can also say if it's in the stat dictionary too. If it's not, just I don't know. I can't imagine that being particularly useful here. I feel like it's gonna be nicer if it's not in there, but then it feels like it's not everything, you know? Yeah, I've learned about design patterns. Yeah, again, you know, I usually use Godot. What's up, Serpent? I usually use Godot and GDScript, and I've been using that for about 3 years, learning that. Something 2 or 3 years, something like that, maybe 2 years. I think 2 years is the right word. So I have come across a lot of things like design patterns, yeah, for sure. State machines, absolutely. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and then like every past game like jam, so the only things that I've released so far have been the game like jam, because I tried to make other games, but trying to make those other games, I just got so caught up in scope and I never finished them, and that really was unpleasant. So all the games that I've made have been from the game like jam, and it's just helping me learn how to keep scope in control a little bit and hopefully get a better sense for scope someday. So they're not all complete, they're not all, yeah, it's a life killer. They're not all everything I could have dreamed for them, but it's helping me get a better sense of that scope and finishing things. That's a lot of text, poop shoot. That's a lot of text. I can't even fit it all on screen. Twitch with its character limit. My gosh. You guys, I keep thinking I made it small enough. Oh my gosh. But that gets disproven. Or big enough. Wow. An impressively gigantic message. A little more high. Okay, got it. You've been going ham with JavaScript and HTML5 the past few days after you realized that you could run browser-based code in Unreal Engine with a browser plugin. Nice. Oh, that is exciting. The idea of using JavaScript and other browser-based resources is perfect for the 3D game that you're working on, which revolves around cybersecurity. Ooh. You're currently writing a few interactive UIs that emulate in-game components like console-based UI-based computer systems, as well as realistic web-based attack scenarios. It's awesome. That's exciting. Nice. Yeah, that's... I wish there was an easier way to put stuff JavaScript in Godot. You can access JavaScript from Godot. That's neat. I guess you could maybe embed a page. We'll see. 1 million 1 hour game. That's true. That's true. I have made a bunch of 1 hour game jam games. Some of them are okay. Copilot AI has god tier abilities when it comes to work in JavaScript. It is very helpful for that, yeah. Workflows lifecycle. Huge companies do it well. Sprints. Right. Agile versus waterfall. We could just say if the ability name doesn't exist. I mean, it won't even try to access it. I think I'm just going to do duration, and then I'm going to make the ability name just be nothing. And I think we'll be able to skip it just fine for the time being. I'd rather at least have this resource of what these are to some extent. All right, so we press the button to hire a new employee, and it's going to pass income. A special judge? Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe. Never add something and change something. Oh yeah, for commits. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I've been thinking about that, but I'm not great at that. And you know what? Since it's not professional, I kind of avoid it. But you know what? I think that there's a lot of value in that, like separating commits into different things, for sure. Sculpting, it's going good. It's going good. I've got these buttons for hiring an employee or an intern. If we hire an employee, it's going to have these two classes, income and happiness. If it's an intern, it's going to have happiness and duration. So these are really just here to help me practice the modularity or test the modularity by having these two different worker types. So we set up the new worker, which assigns a worker ID by running create worker ID. And then we have the worker container be created. Oh, I forgot to have that be returned, actually. Oh, worker container. Nice. Okay. So we create the worker container div using create element, which we've made over here, that creates a new element with these class names that we want and an ID name. And then it creates the element in the or not in the document, but it creates the element based on the element type that is input in there. It checks to see if there is a class name, and if there is, it adds it. And if there's an ID name, it assigns the ID and then returns that element. So we establish a worker container by using that element function, create element function. Then we check to see if there are any stats. So by default, you don't have to add any stats. But if you do add stats, we create a new stat. So this is kind of where I'm at right now. After that, it also creates an abilities container. In theory, I'd want to add the stats into there, or the abilities into there. But I might actually move this and put this somewhere else. So we'll see. But so this is where the sculpting needs some shaving, but it's there to be moved later. Still called employee container, supposed to be worker container. So I have a feeling that all of this is going to be moved. Oops. Everything below this will probably be moved. But so I got into crafting the stats, which is why I'm back up here, so we can pass the stats into it, and then now I'm working on the stats. So let's see, where does the new stat get created again? That's down in setup new worker. For each stat that's in the list of adding new stats, it's going to instantiate a new stat. And with that, we would want to pass in that stat name as well, so it knows which one to make. Although, I mean, we could even skip that a little bit. You know, maybe. I think I would rather do it this way, actually. Different behaviors giving different state of the stat. I don't think I want to do that. I don't think there'll be states of the stat. Your Splatterhouse game? So, this Friday, normally I stream on Tuesdays and Fridays. Obviously today's Wednesday. I stayed up a little late in the Monday stream, which is also usually a member stream and a subscriber-only stream, but it wasn't. It was public for reasons. And I stayed up too late, so I skipped Tuesday, and I moved it to Wednesday, which is today, for JavaScript stuff. So, Tuesdays and Fridays, I usually am here streaming. This Friday, I won't be, and yet I will be, because I'm doing a secret stream. And that secret stream is going to be an unlisted YouTube live stream. And the reason we do this is to keep it a more private environment, where we check out your guys' games and projects and play them on stream. Fill out that form that I just linked in almost all the chat. You go there, and you have to join the newsletter, so that way I can send you the unlisted stream. I very infrequently send out emails. For now, I'm basically only sending them out for the unlisted stream. So you get that stream, and then you fill out this form, and then I know to check out your thing because you'll be in the queue. And then this Friday in the unlisted stream, we're gonna play through you guys' games, projects, whatever. We have the whole day to do it. So that's where I would point you at. I should have a command for that explains that for me. That'd be good. I should work on that. Add that in my to-do list. Add command for Friday game queue explanation. Use case of stat? Yeah. So I did have a working version of this, but I've broken it. So I'm trying to really cook so I can get it put together. But this is an old non-functional version of it. Before I knew it was going to be about workers. It was like more of a Tamagotchi thing. So the idea is you instantiate new workers, you hire them, and then you either pay them or praise them. Right now it says feed and play. And then this stat, fullness and happiness, which would be income and happiness, they're going to tick down every second or something. And when you press those buttons, it goes up. So it's like a clicker game in that sense. You tap the buttons so the stat stays high. And you can hire more, but you have to keep those stats up. Otherwise, their well-being will recalculate and they won't produce money or whatever. So yeah, the stats are these, and then the buttons are those, or the abilities are these. So each worker is going to have their own set of buttons and stats. All right, I'm just gonna cook. I gotta ignore the suggestions. I must. Okay, so when a new stat is created, I might want to have stat name and has ability. I think that I don't need the has ability. I just have a feeling. Because I think we can say, I mean, duration. Well, no, we do need it. No, I do need it actually. Because if it's an intern, it would be different. Which means I need to pass that on a lot sooner. So if we set up a new worker, we have the employee, we have the stats, income, happiness. So I think what I want is to pass that in here. So with the constructors are, let me remind myself. It's been a minute. A class doesn't need a constructor if it doesn't require any setup. Constructor in the child class does not automatically inherit the parent's constructor. Okay. So if I define a constructor in the child, I have to explicitly call the parent's constructor using super. Okay. They're not inherited like methods. Invoked during instantiation. It must be manually chained. Okay. So let's do that. Let's say when we create a new stat, we don't just want to know the stat name, we also need to know if it has the ability. So up here, when we're defining the stats on the buttons, we would say, yes, this has a corresponding ability. But then it's like, do I want the stat? I mean, well, then I don't even know that I need the dictionary. Interesting. Because we could just get the class. JavaScript return or get. It was kind of confusing. JavaScript class fetch its own name, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm not sure. A class can retrieve its own name at runtime using the name property of its constructor. Return this name. Static. Oh, get class. Wait, what? For an instance of a class, you can access its constructor through the constructor property. Oh, get instance class name. So I have to set that up myself. So that's what I wanted, was get instance class name. Okay, cool. Then I think that is actually gonna work better, if I'm being honest. I kinda like that. Which horrifyingly means that I might actually want to make that all caps. Which maybe this is like really offensive syntax. To be fair, I have a bunch of constants that aren't all caps anyway. But we don't want to do that for those. But I kind of don't care right now. Yeah, I just don't really care. And then in the dictionary, the reason why I'm capitalizing it is for stylistic reasons. I want the string to be all caps. Yeah, I know, it's bad. I wonder, okay, well then that makes me think, too. Yeah, it's industry. Luckily we're not in the industry. I think I'm gonna say JavaScript method, capitalize. Just all the letters. Is that a thing? To uppercase. Alright, so I'll not do that. And when we can just do it. Yeah, not just in JavaScript. I don't know. So but you know, I like to try things, see how it feels, change my mind about it. And I didn't feel good. It felt bad. So I changed it. So we could just omit the name entirely and literally only have one thing, and that's whether it has the ability. So in this case, for income, for an employee, we do want a corresponding button. For happiness, we want a corresponding button. For the intern, yes, happiness. For duration, no. We do not want that to have a corresponding button when it creates that stat. So back when we add a new stat, which isn't getting called here. Oh, I guess I'd want that here. Add new stat. Do we really need that as a function? Can we just say new stat? And then that comes with the stat name and has ability. But where's it gonna pull that from? Oh, right. We're iterating through each one. Okay, but it's going to need to match it with something, which is going to be hard. That's going to be a little tricky to match that. Set up a new worker, create the ID, create the container. That's going to come with a stats list. Ideally, what's going to return, but I think it returns it as a string. Technically, this is an array of classes. So that makes me wonder, indeed, what if we were to, I mean, again, we don't have typing, so I think it's going to be hard to know if that actually works. That's a very specific question. JavaScript, iterate through array of classes for each. How to iterate through an array of class objects. Oh, we stay over here. I'm not trying to figure out. That's type of. Yeah, no, not what I'm trying to do. I mean, I could. Yes, I could. That kind of. Yes. Sort of. Yes. And I know I could just do a console log print of it. But I kind of want to avoid that if I can find that information elsewhere. Whoa. Wild. I don't think this is very helpful, but it's interesting. Alright, AI, what do you got? Iterate through an array of classes for each in JavaScript. Callback function will be executed for each statement. An array of class instances. But not instances. A yet non-instantiated class. So maybe I would want to instantiate it first. Interesting. Hey, Frank. Yeah, maybe I will do the type of thing. This feels like awfully specific. The only thing I'm afraid of is when I run it, it's gonna be broken and it won't even get this far. But I would be really curious to see what this puts out there. So let's try it. I'm gonna say for each stat, if I can remember how to do this, console.log. How's it even gonna know to make it an string though? Is it type of? I actually don't remember how to use type of. I don't think you put it inside. Maybe we'd say stat. Yeah, me too. Returns a string indicating the type of the operand's value. A space? It's horrific. I hate that. You should have pattern matching in his function head. Whoa. Yeah, I think this would be really helpful if I just saw what it's outputting. So currently I'm passing in this is gonna be weird, whatever happens. Probably really broken. I have no idea what it's gonna look like. I think there's gonna be all kinds of issues. But I'm very curious to see what we get. Ooh, yeah, I was afraid of that. We might have other problems. Can I use import statement outside a module? Ooh. We got a very early issue. cannot use import outside of a module. What does that mean? We've had a problem for a minute. We've been having a problem. Full stacking, just like... Full stacking is just... Full stacking's got so many ideas. It's kind of beautiful seeing, like... how much this generates for, like, ideas for you. It's really interesting. Loading a source file instead of the build file. Wait, well, this is a specific. Oh, fine, AI. You're attempting to use the module syntax in an environment or context that is not configured to treat it as a module. Missing type module and script tag. Yeah. No, it's cool. Full stacking. I'm just going to skip over a lot of it because I know it's just going to distract me and not help me in any way. Cross origin will rear its ugly head soon. Okay. Okay. I mean, look, the import thing was your idea. I don't really like it. So I kind of feel like I don't want to even worry about it anymore. Like, it was working fine before we implemented that. This is why I gotta ignore you guys sometimes. You know what I think? I think I'm going to... It want me to put type module, but I don't have a script tag, right? I thought it would just find the path, and it would know that. Oh, import wasn't your idea? Oh, okay. Fair, I take it back. I recuse my statement. Yeah, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back to what worked before. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna move HTML templates and create element. I'm just gonna bake it in. Library is dead. It was a very interesting learning experience, but I'm killing it. I'm murdering it. That's true. And I'm gonna go back to the way it was, which is loading the templates ahead of it. And then we can refer to them as needed. So instead of doing any of that, create element literally just being built into here for now. And if I want to separate it out someday, I will. And then for setting up the canvas, right, that's fine. I don't even think we were using the templates yet. I think we nerfed that for now. Okay, so now, let's see if I can get that print. Ooh. Wait, let me start it from the beginning. An unexpected token. Oops. That's still in there. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's in here. Get it out of here. No, thank you. I feel like it's been an interesting, helpful thing. I don't think I'm ready for this yet. It's not time. This is not the time. Access worker before initialization. That makes sense. That is a fair a fair assessment. Orca's got a lot going on. And we access it. I think that was just for those. Actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, we should put that up here. Okay. Nice. Class constructor happiness cannot be invoked without new at HTML button anonymous. Interesting. Class constructor cannot be invoked without new. Oh, that makes sense. Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Interesting. What did it? Why did it do I guess it doesn't do them in order. Like, why did it go to happiness but not income? I don't know. Oh, because I did intern. That makes sense. For each is not a function. Whoops. I did that wrong. Right, because it needs to be on an array. Is it not an array? Certainly doesn't know that it's supposed to be an array. Hate that. But it should bring it in as an array. I mean, assuming. All right, let's see what, let's take a step back then. Stats is an array. Its values is an array, right? So this is what stats is. I kind of want to do console log stats is type of stats and has, I don't know, just like do it. Well, yeah, I know. You don't have to, you can skip that for now. It's not even gonna log that for me. Because that should be before that. Oh, I put it in the intern. Okay. There we go. Stats is object and has, so it knows that it's an array, it's an object, and it has the array. Interesting. Dot entries? What? Thank you. Okay, now that gets a credit. Or of special thanks. I think I have object open. I do. Returns an array. Oh god. Returns an array containing all of the key value pairs of a given object's own enumerable string properties. What? Yo, I was gonna have to like look it up. Wow. Okay. So wait, that can return. So then, interesting. Interesting. Okay, let's just go one step at a time. That's very interesting. Function below it. Freeze? Other code cannot delete or change its properties. Go back. Okay, now you're stressing me out. You're stressing me out. Object keys, my object is how you get all the keys. Oh, wait, that's another one? Below freeze? From, oh, I saw that, yeah, from entries. Returns a new object from an iterable of key pairs. I'm not sure I understand the difference. Returns an array containing all the pairs of a given object's own enumerable string properties. Returns a new object. Okay. It's the reverse. It's interesting, but... Alright. Right, if I wanted to like create a new array, create an object, or create an array from scratch, or I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, this is good. This is very good. Yeah, like a short. That would be nice. A special object for each. Oh, we got this in a lot of places. So I have to actually say entries. How do I actually use it? Object.entries. Oh, so I would literally put it inside of there. So I would say, wow, object entries, crazy. Interesting. Then we get in the stats and we iterate through each of those. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Very helpful. Failed to execute append child on node. One argument required, but only 0 present. Where? 129? Thank you for the follow, Cybernetic. I'm learning some JavaScript by making a little increment game. Array.map? Oh, I thought you're... Yeah, unfortunately, dots are dangerous. I know, it's stupid. I either gotta get a different bot or find a way to make sure... Yeah, it's hard. I know. At least on YouTube, it just nerfs it. Before Nightbot gets a hold of it. I'll work on it. Failed to execute a pinch out on node 1, 129. Tell me more. Show me more. Oh, well, yeah, I wasn't... Okay. Well, I wanted you to... Okay. That's why I didn't want it to get that far yet. I'm still working on it. Alright, comment this out. Change the entries to array map. But also, why isn't it even running this? As if there is nothing. Stats found. Length 0. Okay, that's helpful. Wait, it's... Oh, this is the... Wait, what is it? Wait, which log is that? 89? Oh, yeah, that should be empty. That's different. I should clarify. stat is still empty. Yeah, so that's okay. I think this is helping me understand what I want. I don't want to put the name of the class, the actual class, as the thing. I think instead, I want to make this add new stat. Oh, make this add new stat. Oh, hold on. See, this is why we sculpt a little at a time. So I can realize what it is that I need and what I actually want. Okay, cool. So we want to say, what kind of stat would this be? This one would be the income stat. Although I still would have to figure out how to point it to that. So I'm still not sure what that would be like. But I think this probably makes more sense. I'm not sure yet though. Oh, Prettify doesn't want to separate that into a new line? Okay. I'm not sure yet, but let's just do that for the employee one and see what happens. So I think add new stat does nothing right now, probably. Why is it an array? Interesting. An object with keys being interesting. So I would have like the worker. Yeah. I actually kind of like that. This I can wrap my head around. So if I were to say constant intern and have that be, I mean, I don't know, it doesn't really save me a lot of time, actually. I don't really see the benefit of that, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I don't think that's that helpful. Sorry, I thought it was, but I don't think it is. Because I'm just trying to do my best and figure it out and run into issues along the way and debug them as I bump into them. That's why it's not. Stat object, each is a given stat. Yeah. Alright, heard. Each key is a given stat. Alright, heard. Let me get there on my own. So, I'm gonna say, no, I appreciate the thoughts. It's helpful. Add new stat. Okay, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. That seems to generally be the right answer. Add new stat. In this case, this is pulling in too much. So if I have stat name has button, which we're gonna call ability, by default false, which is interesting. I don't think we need a default. I would say you should always call it. Now, if I want to take that and turn it into a class, right? JavaScript create class from string. Make JavaScript object using variable string to define the class name. String name my class, and then new class name string. Right, that's kind of what I was hoping for. Window Class name string. My object equals window. What is window? I'm confused. Instantiate a class from a string in JavaScript. Class foo constant foo eval $sign thing. Right, $sign thing. What's $sign thing? I don't even know. What do you call that? It must be called something. I'm afraid to answer your question, Philip, because you're gonna. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared to answer the question. I'm scared I'm gonna get taken down a path I don't want to go down. Yeah, this is a 7-year-old Stack Overflow post. But basically this: have a class name, and then be able to create a new version of that class using the a string, basically. Ooh, warning. Executing JavaScript from a string is an enormous security risk. Okay. Too easy for a bad actor to run arbitrary code when you use eval. That's where you're coming from. So I appreciate you flagging that. 7 years ago. Top answer on Stack Overflow. Crazy. Show you the use case? Again, I'm afraid to show you the use case. You guys take me down paths, and I don't like it. Basically, I just want to instantiate a class based on a string. That's it. Simply put. Whoa. It should be renamed to Evil. I'll take your word for it on that. A switch case? Ah, I don't want to use a switch case. Oh, come on. I hate that. I could, you're right. You're right. But what if I could just plug it in, you know? Alright, go ahead, AI. What do you want? Oh, the same thing the other person said was to use window. That was a 15 years ago one. I mean, this is very simple and straightforward, to be fair. But what is this window thing? What even is it? I don't even know how to find it. Window property? The window property of a window object points to the window object itself. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Window, not window. Semicolon, window, not window, not window, not window. Semicolon, window, not window, not window, not window, not window, not window. Yeah, I know. I'm afraid to tell you the context. But I believe you that that's important. I do. I want to follow this train of thought before I think about the context. But you help me not use eval. In web pages, the window object is also a global object. Global variables of your script are in fact properties of window. Why is it called window? These names are weird. You can access the built-in properties of the window object without having to prefix them with window. The point of having the window property refer to the object itself was likely to make it easier to refer to the global object. Without this property, you wouldn't be able to write window open blah blah blah. You can get neat things like the viewport size. That makes sense. Right, window, viewport. I get that. Window class name makes less sense to me. But right. Right, the window, but evidently this is an effective way to fetch a class. Alright, let's see if I can make it work. So we add a new worker. I've got add new stat, which is pulling in income and true. For add new stat, we have stat name and has ability. So when we add a new stat, I want it to create, for now, just give me a new window stat name. Like, that's gonna work. What's gonna happen? Wait, which one did I do that on? On an intern? I think it's on both of them. No, only on this, on employee. Type error, window stat name is not a constructor. I thought that sounded weird. Right. So, right, I would need to pass it in as a string. It keeps correcting it. Maybe just autocomplete. So I guess I could pass this in like that. I would love if I could just put the class name in here when I add a new state. And it accepts that. Like, this would be my preferred. But I feel like it doesn't, I'm pretty sure it doesn't like that. If I do that. Let me try again. Maybe I didn't try it in quite that combination, and I thought I did. Your character's looking so good on Blender. Just one more arm, both legs, and you can add hair and face. Let's go. Yeah, you can try. You can try, but we'll see. We'll see. This is more learning than needs to be done, or else I get fired kind of situation. Stats found. So, you know, the issues are desirable. I love problems. I love them. All workers. So this actually didn't cause any errors. This actually worked, which is really good. It accepted it. So now I want to see when we do run add new stat, what do you see? Console.log. Just even tell me what it is. Type of stat name. Function. Really? A function? When I pass just income by itself, or a class by itself, it takes it in as a function. Type of is not useless. It's very interesting. new stat name and console logging that. I did try that, and it said that, if I remember correctly, it was something about emptiness that I didn't like. Dude, this worker needs to get collapsed immediately. Driving me crazy. I did try that. But you're also putting it like this. Right, well, that's also correct. Oh, maybe I didn't do that. Did I forget that? Oh, right. That's important. I actually might have forgotten that part. Let's try that. Now it's an object. This is good. This is good. Honestly, you doing the parenthesis? I don't think I did the parenthesis before. If I did, I'd be surprised. I would be surprised. Thank you. So add new stat is just repeating that, and then what I'd like it to do, I guess that makes sense. So it creates the new one. But see, that's the thing. I guess I do. Yeah, I guess that is what I want. All right, so then, okay. So this is kind of ideal, because then I don't need to use add new stat. I thought I already did, but I tried this. I think I tried it differently. Wait. I thought I tried this, though. Here, let's just try it differently. If you hire an employee, it has income and it has happiness. Okay. Get rid of this. So it's got both of those. I think it was when I tried to iterate through. But let's see. Okay. But it's not printing this, right? So it's not logging. Stat name is type of stat name. When I set it up in here. But well, please, I think it wasn't that. It was empty per se, as I think that income and happiness, they don't know about what they need to pull in the first place. So I think what would be better is get rid of add new stat. No, maybe, possibly. Yeah, I think I did. Here, let's try this. Look, you gotta just observe the way I do things, because you're not gonna be able to follow it perfectly and generate code that works exactly with what I'm doing. It won't work. It won't work. I gotta just figure it out. I gotta struggle through it. New happiness, new duration. So what I want is, in the base class, it'll take has ability. And if it has the ability, I technically wanted to create a button, but let's just do this. Let's say if has ability for now. And then wasn't there something with get instance as name that came up from somewhere? I don't remember. JavaScript get instance name as string. I guess that's different than setting it. Object.prototype to string returns a string representing this object. Let's just try it. Object prototype to string. I guess we could probably just do object to string, or I don't even know. To string, nice. Okay, let's see if that works. To string. Curiosity. Has ability. Or we could even make it simpler. We could even forget the if statement and just say toString has ability is has ability. So we get the true or false output. Native code. toString native code. Okay, did not like that. Has ability is true. Has ability is true. Interesting. I mean, I could do object, not prototype, but that's not. So I think what you'd want is, I mean, if I could do stat. Sure, I could turn the word stat to a string. That didn't do anything anyway. I'm not sure I fully understand the usage of this clearly. So let's figure it out. toString. toString is a method of object instances. Returns a string representing this object. So you make a new map. Map.toString. Expected output. Object map. Right, so I'd have to assign it to that variable first. Yeah. Okay. I think what I actually wanted to be looking for. Class returns its own name as string. Javascript. I think that's more what I mean. Right? Like a built-in property, so we could say this name, it would just do that. Oh, it didn't. Why did it cross it out? Oh, we have to do this. Okay. I wonder what that even means. The cross out. Undefined. Cool. Right. Well, yeah. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. What did that strike through mean? Oh, it's deprecated? Does it work, though? No, it doesn't work. Undefined. Okay. But, like, what's the point of doing stat? Or, like, typing in the word stat just to get the name? Like, it just seems kind of friggin' pointless to me. I don't know. Stat has the ability to do that. Right up there with null and not a number. Not a number's your favorite? Because who doesn't love their non? Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I needed that. Thank you. Ooh. Oh, I needed that. Okay. Good call. It still feels silly. Like just like I might as well just type stat at that point. It's just not more convenient. you know, I'd rather it be like so I could change the name of the class to anything I want, and modularly it would know to pull its name. That would be preferred. Again, in Godot, this would be pretty easy. GDScript. And you would use name to do that. Indicates the function's name. I don't think that's quite what I want. It's a little annoying. Now I don't necessarily even, this is good, because I don't even necessarily want it there. What I'd like is that this gets inherited by the stats. So we do like super constructor? No. Call the parents constructor. Oops. JavaScript parent class constructor. Super minus AI. Access properties on an object literal classes prototype or invoke a superclass constructor. Right. Gotcha. We would do the individual thing. Have you tried instantiated stat constructor name? Yeah. Dot instantiated stat dot constructor dot name. Whoa. Oh, because constructor's like a function? Whoa. This, okay. Wait. Constructor, it means something. A method, it's a special method of a class, so it does do special things. And it lets you have parameters. It's the new function. Wow, it's called when you call new. Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay. Wow. Okay. This is good. This is very helpful. This is very helpful. So if I have has ability, and you're saying constructor.name could be a thing. It's very interesting. In case we aren't calling it, you can just get its name, which is class for a constructor. New foobar calls the constructor function on foobar. Oh, that's very helpful. I see. Oh, because like I was using this as a way to pass parameters. I was like, well, I guess if you define parameters of a class, you do that with the constructor. And that's true, but that's a much more helpful framework, is that the constructor is the function that gets called when you create that class. Wow, that is a really helpful framework. Thank you. Console log, so I don't even really want to log it yet. This is very interesting. Okay, well, you don't have to. The stat is just stuff that you want in every single one. So you create a new stat when you do this. Pass parameters to the constructor when you use a new function. Yes. Okay. This is very good to know. So what I want to do, this is very, very helpful. This is making a lot click. Instead of saying stat name, when it creates a new stat, you were suggesting, well, but that's the only thing, is where am I referencing the instantiated stat? Ideally, I want this within the stat itself, because I want to be able to get its name and assign it to a button. But I don't have to do that here. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't. So maybe we do keep add new stat. It's kind of like, that's the thing. It's sculpting clay is perfect, because it's like maybe I shave off that piece of clay, but then I mold it back on a little different. Yes. Okay. So what if we do it like this? Add new, and I think I'd still like this to be outside. Add new stat, true. Wait, that's confusing. Oh yeah, no, in here. New happiness, which doesn't. Now, if you want to pass something to it, though. Yeah, well, you can still. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Do this. Keep that. Keep it as add new stat, but wrap it in there. Add new stat. Okay. Add new stat, new happiness true, add new stat, duration false. Okay, good, great. So now back on add new stat, which I did not just remove anymore. This is not the stat name. This is the new stat right here. So that's good to know. So then new stat, if I wanted to do what I was trying to do and you were saying, we could say stat. Let's see if it works. New stat constructor dot name created. What's up, prettier? Tell me my sins. Unexpected token? Oh yeah, I need to fix that. Here, let's just comment this out for now. Alright. Interesting. A little disappointing. Right, because this isn't just one stat. Wait, it is. Wait, why didn't you like that? It didn't even run this at all. Why not? Because, Lise, you're just setting this value, right? So you're passing stats into nowhere, right? Oh, into new worker. So you gotta go back to setup new worker. Worker ID, create worker ID. I gotta do it right. Creates a new element. If there are any stats, log stats found, which it did find stats. And then it's going to fetch all of those stats, but it's not doing that. That it's not doing. But so why not? Well, this isn't wait. Yeah, it is. stats is an array. And I want to get all those things and then print something based on that. Am I pressing the right worker? Nope. I pressed the wrong worker. Okay, let's try this. Add new stat is not defined. Oh, I spelled new wrong. Happiness created. Nice. Class constructor duration cannot be invoked without new. Just gotta type it right. I really object to some of Prettify's prettinesses. I know you can modify it, but I'm not ready for that. Okay, hire an intern. Happiness created. Duration created. Hell yeah. Okay, this is good. This is very good. Okay. So yeah, I could create like a dictionary for the intern or not. I could do that. I feel like it's just abstracting it more, because there's only going to be the button anyway. But I could see that being better, so I don't have to go in. It's a little magic array, a bit. But let's at least get it working, then I can make it nicer. And then we want this to be, and this is, yeah, false, good. I want to add income and happiness. Okay, cool, good. Back on add new stat, sure, it tells us about the stat, but what about has ability? How will that affect anything? I don't even think that matters. I don't even know that add new stat is necessary at this point. I mean, yeah, I don't think I need add new stat. I think I could have just as easily logged this somewhere else. So add new stat dies again. Don't need it. This is what learning looks like for me. Sculpting. Remolding. Good. Set up new worker, add worker. So I think I would want to put this in the stat class. So for every single stat, we want to pass in if it has an ability. So we could actually bring this back. Although I miss out on the name thing, which is annoying. Well, I don't know. Maybe I would want to put this on each instance, or each base, or each child class. It would still be really nice if I could somehow get the name from within it, but yeah, I guess I'm still kind of coming back to that, is wanting to be able to put it as a string within the new one. True and falsy. I'm still kind of wrapping my head around the true and falsy. Taking a moment to look at debugger versus console log versus console debug to be able to introspect a given thing in a given place is key. It needs a condition. Oh yeah, I think we did debug once. You dissociated while I was explaining stuff? Nice. That can be quite enjoyable. Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever you want. Well, not really. Because if I want... I guess you actually really can't do that in Godot, now that I think about it. Like, get the name of a class. You can get a name of a node. But actually, I think that is quite challenging, potentially. To get the name of a class. You can. Nice. I don't know if I've done it. I mean, we could just get its object, its own name. But if I do dot object dot, then it's gonna give me object. It did work, but that's if. Yeah, that's okay. No, it's okay. I appreciate you stacking. It's been nice to get to know you a little. Bye for now. Using it over groupings. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Cause like what I guess this kind of does make yeah, JDScript. Yeah, they are. I'm a little stumped. I'm still stumped on how within a class, and help is welcomed here, how to fetch the name of the class. Now, ideally, let's say I instantiate income. Ideally, it would run also whatever I define here would also run on there. You want to see it in the constructor, you can say this, constructor.name. Oh, if I type constructor, oh, God, that's so confusing. Because it's like, right, what full stack was saying is that it's so confusing. Because like when you normally write a function, you say function, name of function, and then here, you say function, name of function, and then parameters. But here, it's like name of function, function, and then parameters. This. Nice. Oh, wow. Wait, did that work? It did work! Oh my gosh. No, you were right, look. Because if I just don't do this, I think that's... Not that that's what you were... I don't think you doubted that. But that worked. Oh, look, it says ability. That's... Or window, sorry. It says a window has ability. Which is insane. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so for me, that's my big takeaway right now, is that a normal function has the order of function, function name, parameters. A class has the order of function name, function, and parameters. That was very confusing. Just, I feel like that's like a thing you just, either you know that that's how it's structured or you don't. Like, inferring that, to me, seems really difficult. Okay. That was so helpful, thank you. Just for constructors. Yeah. Super specific use case. Okay, great. Awesome. Income has ability, happiness has ability, true and false. I love that. This is good. Okay, so now that that works, we can do more stuff. Here's a question I have for myself and for JavaScript. JavaScript, if I do declare a function in here, which I don't think I have to say function, right? I think I can just say log something. No, maybe I do have to do function. Oh no, like that. Because maybe this is why my other implementation wasn't working, now that I think about it. Previously, I was doing something like this. So if I say log... Yeah. Okay, so that is... So maybe this does still work then. The parents, yeah. So now is that gonna happen for each one? Okay, cool. So I would have to come in here and say log something. This dot log something. Then it prints something. Okay. Alright. Cool. Alright. It's you know what? It takes some figuring. But this is how I make it click. Alright, so now that I have that, what do I want to do in here? I want to create a button. If has ability. Sorry. If has ability. Create button. And then if I make this dot create button. Which again, it's just a little confusing because it's like, you know, if I'm established, anyway, it's fine. I don't care. It's fine. Create button. If I'm establishing like a variable, I would say this variable equals something or whatever. But with a function, I don't need to put this until I go get it. I could check if it's not null. Do I have to? Or is this more... It's truthy. It will activate. Dude, what the hell is truthy? You guys have talked about this before, and I still don't really understand it. If has ability is an empty array, it will activate. It's annoying. It's very annoying. Could I just like default it to false? And then it can never be empty. And then I can say if it has ability, do stuff. For creating a button, one thing this is missing is the employee ID, by the way. It might accidentally pass the wrong thing at some point. What does that mean? How? But your recommendation. All right. Oh, if it's something other than false. I see. All right. That makes sense. Yeah. I see what you're saying. All right. So first I'm saying if it's not null. But wait, are we already like checking something like this already? Wait, we're already doing this in places. Over here. I guess I'm a little confused. So like even with this stuff, I mean it's Wait, you didn't look at the code before you said that? So I'm already doing it, maybe? I'm confused. I just have if has ability and then something happens. No, I don't, that's not what I meant. I just meant elsewhere. Elsewhere, I have if something, then it does it. But I guess this is not checking for true or false in this case. So maybe that's where I made the mistake. I think we want to say if has ability, then we'd want to check to see whether it's true or false. So, I mean, I guess I could do a switch, which is just bizarre. I could do a switch and then have a case. Always checks for truthiness of the expression. So maybe I see. I think I understand now. So I'll try a switch case instead. Not that I fully remember how that works. It's stupid. Wait, really? I'd have to check a Boolean with a switch case? This is bizarre. But it seems important. If Boolean value will satisfy it, this is what you were trying to say. I think this is GDScript teaching me that you don't need to specify that. Alright. If some var is set. So I just need to put, I mean, it still feels like a switch in a way. This is very bizarre. Like, if okay, all right, I get it. No, I see what we gotta do. It's not a switch, I see. Because we don't need to say, in this case, I don't need to say if it's false, something else happens. And if I was, then a switch case would probably make sense anyway. All right, wow. So if ability is something other than null, I don't even need to necessarily do that. Yeah, triple equals checks that it is a Boolean, and it is true, right? Yeah, I'm all for triple equals. Yeah, that's what I need. I feel like that is acceptable. So then I don't even have to check if it has ability. We would just say, right, if it is true, then do stuff. So if it's literally, if this is anything other than true, it's false. Wow. Okay, great. You know, I know knowing another programming language helps you learn other ones. I feel that, I notice it, and I know it. But it's a double-edged sword, because we got there. Because on one hand, yes, I understand like basic design patterns and concepts, and I recognize certain things. Yeah, but because a lot of things are just handled totally differently. And so, you know, like again, in Godot, we can just say, if has ability, then do stuff. And that'll work, right? Obviously, syntax is important. But GDScript has the ability to know. It's the worst for this. So I have to be much more specific. It's just different. Yeah, it does have a bad... I know, I'm appreciating the bad reputation more and more. I am. Cool. So then, if it has an ability, create a button. Oh my. Alright. So what... Now what does creating a button look like? Have I really been here for 8 hours? That's wild. I cannot believe that. Its classes aren't classes. Its inheritance is a lie. You can't trust its booleans. Man. Shocking. And yet, why am I surprised? You're glad you learned it first. Wow. Such a relief to learn other things. Right, because, I mean, you don't even hear that kind of stuff about, like, C++ or something. That's very affirming. Like, okay, learning this is going to help even more with learning other things. Maybe more so than learning something else and then coming to JavaScript. Yeah. Oh, how long has a cat been there? I didn't even notice. Man, this has been a struggle. But it's good, but it's something. If the ability it has is a boolean and set to true, you pick them like instantly. What? Pick them up instantly. That's cool. That's very exciting, actually. I do want to learn C# at some point. And C++. I want to learn a lot of things, but I gotta start somewhere. Okay. Could also be attributed to your skill and ability as well. But yeah. JavaScript played a part in that. Ease. What does creating a button do? Creating a button needs to go back to our create an element thing. Oh, pointers. I remember when I was doing Unreal Engine for a short time. Pointers. Yeah. That was rough. And that was just with blueprints. I do see the reputation for pointers around, actually. Create element. Element type is button. Class, I don't remember. But wait, you need to make this in the... That's okay. Well, don't forget the abilities container, right? Because you have the employees container and then the abilities container in there, but only if there are abilities. So yeah, you would create the abilities container and then the stats. So actually you should make the container first. Okay. And that's a div? Yes. Class name, abilities, container, I think we want that like this. Hyphen? Yes. Abilities container. We don't need an ID for that. But we don't just want to create the element, we need to assign it to something. I guess we still do this here. equals that. And then within the abilities container, we want to attach that element. Let me remind myself how we did that. Append child, right. Worker container, append child abilities container, which we're making right now. Okay. Let's actually just pull it out entirely. Well, first you gotta append that. So you would want to get the worker's canvas. And append the abilities container to it. Do I have to do this here? I think so. I don't even know. It looks so weird. No, I don't know. I don't... Because it goes in here. That's why. There you go. Okay. Create the abilities container. Append the abilities container to the worker's canvas. That doesn't seem right. Not the worker's canvas. No. That's the worker container. So you're gonna have to somehow get the worker container. And so this is why I wish the class creation was actually happening inside. Set up new worker. Well, I think what you could do is have set up new worker return. In which case, I think we're going back to add new worker. It isn't create worker anymore, or setup worker. Indecisive. Yeah. I could, true. I think what I want is to pass it, if that's not what you're saying. I think when I add a new worker, or when I add new stats, we could just create the new worker there. So, which is a little wild. But no, add new worker gets the stats. Oh, wait. No, I'm confused. Give the worker a reference to the DOM element. Yeah, are the stats a reference to the worker element? Oh, we have add worker? Jesus Christ. Okay. Add new worker goes there. But if you want to return the new worker, this is all very confusing. Modular stuff can be very stressful. I think it is time to draw it. Now that I have a better idea of the components that I want, I think drawing it is going to actually help me. So we have a button. Let's just start with one. And we're just going to call it worker. Press hire worker. You press the button, and when you press it, it's going to pass stats. For now, this is the way it currently is. It has stats, creates a new stat, with a true-false thing. So that's already going to do stuff because the new stat is going to go run new stat things. Meanwhile, or after that, it's then currently setting up a new worker. What does set up new worker do? Remind me. Even though I changed it and I'm still not sure what it's going to be. Assigns the ID. Creates the ID. Assigns it. Creates the container. So wait, if I already know how to do the stat thing, this is where I was going to create the stats. So like it would be nice. Originally, I wanted the stats to be created from the new worker. And then I pass in what those stats are as a parameter of an array of stats as a parameter. But currently, that's not how it is. Currently, it's creating the stats first and then creating the worker, when in fact I want it to be the other way around. But really, I kind of don't need this. Because if I create the worker first, we assign it to a variable. So we hire the worker. We add the new worker. And then we create those stats and we say what the worker is. And we tell it to it. I feel like that makes the most sense. And then new stat things happen. And so it'll know on a per worker basis what those stats are supposed to be. I feel like that makes more sense. Okay. So indeed, it adds a new worker and I want it to return the worker container. Oh, it already does that down here. Gotcha. Cool. Good. Press the button. New worker equals add new worker. It's not adding it yet to the DOM. Which I guess that's why we're saying setup, but it is creating it in a way. It's kind of confusing. I guess I could say add. I could even just call it add to DOM. It doesn't even have to be add worker. Because all it, well, but it's adding it to the worker's canvas, which is something to keep in mind, which is useful. So what if I just call it add worker to DOM? And so really what we're doing here is configuring the worker with the stats, essentially. And once those stats are configured, now add the worker to the DOM. So we not only pass in if it has an ability, but we want to pass in who's the worker who's getting these stats. Okay. So we could keep calling this worker container. I'm not gonna keep that log. Let's start back with the button. If it has a button, create the button. What does creating button do? Probably want to pass worker container in there. Well, technically, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Worker container. So not worker's canvas to append it to, but the worker container is what we append it to. We've created the abilities container within the scope of this function, which is fine. We're pulling the worker container parameter from up there. Okay. This is all well and good, but we want to do more. I want to actually add the button to the abilities container. So abilities container, this dot abilities container. I guess I'm not sure if I would want to do that. I guess I'd want to do that before I append it. Maybe it doesn't matter. Probably before. I don't know. We'll see. This abilities container. No. New button, we'll call it, equals create element button. Okay, this is a little bit more involved of classes. This stuff. This is the class. Except we don't want button praise. We're going to handle that a little differently. I would want an ID number. It's a little tricky because you kind of want special IDs for every button that's on each worker. Really, you could just have the ID match the name that you're passing in. And when I printed that earlier, it was like capital letter. So let's try this. Let's say that the class name it's going to come with, indeed, is, what is it, text large or something? Text medium large. I don't love that. I'd actually rather this be... I feel like we could just make this part of buttons. I doubt there's going to be buttons that have different sizes of text. And if there are, I can deal with that. We can add it later. Okay, now I'm in CSS again. If I have anything that's a button, you foresaw the doom of Blender? Oh, so like, are you doing a lot of like scrolling of properties of sliders? Things can get really dangerous if you do that. Okay, CSS question. Probably a variable would be better. I could make it a variable. That would actually be good. So it's all a little cobbled together right now. But can we do all of these? I mean, look, they're all the same anyway. They're all the same. It's not different. So you could just make this part of a button. Hell, we could even say, let's say text size button text size up the position of the paint bucket, and it lagged hard. You hadn't even saved once. I feel like that happens a lot. I haven't saved in a while, and then I do something that I'm afraid about what's gonna happen. I realize I haven't saved, and then I save. It's actually very relatable, especially in Blender for some reason. Good CSS advice? What you got? We'll see. Same kind of thing. Especially if I use Chrome. Okay. Button text size, I want to be 1 rem. And then for now, I'm in just text main text color. I'm seeming to be using it everywhere, so might as well just define it as such. Same with the font weight. It just seems to be the same thing we're doing here. So and then I'm not gonna worry about all this, but then I can just say if it's a button for now. Use the debugger elements in Chrome to make the changes and then copy them over. Oh yeah. Chrome makes finding the right elements easy. I do need to remember that. Okay, I actually am gonna remember that when I'm like doing more design stuff. Right now I'm trying to take what already has been designed and just offload it so I don't have to declare it when I create these new elements with JavaScript. But that is actually a great tip. I like that tip a lot. Noted. But Lise, you don't even need this button text size thing. You don't need this. I like the text color thing. I like the text weight thing. That could change. I don't see why would I change the weight? No, I'll keep it. But I feel like with the button text size, well, but you want to keep it. Okay. Actually, let's do this. I have a better idea. Instead of saying button text size, I'll just say text size medium large. And then call that 1 rem. It actually probably is better to do it this way. That's a really good tip, Philip. Is just try it there first. So because that's dude, that's such a good tip. Because CSS can be very mysterious as to what is actually going to happen when you try to apply it. That's a very good tip. I could in theory do it now, but I think it would be easier since I'm just moving things around. Oh wait, font size isn't a thing. Is it? It is a thing. We want to say variable text size medium large. Question why some of your CSS works and some doesn't. CSS is mysterious. But I know some folks used it really well. So it's not impossible to be an expert on. But it sure seems painful to get there. So yeah, we could say main text weight. And then we just say color, which I guess I'll put up here. Prettify is so weird. Color, variable, main text color. My favorite is when I want to center a div. That's what they say. Centering divs. Miserable. When I want to center a div, just type center and hit down until, wow. So until Chrome hits the thing that actually centers the div. That's cool. Man, that's such a good tip. All right. I am gonna try really hard to remember that. Very, very hard. And I even want to, like, this is kind of obnoxious, but on some hope that I ever notice it. I don't know. It's like, slap it in here as a comment. Use Chrome to try things out. I wanna not forget that one. It's really good. Okay, so button should inherit everything or every button should inherit the right styles. Once you do it once, you'll be like, oh yeah, this is right. I'll never forget it once I fall in love with it. This is the way. All right. All right, hopefully we'll certainly find out. But actually, we should be able to find out immediately. Nice. Yep, it's got the styles. Good. Okay. So now I don't have to apply that in my create element, which I would really hate to have to do. So all I need is, what I'm actually going to use is an ID. So here's something I don't know about. Nope, I think I do know the answer. I think if I want to say it has no class name, which it won't, I think we would just say class name equals null, and then, or just null, sorry, null, which is horrifying, but that's fine. Null, and then to get the ID, I would say that this, okay, now I gotta construct the ID. So the ID is going to be the employee ID, which currently is not actually in the scope of the stat yet. But it would be the employee ID, or like the prefix, so button. This is kind of crazy. I would rather establish this constant button ID prefix. I mean, it's just button. You could just probably get the name of I don't know. I'm just gonna do it this way for now. In theory, I would, well, I feel like it should be ability ID prefix. Is it perfect? Probably not. But I just want it to work. And I'm freakishly far from that right now. Ability ID prefix, and then stat ID prefix. I like the individual IDs. I do. I like it. I just like it. So this new button, right, so we need to figure out the button ID. This button ability ID, we should really call it create ability. Okay, now we don't have the worker ID, but we have the worker container, which contains the worker ID. So the ability ID, how did we construct? Remind me how we did the worker ID again? Oh, we have a function for it. But we don't want to do that. We just take that prefix and concatenate it with that. All right. So it should just know. I'm scared. I'm afraid. Just gotta do it. See what happens. ability ID needs to be worker container ID. ID name. Probably more what I want. I don't know. I'm not sure. ID name. Nothing? Cool, 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 cool. Is that not real? I noticed that that did not appear in here. Hey, what's up, Rorik? Yeah, it's coming up. The spooky sewer like jam. Yeah. Yes. Yes, it is coming up very, very, very soon. If you haven't joined it, it's ready to join. It's even got a spooky theme to it. The only extra so the hints that I've given so far are you getting ready? The only hints I've given so far are it's the most recently released Game Like Jam game yet. So that means it came out after 2007, and it's a 3D game. Obviously, it's a horror game too. Those are the only hints I've got for now. But yeah, you know, I'm getting ready. I'm probably gonna spend a lot of time on Monday, which is the first day of the jam, playing the game. So we all can get ready together. Slender Knights at Freddy's. I bet that's already a game. You know that's already a game. Spooky Snare. It could be the game that Rogi Dungeon and I made with Insane Alpha Beta's help and a little bit of help from Flip. Yes, it's possible. It is possible. You're right. It's not ruled out. Those hints. How can I rule it out? Oh, I don't want to say that. I have a really good... Ooh, that clue might be too good. I actually do have a clue idea in mind that would rule out the game that we made. That's too good. It's too good. Thank you so much for popping in, Proton. I'm getting there little by little. Thanks for sharing your stuff. I look forward to checking it out more deeply later. Good night, Proton. Thank you for taking care of yourself and getting some sleep. Eventually. I've been staying up too late, too. We do our best. Good night, Proton. Yeah, good morning. Yes. Good night. Good nightning? That doesn't work. Why are you acting like... I mean, ID name, haven't we ever used that before? We have. Oh, no, that's... Oh. It's just getting the... No. Wait, is that what it's referring to? No. I wonder if we could even dot name that. So this was actually a place where a debug log was quite useful, was to see what they call it. But like, okay, well, so where is ID? Global, oh, it was right there. I don't know why I couldn't find it. It's right there. It's literally right there. Okay. Oh, that doesn't help me very much. Another common case is using elements ID as a selector when styling documents CSS. Get an element's name as a string JavaScript. Yeah, but I don't want a reference to the element. I mean, I do have a reference to the element. Tag name? You gotta be kidding me. It's called tag name? Hey Joe, it's going good. I've gutted my entire thing, so I can't, my project, so I can't even show it to you right now. and I'm sort of building it again from the ground up, which was unexpected, but here we are. I'm enjoying myself. I'm learning a ton. Making a little tycoon game, incremental game about keeping workers happy. It's got a long way to go. Returns the tag name of the element. Wait, but that's different than an ID. It's not. Okay, but then what does that return? Span would be the output, but that's the, no, I don't want the tag name AI. I knew that didn't make sense. I mean, maybe we just get the ID, you know? Okay, I gotta try something. This isn't, I have no idea. We're gonna experiment. This is how we're gonna do this. So instead of doing what I was doing there, let's do a console thing. So real quick, I'm going to actually not call creatability yet. Comment that out. Instead, I want to say console log worker container dot ID. What does that return? And then, okay. Worker ID returns and is a type of first. Let's probably make it a variable. Type of. Yeah, I'm learning to appreciate why nobody likes it. I am. It's unpleasant. But, you know, the only other thing I really know is GDScript besides HTML and CSS, so I think you know, it's nice to figure out what is considered unpleasant syntax, to have that point of reference for once. 78. Oh, whoops. Whoa. How did that get messed up? Wait, add new employee. There we go. Whoops. And then I don't think they have anything in them. I kind of just, can you just not do that right now though? I don't, that's probably got its own host of issues. So for now, I'm just gonna comment that out so it doesn't happen. 79, new worker. Okay, fine, I'll create it. So easy to break. Right. Okay, fine, I'll fix all this. Yes, new, okay. I need like a debug button at this point, a debug class for it to make. Well, yes, because worker was designed for something quite different. And so all of this is just completely different right now. Oh, but we also didn't even give it the ID, which is good to know. Wow, so wait, if you're gonna do that, add new worker, you don't want the type. Why am I calling the type? That was, oh, because that, oh my god. So technically I would set this up like I have the ability, but I was just hoping to not need that yet. Okay. Obviously I don't have to, but whatever. Let's just see what happens. Jesus. I do have employee and intern defined as extending from, let's move this, extending from worker, but nothing happens in there, but it's still gonna expect these things. So for now, horrifyingly, I'm going to just obliterate all of it. But it's confusing because if it needs the worker ID, you're gonna have to create it elsewhere. Oh my. All right, it's okay. You know, it's fine. We'll just do it. You posted another tune? Nice. At the right place? Let's go! Alright, noted, Proton. Good night / good morning. Good vibes, good vibes. So I don't even care. Don't even bring in the worker ID for now. Just do nothing. Just mind your own business. We'll come back to you. We'll circle back eventually. Okay, so back to button pressing. Add a new worker. Which takes a new employee in stats. And then adds it to the DOM somehow. Hey David, welcome back. How you doing? Stats not defined. On line 76. True, you're right. You're right. It was defined, but now it's not. Jesus. I think you would want to put that in here. So we're kind of getting rid of, I mean, what is add new worker even doing anymore? We kind of don't need add new worker function. Creating a new worker is the add new worker. Got it. Man, I am just completely rewriting everything here, basically. Which means getting the worker container is going to be different. But that's okay. Oh my god, this is weird. This is wild. Okay. So I actually don't even want this anymore. I don't want it. It doesn't need to exist. Oh my gosh. Shocking. No more add new worker. Instead, we just say new employee. And we don't just want it to have stats, we also want it to have its ID. So, its ID, we can just say create worker ID. I don't think it has anything that comes along with it. And it's just going to return the worker ID whenever we need to create a new one. My gosh. New employee. Let's also add this over here. For if it's an intern. So now back to the worker. Man, I want to keep this because I feel like there's something I'm going to want from here. But it's really kind of in my way. Just a little bit. Constructor. Worker ID. And then stats, just like we had with the old situation. In the old situation, we'd create the worker container. So, I mean, do I even want that in the constructor? I mean, yeah. Yeah, because it would be nice to define the container so I can check it when I'm creating abilities and stats and stuff. So I think I would want it there. This worker container equals create element div worker container worker ID. Okay. As for the stats, those actually get created here. I mean, it does make me... Right, then I can put this on the class. I don't even have to put it in here. Whoa. I like that. I like that a lot. So you can even get rid of this. And instead, we can just have that be endemic. This is also getting commented out for now. All this commented out. if it doesn't mind. It does. That's okay. Oh, we probably want to keep one of these. Okay. If it's an employee, we want to say this thing's stats, but also like a super constructor, like this. Still not sure about the super constructor thing. I'm still a bit confused on the super constructor. Foobar extends foo. What? We have to say super at the beginning. Super name. Oh. This dot name equals name. So I have to establish that? Or is that just this example? I guess we probably do need the name. Whoa. So it knows what to do the super thing on. Okay, it does not like me using name. Because it's deprecated. So we could just say constructor name. This constructor name. Like that? I kind of hate that. But I guess that makes sense. Maybe. I don't know. I'm wading into some confusing waters here. So in its own constructor, which I mean, do I really need that? Because I'm not passing. Oh. We'd bring in name from the other one. Wait, what? I'm a little confused. Truth be told. Super name. Okay, we'll see. This will be an experiment. Then we set up the stats like this. Maybe, possibly. That's just the employee. For the intern, so here we just have let new worker equal new employee, create worker ID stats. Get rid of this. Come to the intern class. I really wish that would just move me down to it. Come to the intern class. And we really want, I guess, the same thing. I mean, it's kind of hideous, isn't it? It's kind of awful. But it's okay. We've established that things look awful in JavaScript. Happiness and duration. We do want a button for that, by the way, an ability. Just where are we at? What happens at this point with that much? Stats is not defined, 99. Right. So I wouldn't be defining it here anymore, because it's just endemic now to it. Okay. To creating a new worker. That's where stats gets created. So I might even want to say I might even want to say in the worker class, we can set up stats so I can do functions and stuff with it. Essentially an empty array to start with. Although, this would be great for adding the well-being in there, which I've been meaning to figure out. Ooh, this kind of opens up that, because a well-being isn't something that needs buttons. That's very interesting. All right, well, we'll circle back to that. Maybe I'll put a little note to myself. Could well-being go here? Okay. What is it like now? New workers not defined, 83. Right. Because that would just be name. Wait. No. Wrong. That would be, if we want something, we want the container. We want worker container. We create the worker, we create the container. What I actually want from that is the worker container, which we should already have from its parent constructor. Maybe. Hopefully. Certainly gonna find out. In which case, you don't need to establish this. Right? I actually have no idea. Let's just see what that does for now. Work container is not defined. Okay. Interesting. So even though I created that here, it can't find it. Okay, this is good to know. Honestly. Well, because you're pulling it in on the constructor, but you're not bringing it in otherwise. So we could do the worker ID, which I could then look through the document and find that worker ID if it creates it first. It could just go reference the container. Potentially. But it would be nice to just directly pass it down instead of having to go look for the container, you know? It'd be nice if it knew. I guess that kind of makes sense that it's the last. No, I guess this does make sense. All right, so we'll say worker ID, which should already be inherited. Or something. And so we'll put in here, instead of worker container, worker ID. Although we could get the container here. You could try this. This worker container, and then we would want query selector. Let's see if I can type that from memory. Probably not, but I'll try. Worker container equals document query selector if it's a class, if it's an ID, we do #. I think you need to say pound plus worker ID. And I think that will give me the container. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Which we could probably. It's like, couldn't I define that? No, because the worker container hasn't been created yet. So I guess it does make sense to put it here. It still feels like overly repetitive, but that just has to be okay. Create the worker container. Then we now have a worker container to reference in here. Okay. What happens? Give me the next error. Worker container is not defined on line 84. Oh, this. Cannot read properties of null reading ID on 121. Okay, cool, cool. We're getting further ahead. That's good. Oh, great. This is something I wanted to test. Right. If it returns the ID, it does not. This is good to know. That is very helpful to know. Okay. So that indeed does not return the ID. So what if I just return M? Properties of null. Let's just try getting this in general. Failed to execute append. I know. Worker ID returns null. Oh, wait. Oh, interesting. Great name for a band. Properties of null. Yeah, I see that. It almost sounds like a landlord. Whoa, maybe that's why it's a good... Whoa. Like an anarchy band? Who owns property? Should be null. Anarchist math rock. Interesting that it's null. At what point is it becoming null? So I feel like I'd want to see it here as well. I think I might want like the debug console. I need to remind myself. What it does. Console log lore for you. You can log objects, so you can do console log worker container, and it will log both the key and the value. And maybe that's what I want. Hey Mem2, thank you. Good to see you too. I think that might be what I want actually. Oh no, maybe I want debug that. But you're saying if I just put it in curly brackets? What is that like? So I want this sooner than it currently is. Because we certainly create the element here. I'd love if the children would inherit that, ideally. Curly brackets plus the fact that that object syntax lets you do that. Lets you do variable. This dot name equals constructor name. Stats. If we create a new one, I would love if I could just get that from this. You don't need the curly braces? Like, shouldn't it be able to find that? That's why it would be great to like debug the whole thing. So like as soon as it helps because it adds the label. I'm gonna try it. This debug. Oh, that's still, whoops, it's still in stats. So for the debug function, I want it to print, yeah, I'm gonna try it, console log. And now you're saying, if I say this is just a start for now. There's a lot of things I wanna check, but let's start with this. Oh, you didn't like that? Oh, it didn't even, wait, what? I want to collect let 2 equal y, and you can console log 1, 2. It needs to be a variable. this dot worker container isn't a variable. I guess it wouldn't make sense because, yeah, I see. So maybe I put it in here instead. Like we can run a function in a constructor, right? Is that allowed? I guess you do at least, what? You want to pass it. Oh, okay. This worker container. Got it. Okay. Thing to debug. Thing to debug. Alright. Let's try that. Ooh, it even like added some spaces around it. Okay, let's see what happens. Thing to debug null. Oh, this is nice. Look at all that stuff. I like that. I was also being told that I don't need to do the curly braces. And if I don't do the curly braces, I don't know, it didn't do a whole lot. That didn't do a whole lot. Oh, it's like a dictionary, right? It turns it into an object. Oh, that's cool. And no, it's not just for adding labels, because, I mean, it makes it null. If I don't put those, it returns diddly. Now it is saying thing to debug is null, which is not great. I don't love that, but it makes sense because I didn't create it yet. So it actually would be null then. Okay, so good. Why didn't it create it? Okay, I gotta give you some credit, Memtooth. I gotta give you a special thanks for that. That's helpful. That's very helpful. This is good information. Thank you. This was very good. But that was debug. Wait, but we were talking about log. That is log. Oh, well then what is okay, but also then what is debug? Out of curiosity, real fast though. How is that gonna be different? Just curious. Just nothing. Console log, my special boy. Why would I want to do that? Okay. Hold on. I actually need to be right back. Give me like 3 minutes. I'll be super right back. I gotta use the loo. I gotta use the loo. What do you want me to do? I gotta do what I have to do. I won't be long. I will not be long. But we'll be right back. Wait, where's my little timer? Oh, here. Hold up. Just a minute. I'll be right back. Spec ticks are not. No, they're not. I see that. Right, because that's like making it like code. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Stretch your legs. If you've been like chilling, co-working along with me or something, you know what to do. Stretch your legs. Get yourself a snack. I'll be super right back. Oh, look at that timing. He says asterisk asterisk. All right. All right. I see you. Asterisk asterisk. Totally. Yeah. Okay. Welcome. Okay, so I know that this is not coming through as anything. It simply isn't. It isn't anything. This working container equals that. Well, up here, we should be creating the element. Welcome, Gray. You coded a JavaScript today and it actually ran. Then I was like, whoa, nice. Library free also. Let's go. I mean, look, code is awesome. It lets us do things. And JavaScript is cool because there's just so much like ways it can be plugged into existing stuff like the internet. That's awesome. Nice work, Gray. Let's go. What were you making if you are of the liberty to share? I'm trying to make a tycoon game, incremental game. It used to kind of work, but I broke it, so now I need to fix it. Yeah, drop it in the Discord. Generally, I don't check things out right away unless it's like super relevant to like a problem I'm trying to solve. But down to check it on a Discord. A road risk scanner for people driving around using some AI. Whoa. That sounds awesome. What? Neat. Sounds like useful. That's like a very nice tool for the world to have. Also, this Friday is gonna be. It is gonna be a web game. This Friday is every other month. We do a special secret unlisted live stream on YouTube. I can't do an unlisted stream on Twitch, but if you sign up for the newsletter, you get that in your inbox, and we check out your guys' stuff. So it's like a whole secret private stream. Everyone's invited if you have the newsletter, because that's where you get the link, and I'll check out your stuff. Like, we'll check it out, we'll hang out, spend an hour looking at a road risk thing. You have two useful things you've made in JavaScript. One is a bookmarklet that stops YouTube from auto-playing the next video when watching a playlist. Whoa. It does autoplay already in playlists. That's true, even if you have autoplay off. That is so annoying. See, JavaScript, I love that. It's such a great example of like why it's nice to know it. Because you can do stuff. Great, that's pretty, that's like you making a risk scanner. That's like sounds like a big project. Maybe it's like easier than I can imagine. I don't know. Yeah, there's a little dumb script that uses the Yelp API to tell me where to eat lunch. What? That's so cool. I love that. I love how like knowing code could be an opportunity to solve problems, you know? Take a break. How dare you? I will not do that because you told me to. In theory, this creates an element. And then I'd love to search, but it creates it, but it's not adding it to the DOM, remember. You have to add it to the DOM, otherwise it can't go find it. So you have add new worker here. I mean, that should be kind of, I mean, maybe just move this. Like, I feel like we don't have to do, honestly, look, I feel like you can just do that, please. Look at that. And then you can just put it all somewhere else. So then we can say, after that happens, you could even make this add worker to DOM, bringing in the worker container, right? And then we can run in the constructor add worker to DOM this worker container and put it over here. Tycoon Game About Industry. So I didn't have like a specific idea of what the industry would be, but PawnXPawn, whose art I am horrified to think I might not actually be able to implement today. But I'm gonna try my darndest to get to that point. PawnXPawn decided to make some art for the game, which is awesome. I also asked, it was both them offering and me asking at the same time in a weird way. And so they came up with what it would be, and it looks like a rubber duck factory, I think. Yes, it's a rubber duck factory. So the industry of making rubber duckies. I really want to get the art in, but like, you know, I'm like, okay, I can't really put the art in if I can't create new employees. So I really wanted to be able to do that. Added the launch thing to live chat. Oh, nice. So that's on the Discord live text channel. That's super cool. Honestly, I'm excited. I want to check that out. It's valuable stuff. Wait, you want a semicolon? Here? And terrible user interface. I mean, if it's just for you, that makes sense. Totally fair. Wait, why do you want a semicolon? Did I type it? I must have typed it poorly. I've typed something wrong. Originally gonna be a game about gambling on gladiators. Your Yelp tool was a game on gambling on gladiators? That can't be right. Oh, I think actually I don't know what I did. Oh, that's still within the constructor. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. What's up prettier? What'd I do? Down here? Okay, but all of this, I'm just keeping it for reference. I feel like I should I'm just gonna I hate this. I'm just taking this out and I'm just gonna put it somewhere. I don't feel like leaving it there. It's making everything confusing. I'm gonna make a horrifying thing called a temp. It's just gonna have that stuff in it. So I have it somewhere. Then you're messing around with APIs, and I wondered if I could implement the Yelp API. Once you use it, it'll make sense? What? Come on, you can't be that interesting and expect me not to. Like, what? What are you saying? Temp trash. Yeah, it basically is trash. What in the world are you even talking about? I'm just gonna enter a random zip code. Canvas roguelikes? This is bizarre. Alright, that wasn't a health, strength, evasion, height. Honestly, beautiful. Wow, that was not what I expected. Okay, this will actually add the worker to the DOM. I don't actually care about this console log anymore for now. Oh, I had to press the zip button. That's what I had to press. Okay, well, okay. Of course. Then press go. What in the what? Okay. All right. What? I can't right now. I needed the closure of understanding how a Yelp app was a Gladiator app. We're not checking things out. I had to resolve that. My God. All right, where are we at with this? If I'm adding it to the DOM finally, I will say that was amazing. It was absolutely fantastic. Sublime even. Add worker to DOM is not defined. Oh, really? 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 Did I spell it wrong? Add worker to DOM. Oh yeah, man, this stuff, yeah, always kind of. Okay, because here I say this, like if I declare a variable in the constructor, I say this. It's always this if it's in the constructor. But yeah, it's just confusing because it's like, oh, I don't have to do it here. But yeah, you're right. If it's in a constructor, always this. Ungot reference worker is not defined. Great, 42. Yeah. The class sugar. Workers canvas worker. Oh yeah, right. Worker container. I mean, I guess we could rename it, but no thank you. Oh, and it's adding stuff. Nice. Worker ID returns null and is an object. From line 84. Worker ID returns null and is an object. Okay, interesting. So it did make the stat. Type of worker container is an object, but it returns not. Wait, that's not the worker ID. That's the worker container. But wait, it's null and it's an object? Is null an object? Because that's obnoxious. That's bizarre. You said that before, Flip. You did. and maybe this is a good example of why. So the stat, it's not finding worker container from over here, which I guess maybe makes sense. So, okay, what if I don't put that in here? Has ability is a thing. Oh, there. Oh, I said this worker container. But it didn't bring it in. That's interesting. Try the browser, type of null. So it is. So it is an object. Bizarre. So is it something back here? I don't think it is. Because it's still saying that it's null. So it's not finding it. But I don't think it's just the worker ID, right? It's the prefix. We got to get the prefix. So, oh, right. Gotcha. We got to add the prefix in there. That's very important. I forgot about that. We'd want to say the ID plus. And I actually don't like the way this is structured right now. Using the console to inspect things, by the way, is a great. You're teaching me that. I'm actually gonna refactor this. Just a personal preference thing. So we do have to do that first. That plus ID prefix, I'll have to change that somewhere else. ID prefix worker plus worker ID. That was missing badly. Whoa. Autocomplete. Oh, I guess I dragged it. That would do it. ID prefix worker plus that. Okay, but I'm also going to need to set this up over here since I just changed it. Okay. All right. But no, the worker ID, no, the worker ID has it already. No, I shouldn't have to do that. No, Lise, you do, because look, you're saying this worker container, which is not an ID, so that's why that doesn't work. We're trying to skip worker. You don't need this. You don't need this. This, you can get, let's get rid of that. We're trying to pass it in directly. Worker ID. I think I'm just doing, I think I've just left trimmings behind that I don't need, and it's confusing me, myself. I think in each of these, I would actually like to pass it down like this. Oh God, and I've always, oh my gosh, and I've only done the one, Jesus. Okay. This is why I wish I could put, well, you're doing it. Just trust the process. Now remember, you only have the debug on the employee. So this would be better probably as a class script. But I do want to see what it's like here. So, okay, if I want to run, I have no idea how I would run a function on the parent. I mean, I think you would just know that it's there, right? I don't know. Let's see if I can figure this out. On worker, if I add such a function, will it be able to find it? Yes. Nice. Okay, cool. Hey, we have something. Worker ID. Okay, but it's not a worker ID. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, it was a mix. It was mostly me just like oopsies. It was mostly me doing oopsies, I think. It was a lot of oops. So wait, then do I still need this for that? I don't know. I think this might actually not work. But let's see what happens. Now that's actually giving me the ID. Wait, it's an object. Wait. Worker container, wild. Because you don't, that's very interesting. Wait, what was it a second ago when it was good? Wait. Oh, we can assume that it has it. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that very much. And what's it say its ID is? Nothing? Okay, that's not good. That's actually not good. No. That's the wrong thing. Alright, great. I was kind of hoping that that wouldn't work. Cool. Love that. Love that. I mean, it would be... I see, every time I call that, it creates a new container when I call that debug. When instead, I would like to call a reference to that container. After we add it to the DOM, it's in the worker's canvas, which is on the document. So I still would like this to be a top-level thing. So let's call this new worker container. It adds it, and then this current worker container. It's very verbose. And that does document query selector worker ID I don't think we put this in there. You only make one on 33 during construction? Let's find out. It stores it after that? Are you sure? I decided that was not the case, but you have not decided that that's not the case. Okay. That would be nice if that were true. So if I put this here, oh, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Wait, so if I just say name, oh, I think you might be right. Hold on. Oh, but that didn't even... Hold on, I gotta... Hold on a second. 43, add worker to DOM. Oh, I renamed it. Don't rename it for now. Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, what I did wrong. Okay, that gets very confusing. Okay. I'm not sure what I did wrong, but it's right now. So, the worker takes in an ID and some stats. We're not doing anything with that yet. We establish the name of this constructor, and we'll deal with the stats later. Oh, it's empty at the beginning, at the top level, because that's going to be handled in the subclasses. We create a worker container, which is a div with class worker container and an ID. Nice. I'm glad it does represent what the DOM element on the page. It represents what the DOM will render on the page. I'm glad that it does, because this is way easier than what I was about to do. I'm glad you said what you said, because it made me like go back and try it again and realize that I was doing unnecessary things. Thank goodness. We create the worker container, and then we add it to the DOM. I kind of just want to like call this something else. I think it's more confusing than I'd like it to be if I don't. Okay. Then when we create an employee, which is that we don't create a worker class directly, right? It's an abstract class in that sense. Do those exist? Okay, they don't. Anyway, we create it. Maybe it does in some other way. We create the employee, not the worker. So employee, when it's created, is going to run all that stuff we just talked about. Then I want to take the name of it's a little confused. I'm still kind of confused about what this is doing. Still a little confused what that's doing, if I'm being honest. Would love to even see what that's printing, because I'm a little confused about it. Like, what if I were to say debug? Yeah, I'm just not sure it's actually doing what I think it's doing, is all. Maybe it is. It's calling the constructor on the base class. I know what super's supposed to do. What I'm saying is I don't know if the way that it's implementing name is correct. That's all. Okay, let me try Memtooth's thing. Like I'm not sure. Name worker 0 object. Whoa. It's a little confusing. The thing that it prints is a little confusing. I'm not exactly sure what all this means. Truth be told. But it's interesting. So if I do another one, that's worker 1. Oh, I've been missing YouTube messages. I wasn't ignoring you guys. They just like weren't showing up. Sorry about that. I hate when that happens. That does happen sometimes. It happens on Twitch too. I don't know why. Why learn JavaScript versus more GDScript? No, it's okay. Sorry I missed your message. So it's because there's a lot of things I want to do. There's like things I want to create, web tools, and I'm already using JavaScript a lot for web tools and stuff, but I don't really understand what I'm doing when I work with it. I always have to look stuff up and get help, and I would like to be able to know the language so I can create things like what Flip has created, a Yelp, an automatic Yelp restaurant returner or some, whatever. I want to be able to do things with code flexibly, and GDScript only gets me so far because it's a game engine, right? It's for making games. Sure, you can do other things, but I can't realistically build a website using Godot. Sure, I technically could, but it doesn't seem it's certainly not very secure, and it would be overly complicated and unnecessary. So I just want to have those tools, basically. And I'm just using a game as an opportunity to learn that. Yeah. Is a rubber duck tycoon? The dyslexia is hitting. Do you know how to HT the ML yet? Oh, I don't know what that means. It is verbose. Gotta live in your printed object. And then gets Bible link text. That's what super is doing. But what is it? What is it? How do it's like, it all looks vague to me. So you're saying this is... I'm a little confused. Like, for example, I would want to see the construct, like, where are those, the parameters, right? If I were to look at this, could I actually see, oh, look, there's, so what are some constructors there? Worker ID and stats, right? If this is the constructor that it's showing me, where can I see that stuff? The character, if he was CEO, is this, whoa, look at that. Oh, that sharp pun. Yes. Wow. That looks good. What? That's clean. A breakpoint? Where? And also, that's the constructor for all bracket objects. Anything defined with that. Source is where you want to add the breakpoint and put it in. Wait, where do you want me to add a breakpoint? Where do I want to put a breakpoint? You could log this, and then that would be the constructor of the class. Wait, right here? I don't understand. I'm confused. I'm confused! You guys are confusing me! I'm completely confused by what you're telling me. Like, look. Some things that I've found seem to suggest that if I have an inherited class of a base class, and I want to not override its constructor, but keep its constructor and add on to it, I would want to use super. That makes sense to me. I totally get that. So, what I wasn't so sure of is if saying super and then the word name is going to actually give me building on to the previous one. It took you 6 hours? I mean, you're still getting used, you're still practicing, you know? It seemed like the ones you made based on references were faster. Well, that is a reference. You'll probably get faster with practice. That is a long time. That would take me 6 hours too, probably. You need to call super with the parameters. Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. I'm just not sure how to do it. So like on the constructor, I have this dot name equals this constructor name, but I'm just not convinced that that's what it's doing. So I'm just trying to debug that. And then everything that you guys are telling me are just confusing me more. Super worker ID. What? Console.log name. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah, I feel like the brackets in this case are confusing me more than helping. That's a very good idea. Well, there it goes. It just does that. Worker 0. Which is the worker. It's returning the worker ID, which is great and all. But what is worker's constructor? This is worker's constructor. Like, I just want like a confirmation that indeed I am adding on to it. So I could come up with different ways of doing that. All right, I think I just gotta try things. Y'all are just confusing me more. It's not your fault. So if I were gonna test this, it's an alias for new worker. If I were gonna test this, worker ID stats. So you should call super worker ID stats. Right. Oh. See, that makes a lot more sense to me. That makes a lot more sense. Wow. And that's actually how it works in GDScript too, now that I think about it. But wait, oh, I can do this. Okay, but wait. So wait, this constructor can be whatever it wants. Okay, now I'm confused again though. Worker ID stats. Oh, look, it didn't even say that it's not being used, even though it's not in here. So then what's this constructor? This is like its own special thing? And how is that being used? Why is it not grayed out? Oh, because I'm using it. There you go. Do I have a worker ID variable in scope? I guess what I'm saying is I'm impressed. Yeah. That's what I'm glad to see. I didn't realize this is the confirmation I needed, right? Like, okay, now I know this super is doing something because I don't have it directly in here. It'll be null. What the hell are you talking about? Worker ID. Worker ID is not defined. You're not sure why constructor is on screen chat. Yeah, it's censored. It's very irritating. So the chat app that I use has a bad words filter. It's crappy and it does a bad job. I replaced it with my own bad words filter, but I broke it again when I started making a custom HTML, CSS, JavaScript theme for the chat. That's the most I'm willing to give you. I'll put the right one back soon, but I have to debug it, and I'm not gonna do it now. I still have the custom filter. I'll get it back in later. Nobody understands JavaScript. I know. Undefined null, same thing. Okay, dude, this is so irritating. But do I? I mean, I don't need worker ID here. I just don't need it. I do need stats, however. But I don't need anything. I do not need any of these things. They're not needed for me. I have no need for them. They're useless to me. Okay, I'm gonna test it the way I want to test it. You guys, you're not helping, even though you kind of are. Here's what I'm gonna say. Up in here, in the base class, there's constructor. I want to say console log worker ID. And in there, I'm going to say base class worker ID is, and then we're going to log that. Okay, great. Now what I want to see is on the employee. Let's say I don't put super, and I'm going to say, I'm going to comment this out for now. I will say console.log. Or do you take a breath? Wait, but you didn't. You're pretending. Did you really? That doesn't look like a real redeem. Oh, it is. Wait, why didn't it show up? Oh, that's weird. Why doesn't it? It's super irritating. What? But like hydrate appears? I feel like a lot of things broke. You redeemed it? I feel like ever since I went with a custom theme with the chat app, like everything has fallen apart. All the things that used to work stopped working. Damn, see, look, hydrate. Oh wait, hydrate didn't appear either. It's just not showing any of the redeems. But didn't it show one from Insane Alpha Beta earlier? Now I'm very confused. I am a nerd. I do be marathoning. What's up, Mr. Friend? Dude, what? Why aren't they coming through? I hate that. I hate that. I would never know. I would never know if anything happened, ever. Which is terrible. So weird. Let me try something. Confusing. Dang. Why is it not showing that stuff? I hate that. I hate that with all my heart. It really irritates me. How am I ever gonna see these things? I guess I need to go. The only way I'm gonna see them is if I monitor them over here. Alright. You did take a short lap 2 hours ago. Okay, we'll do them all now. Damn. Damn, I did not know. I did not know. Man, I got some work to do. Fix Twitch. Redeem. Unfeatured. I got some stuff. I got some work to do off stream, unfortunately. Okay, let me do all the things. Take a breath. Do a lap. I'll do both at the same time. Well, kind of. Oh my gosh. try to make things work, and then things break, and then they have to be fixed. That's just it. That's the way it be. Sometimes things break, and sometimes things work. It's the eternal struggle. Alright. Okay. Okay, breath time. We're gonna do box breathing. 4 in, 4 hold, 4 out. In, hold, out. Oh, it's nice. In, hold, out. All right. Whoo, that helped a lot. Thank you for redeeming those. I'm sorry I missed them. I gotta fix that. Stuff went down. Yeah, it turned down all the redeems, but I've been saying I feel like one of your redeems showed up earlier. So like what? I don't even know. But some of the redeems aren't showing up, and I'm irritated about that. So I missed redeems that Pawn did earlier. You might want to set default values for worker ID and stats in the constructor for worker. Interesting. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to debug it the way I want to debug it. It didn't show up. You did, man. Okay, that's... Wow. So it has not been working. Okay, good to know. Who knows how many I've missed. Okay, this is good. This is good to know. This is why I don't do redemptions. This is why I love having 0 redemptions. Because it's more crap it's more work to deal with. I hate it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I might just delete all redemptions. No, I didn't. Well, I did, in that sense. Okay, I want to test this the way I want to test it. You guys just stress me out. Here's what I'm going to say. Base class, worker ID is worker ID. Then, I want to log from here, from employee class, tell me anything. I just don't even care what you say. Employee class is created. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so I did not put super in here at all. No super. It's superless. It's unsuper. This is what I wanted to see. Okay, good. So as you see, that print doesn't happen, right? All it says is employee class. Console log this? No. Employee class is created. So this is good news, because what it means is this bypassed. Now I have confirmation instead of all this other crap. I have clear confirmation that the base class constructor is being overridden. This is what I want to know. Now, next thing. How do I make sure it doesn't override it? So we were talking about this. Let's try that. Let's just do it. See what happens. Is it gonna work? I don't know. No, that's nothing. So let's say we say super worker ID and stats. Do it. Nothing happens. No good. Okay. So back to the way it was, which was this name, or yeah, this name equals this constructor name. This is something that I used to have, but I got rid of because I wasn't sure if it was real. So definitely this is not doing much, but if I say super this name, nothing. You say this, I say what? Previously was super, it was, right. but I don't know how that's gonna work. That does work? That is what I had. I know, that's what I had previously, but okay, so I wasn't, okay, this is interesting that works. I hate that works. Okay, that's very confusing. So, I hate that. It's very strange. And then if I get rid of this, okay, I don't hate it anymore. Jesus. All right, so I don't need to establish this name in here at all. No need for it. You have to adult. Thanks for stomping in, mister. I appreciate you for that. I hope adulting goes the best it can. I do. Worker when it one's worker. Okay. I don't know. You're probably right. Constructor name. So this is crazy to me because we're not even saying name anywhere. Yay, Rishama. Thank you for the love, mister. So name is just being found. I guess because it is a base property. It's so weird to me. So tell me what name is. What the hell is name? Employee class name is name. Like, what is that gonna be? Is worker 0. Interesting. No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I really want to use TypeScript, but not for now. But I really want to get there. Name is a base property of most objects. Yeah. Wait, but I'm shadowing it? What are you talking about? I'm not even creating it. I'm referring to the base class. You're confusing me. I can't stand it. It's too much. Look, all I need to know is this works and we're in good shape. So, I'm moving on. Great. Now I know that this works. And it does all the things. We can move on. It works. I don't need to go deep into it. It's been too long today. So, super name, this stats equal that. Good, wonderful. So now, the whole reason I was doing that is because I want to make sure we can find the worker container. So the worker container is established up here and stuff. It's silently broken. What do you mean it's silently broken? Why would you say that? Naming name to my name? Where? I don't understand. If I put my name, this is ridiculous. No, I'm not gonna find out later. I'm gonna find out right now. How dare you? Okay, my name, this is confusing. So that's not gonna work. This isn't gonna work. I'm not trying to shadow it. I'm trying to reference it. I don't want to be shadowing stuff. I hate shadowing stuff. Shadowing is not my favorite. Why can I do that? Why does that work? I don't get it. I don't understand why that works. Is it... I thought we were getting the name. So this... Okay. Wait, what? Alright, I'm gonna try something else here. Here's what I'm gonna do instead. Instead, I'm gonna try... Let's do this. We're gonna call in... Word. Okay? And when I make a new employee, when I press the button... Oh wow, I wasn't even doing stats on the end there. And I say, I'm literally gonna put, this is a word, okay? And then, so word isn't being used here. Okay? what happens? Employee class name is this is a word. This makes more sense. Okay. So the way that it works, thank you, Flip. The way that it works, no, because I needed to figure this out now. I needed to, because, I needed to because, like you said, I'd find out later. I need to find out now. I need to find out right now. So, when we have a base class, in this case worker, and I use its constructor to pull in parameters and do stuff. When I make an extension of that base class, or inherit from that base class, create a subclass, if you will. When I say constructor here, I'm literally, just like when I run a function, when I run the debug here, in a way, I'm referring to its own, the base class constructor. That's what this is saying. Either override the base class constructor, or use super to not override it. But if we do use super, then I'll also literally saying this equals room worker my name. Yeah. Alright. This is the order of events you're calling. Yeah. Somewhere Chad, where Chad is my name, parameter online 51. I was gonna say what I might think might be going on. Yeah. Okay, so you've been helpful, Flip, but I can only parse so much of it into what I need. So this is great. So if I have worker ID, and now if I say worker ID is worker ID, it's gonna also pop that in there. Oh wait, worker ID is not defined. Right, because we didn't put that up here. So we do have to put that up there, so it knows to pull it in. But I can call it whatever I want. I could call it something. And then say something. I need to do that in all three places in order for it to work right. And then it's still worker, it's still worker 0. Okay. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Yeah. I like to use the console to show me what's happening and then assume things based on that. Now, I didn't talk about this third. Okay, let me try this just to understand better. Let's say when I instantiate it, Philip, stop! Stop asking me questions about things that are gonna tangle me up where I don't want to be tangled. It's right there. So I'm gonna say, I swear to God, I'm gonna say, create worker ID, and we're gonna put a word after this. Okay. And so now, instead of word at the top, we're even going to skip stats for now. Instead of word at the top, word is going to be at the bottom. But I'm not even going to, I'll put it in here. I will. We could even say base class worker ID is that. And word is word. Okay, so what am I going to pass in? We press the button. We're going to pass in banana. Okay. Constructor worker ID, comma word. It'll print that. Maybe. We'll see. Now, in the employee, if I say my name's something, this should be employee worker ID is that. and then its word is something. So it should say banana after, right? Yes. Both of them report the same things. Hey, Kaga, welcome. Black coffee script? Yes. There's no Java and JavaScript. My name, we work idea. Okay. Yes. Okay, so. Hope things are going good, Kai. I want to try something. What if I don't super it? So I take this out of here and I try it. What's that gonna be like? I'm not asking you, I'm asking reality. Reality says, this is very interesting, okay? So the base class is saying it's undefined, but the employee worker finds it. The only change that I made is I didn't super it. So because we're only instantiating the employee through worker. Yeah. It is an okay day. It is an okay day. Thank you. I'm glad. Hey, okay day is not bad. I like to hear that, Kai Guy. Let's go. Yes, okay. Okay, because you know what? Okay is okay. So because I didn't add it in as a super, it doesn't bring it in. But so this is really interesting. This is very useful information, right? Because let's say I want, whenever I don't know that I want to, but assuming I did want, actually this is potentially useful. The stats, for example, right? I want the stats on the inherited class or the subclass, and let's say the stats are banana, but I don't need them to be on the worker class. So I would even be interested, like, what if I just did that, right? Caught up on sleep? You hope? Yeah, same, I hope. After that, Scary Monster double stream Monday. Double stream? I mean, I am doing a public stream on Monday because Game Like Jam starts on Monday. So it's technically one stream, but it is double stream in that it would normally be a member stream. Also, Friday is the game feedback stream. Unlisted game feedback stream, which I'm excited about. Oh yeah, me caught up on sleep. Yes, I did. That's why I had streamed today instead of, yes. Oh yeah, Mondays. Yes, okay, yes, Monday was. Yes, I did do super long on Monday. Yeah, I'm caught up for now. We'll see how it goes. Basically, Monday, I did an extra stream so the YouTube VOD would be not truncated because I was just working so hard. I don't want to do that again, though. Okay, so obviously this isn't going to do anything because there is no more word anymore for it to see. So that's just going to probably not even do anything because it's not defined. So we won't even define it here. So now I can just bypass. It doesn't even matter if I put that in the base class because it is ready to receive that word on the inherited class. This is really helpful. This is more helpful than any explanation. This is why I had to look away from the explanations because at the end of the day, like me just trying things is gonna be better. Yeah, it's on Friday. Maybe. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think you know how to get there. But just in case you don't, how to join the queue. Just in case. There's the queue link. All right, I have to pay attention to redeems. Okay. No redeems yet. That's interesting. Morbid curiosity. What if I didn't bring in anything there? Would it still allow it? Oh yeah, well obviously not if I reference it. But if I try to pass it in there, it's like, sure, you can pass in something I don't use. Okay. Great. This is really, really, really good information. Okay, one more thing I want to try. I know, I guess we know what I know. I guess I know what I know. No, I know what I know. If we make it an inherited class, whatever you set up here in the base class has to have it. Next 1 to 2 months, would love to revisit and finish your old Candy Dungeon Halloween game. Oh yeah, I remember that one. That one was great. Noted, noted. I look forward to it. That one was solid. You can pass in whatever you want. JavaScript loves you just putting extras. Yeah, apparently. So I can throw it away. Evidently. Okay, so I don't need this stuff anymore. I think I understand. But we'll see. So for now, all I need is a worker. I don't even really need to think about stat. I might want well-being to go here, but at the end of the day, I don't really need it anywhere else. So I'm even just gonna get rid of that for now. And thanks for stopping in, Guy. Would love to see that Candy Dungeon expanded. Such a good 1 hour game. Although I know it was a little more than 1 hour. Constructor worker container. So when we create this, I don't care about name. I do want the worker. It doesn't matter. I can call it whatever I want, right? And what is it that I want it to be? Well, you'd need to bring in worker ID. Otherwise, oh, I guess that's the other thing I wanted to try is what if I don't? I mean, you have to. You have to. Okay, worker ID. And then in super. But is that going to over? No. It's pulling it in. That's totally fine. All right. I think it all makes sense to me now. But I think I do prefer the stats being in here. Yeah. I think I prefer the stats being in here. It's just kind of a nice way to like. Yeah. So this is all better. We're good. Let's move forward. Only have to do worker ID. So I can have a base or a subclass that does things and it not be a nightmare that I did that. All right. Whoo. What a journey. Now, all of this to find out if I can refer back to the worker container. Yeah. I'm really glad that. Oh yeah, that's definitely a special thing. That I'm really glad. Like I have such a better understanding of that because you had me like double back and make sure I wasn't confused. Because apparently I was confused. I just didn't know I was confused. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I actually want some more console logging here. Intern sees intern worker container is. Now I could do this with something else, but I'm just kind of curious what's going to happen if I do it this way. So I do have I feel like this will I think we already confirmed this, right? I guess I forgot. So let me get that one more confirmation. Almost went on anyway too, but flips. Yeah. It did pay off. I know. Seriously. Worker container not defined. Okay. Now if I say this worker container. Nice. Okay, good. And that isn't creating it, to be clear. But it is creating it, but it isn't. It's created in the base class, and then we're getting the reference to it. Cool. Okay. So now when we create our happiness stat at long last, our duration stat, our income stat, this will be great. Now, onto the stats themselves. The stat itself pulls in worker container and has ability. If it has ability is true, worker ID, we already know, okay, right. So actually, that should do stuff. Worker ID returns that and is an object. Perfect. Yes. And with the intern, it's only going to print 1. Perfect. This is very good. Okay. So if I do create a new stat, what do I want it to do? I want it to create an ability. So get rid of this log for a second, or for hopefully ever. And then we want to run create ability based on the worker container, which we're pulling in as a parameter. So if it creates a worker container, now I need to figure out how to get the ID, which I'm still trying to figure out. So let's actually comment this out for now. And we're going back to the log. Console.log worker container.id. What does that do? Worker 0. Nice. Perfect. Perfection. So this ability ID equals ID prefix ability plus, or first we gotta say # plus ID prefix ability plus, we don't need .name, worker container ID. So it's gonna say the ability ID is pound ability underscore. Well, let's find out. Hell, let's just see what it does. Screw it, let's do it. Comment this out, see what we get. Ability underscore worker underscore 0. Nice. Very nice. Cool. Thank goodness. This abilities container equals create element div abilities container. That's the class. And I don't need to put an ID on that. So we actually don't even need that yet, technically. Hashtag even. I know. I go back and forth. Because I learned what that symbol is before things were called hashtags. And I mostly say hashtag, but sometimes I don't. I'm basically running a pick random on the array in my brain of what that symbol is called. So whatever pick random is in JavaScript, I don't know. But yes, I go back and forth. So I never know, like both. I probably should say hashtag because I feel like most people these days know hashtag versus #. But I know if I say hashtag, people are gonna say # too. Visibility ID equals that. We're creating a new button. We're setting the class to null. However, this is what tripped me up in the first place. I need to add in the ability ID, which I wasn't able to get before. Now I got it. So what the create element does is it takes in an element type, hashtag #. It takes in a element type, so we're making a button. It takes in a class name. I don't need a class name, so it's going to be null. And then an ID name, which I want to be ability ID. And that's the button. Then the worker container, which we have established up here. Octothorpe, that's its technical name? It's beautiful. So even pound sign was like a cultural, in the moment name for it. Fascinating. I didn't know that. It's beautiful. Octothorpe. Was it an Octothorpe before it was a tic-tac-toe board? Worker container, append child, this abilities container. So we know the container now. We've created the abilities container, and we should be able to append it in there. So I don't know where we're at, but let's see if things have happened. Div is not defined. 81. Oh, whoops. There we go. Oh, same thing here. We gotta put it in. When we define the element, we put it as a string. Almost certainly not. Noughts and crosses has been around forever. Tic-tac-toe board is number 1. Octothorpe. Someone came along and said it's called Octothorpe. Please. Oh, nice. Look at it. It's adding stuff. So it allowed me to add stuff, but obviously it would be nice to see that stuff. So let's dig in and see what got created. Finally, we can see what is being created. Okay, in the game container, we have a shop container and the worker canvas. In the worker canvas, we have worker container, ID worker 0. Inside worker container is abilities container. Whoo! All right. Wow, that was a lot of work to get there. Okay, good. Now, I will say, there isn't a button that I can see in there. So, that would be nice if it did have a button. But it's okay. It's alright. At least some things are appearing. I'll take what I can get so far. So why did we not get a button? It didn't even tell me that it didn't have a button. Interesting. Oh my gosh. Did you append the button to ability container? I think so. Worker container, append child. Hold on, let me cut. Worker container, append child, this abilities container. Right, I did not. The answer is no. I did not append it. Dang it, you got me there. I wanted to stumble on it. That's okay. You did help me. You saved me the stumbling time. Right, so we need to actually say to the abilities container, probably before then, right? Yeah, that would be good. And say, abilities container, append to it the new button. Okay. Now I haven't set up the ID. Oh no, we should have. No, it's an ability. This will be fine. Okay. We added it. Elements, worker container, abilities container, button ID, ability, worker 0. Nice. Obviously, I'm not thrilled that it's all smushed in there. That's not good. So now I need to look back to my original setup. Abilities container and then buttons go here. I feel like we need like a button wrapper or something. Interface wrapper. I think we're missing the interface wrapper. Potentially. I don't fully remember how it was originally set up now that I've gutted it so much. So we're gonna... Oh no. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Dang. We're gonna look at the old version here. So I can try to see what this was before, if it wouldn't mind. It was originally abilities container, button wrapper, and that's interface wrapper now, I think, which is weird. Yeah, okay, got it. So I'm missing that interface wrapper. Okay. No problem. No problem. Version control. Love it. So I'm missing one thing, which is that interface wrapper. So we have the abilities container. We kind of don't even need to define that yet. We just say this ability ID is that. We can create the new button based on that. And then we can define the abilities container. Just trying to give it some kind of a logical flow here. Your roommates decided you're having pizza for dinner? Double pizza day! Today seems like it's pizza day. I didn't have pizza today. Sad. Maybe I gotta go get some. Everything's gonna be closed. It's okay. Maybe tomorrow, just to treat myself with all this pizza talk. Belated pizza day celebration. I'll get some pizza. Abilities container equals create element. Good. Then we append it. Append new button to the ability, but no, that's wrong. Incorrect. Not true. First thing you want to do is make the interface wrapper. Technically, it's a container now. It's not. I feel like a wrapper is supposed to be for one thing, but this is not for one thing, if you think about it. Technically, it's for a bunch of things, so it's kind of like another container, really. If anything, it's an abilities wrapper. Anyway, don't even worry about it. Stop it. I am going to refactor it, though, because it bothers me. It bothers me. So we're putting it back. This interface container, I looked it up and it's not established. It's just like generally. It's not established at all. But it seems like generally a wrapper could refer to one thing that, like, if I want to apply some extra things or do some extra things to a thing, it's more of a wrapper. But I think ultimately it's really not that important. But I liked when I read that, I was like, I like that. Wrappers have one thing. I needed some direction because I was just interchangeably saying container, wrapper, container, and it was driving me nuts. So now I have at least a personal thing that I'm gonna follow, which is wrapper is one thing, container is multiple things. Interface container is also going to be created fresh. And it's looking like a span. You're going to make a container be span? Okay. All right. Yeah, because this is like ordering it in like a grid, or basically. You just build container in the keyboard? Oh, okay. Wrapper. Interesting. I would think wrapper is easier, but I guess everyone's different. And what properties does it have? Interface wrapper has... It's a class. It has its class. Okay, so it has itself as a class. Got it. Okay. So it's going to be a span. It has interface container as a class. And no ID. Cool. Now that we have both of those, I can say, actually, to the abilities container, we want to append the interface container. And then to the interface container, I want to append a button, which I still have to Oh, wait, is that up here? Oh, we created it right there. So let's not put that up here. Again, I just try to make it flow a little bit more logically. Create the abilities container and the interface container, add the interface container to the abilities container. Create the button, add the button to the interface container. And then the worker container to the worker container, we append the abilities container once all that's said and done. What is that like? Whoa, that's a tiny little button. That's an itty bitty button. Abilities container, interface container, button ID, ability worker, button. Oh, because there's no words in it. We got to give it some words. So this is where stats come into play. Dr. Lee's Octothorpe. See what's else to save the day? I know. Alright. So I need to add like a hashtag version of DocOc. There's a concept there. So what I want to do is I want to add a name to the button. So content in there. And technically I'd want this to be handled in create ability, which is what we're doing right now. But it would need to know what ability are we creating, which I haven't even told it what ability it's creating. So let's do that. When we make something like an intern, it has happiness and duration. Those are the actual stats that it's making. So what I want to fetch, I want to fetch two things. I want to fetch the stat name ultimately, but also the button name. So actually that's what I want to do first, is the button name. I kind of think we could pass this in. I don't think we need a dictionary for this. Because if we think about it, in fact, I don't even think I need this if-else statement. Ooh, because this is the stat name. The stat name is that. This is where we apply it. If I just say, okay, let me go back to stat. Instead of has ability, we could say ability name. And by default, it's null. So if there is no ability, then we don't have to put it in there. And it won't have an ability button. It just won't make a button. It's not the most readable, but it'll be cleaner this way. And there's always comments if I really need to make that more clear. So in the intern, in the employee, instead of saying true and false, let's say, in this case, for income, we want to say pay. For happiness, we want to say praise. Same thing here. I don't love that I'm repeating that. That's actually pretty annoying. Well, Lise, what about this? What if it's endemic to the class? Isn't that what's great about the classes? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So we don't even need to check this at all. Don't care. If has ability, don't need it. Don't need it. But we can keep creatability. DocOc's Tic-Tac-Toe Helpline. DocOc's Ox Shop, where the duck ought to help you rock your opponent. Wow. It's actually impressive. An impressive imagination. Welcome back to YouTube, Pun. I don't think I'm gonna get the art in today. I don't think I am, because I rebuilt the entire everything from scratch and I started learning things, which I'm not happy about. But I'm gonna keep working on this next week and the week after. So, at least. So there's still time to do that stuff. But I don't see myself having time today. But I sure like to. I would sure like to. We'll see if I really push through it. Shove in an image element. I really want to get your art in. I want to. I want it there. But okay. I'm glad it's also okay. So for income, right above the button. Oh God, I'm not ready for it because I need to do CSS stuff. We'll see if there's time. Income, because it's also like an animated spreadsheet. It's gonna be it's gonna be a whole apparently day to implement that. So for income, this is a stat. I do not want to override its constructor, so we're gonna have to do super for it. We know this. So constructor, what does it have at the top level? It has a worker container. And we want to make sure we say super worker container. Now, I don't really need worker container, but that's okay. But I want more than just this, because remember, we're passing that in. Well, we don't know. Don't pass it in. Forget it. Forget about passing it in. Who cares? Don't need to. Instead, we can say, we could even just do create ability, and then have ability. Ooh. Then I don't even need worker. Well, you probably do need worker container. You probably should still do that. Space stat have a parameter? It does. Worker container. That's why I put worker container in there. Yeah. And then for creatability, the only thing I really care about is the name. But as you see, this uses worker container. But I don't think you need to put that in there. I think instead we can just do name. You don't use it in the base. We do. So stat worker. Oh. Wait. Yes, I do. It should be right here. Rhythm rap lyrics plus tic-tac-toe game with 8 armed opponent concept in there. Oh my gosh. What am I working on this for? So I can't, because it's not within the constructor. So I guess I would need to separately say, yeah, I think I do. This worker container, I hate that, equals worker container. It's disgusting. All right, whatever. It is what it is. Now, I would say this worker container ID. I was passing it in, but I don't think I really want to at this point. I mean, we could. It's. You know, I mean, I could. I mean, there's different. I don't even know which way I'd rather do. I mean, honestly, I would rather not do it this way. Truly, I feel like what I'd rather do is set up worker container here. And technically, this is ability name. I'd rather set up worker container there and then pull it in this way. And then we can run creatability. And that should refer to worker container since it's in the constructor. And then after that, we can add the name. For the sake of simplicity, we're going to say ability name equals, or readability. Ability name, in this case, for income is pay. So we want to say worker container ability name, and that'll pass that in. And if I do that for all of them, now for each base stat, happiness, duration, income. Now duration doesn't have an ability. So I actually don't need anything for that. For now, what that will have is a stat, but not an ability. So we'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. One thing you never thought about was coding with your from start to finish, since you do it all live. Coding with you from start to finish. I do it all live. Yeah, absolutely. Can remove the constructor in the base stat entirely. Oh, you're right. Wow. Oh, then I don't need super. Oh my gosh, this is wild. I mean, what if I do want something in stat? Then I'd have to go back and add it in. Oh Jesus, I don't know what I'd want in stat. I mean, nothing. I don't need to put. I mean, not true. Okay. But okay, here's the thing. I think if there's something I'd want to put in stat. No, I guess not. No, I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right. I don't need it. No, I don't. I don't think I would. Okay. All right. Wow. Love that. Okay. Screw it. Let's not do it. Wow. Good call. I mean, I still got. Wait, but now I hate this again. I wish I could just put it in one place instead of having to define it in all these other places. But it's fine. Hey, I'm learning JavaScript. I'm making a little tycoon game that I can't show you because it's broken. Yeah. But I've been rebuilding it from the ground up. You're gonna have workers that you hire, and you pay or praise, and you make more money based on that. I really wish I could just define worker container in one place. Which if I was making a class in Godot, I could. If I was making... How you been, Gab? I wish I could define it in just the top level stat and then just inherit it in the rest of them. Like, that would be much nicer. Rather than me having to type it every single time. If there is a way to do that, I would love to know what that way is. Because it feels a little ridiculous doing it all the time. Walking home after 13 hours. 13 hours? Hope you got paid overtime. Shoot. Dang. Something to do in the constructor. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. Make that Christmas money. Oh, yes, Christmas money. All right. Yes, paid overtime. Or bonus. Is that the bonus? I see. I don't know if I see. I might see. Okay, I gotta think really hard. I'm super lost. I gotta log in for a second here. So, constructor. When we make a worker that's an intern, it's taking in a worker ID. On the base worker class, we use that to create the element for the worker container, and then we add it to the DOM. Once that's created, we now have a reference to it. And that's what we pull down here. We're gonna. You know what? I do be working that long. That actually sounds very normal to me now that you say it. Happy to inspire. Maybe you'd work hard regardless. You seem like a hard-working type person. If you're willing to do that, you didn't need me to be inspired. Oh, the real MVP. Okay, I'm the real MVP. Thanks, Gab. Always so kind. Yes, you must get the pizza flip. Very important. Creates the worker, the intern, and it is inheriting it. But again, I mean, I feel like here I don't need it either. but I don't want to put it on every single one, you know? I hate that. Oh God. But at the end of the day, it has to be there. What I would love is if I could just pull down, if I didn't. But if I use the constructor at all, then I have to use super. Otherwise, it's not going to work fundamentally. We can get the worker container, and that's fine. So that gets passed on to the stat. Right now, this doesn't pull in anything. If I did want it to pull in something, I would need constructor. And constructor would have the worker container be, we would say this. I mean, this feels ridiculous. This worker container equals worker container. But see, this feels silly. I'm really confused. Why have you done this to me? You didn't. Because it's still not a single source of truth, because if I do any constructors in here, I have to super it anyway. This is so confusing. I don't know. I guess I gotta let it go. If it works, it works. It's weird. I just have to not care. I have to not care. Alright. I've decided I don't care. It still feels silly to repeat it over and over and over again. But, whatever. Currently for the duration, I don't need anything, but I will. So we'll keep that reference in there. Okay. Well, here's the thing too. Well, no, it'll be fine. Just let it go. Let it be like that. All right, moving on. Happiness, instead of pay, gets praise. I don't care. It gets praise. So when it creates the ability name's gonna be praise. So I haven't actually set any of that up yet, and I need to. So when we create a stat, if the stat has an ability, it's gonna create that ability. And for the button, we need to give it a name when we make the button. Or we need to put text in there. So before I add it, or maybe after I add it, I would need to go find it and inject the name into it. Or the text that's gonna be on it. So I would say this. I mean, if you do new button, that's it. You can use this new button. So we could say, how would I even type this? Because I want to set the inner HTML to the ability name. The button already exists. And I want to inject the string ability name into the button element. Or between the tags, basically. I guess we would just say this new button, inner HTML. I forget how to use inner HTML. Equals, yeah, okay. Inner HTML equals ability name. What was that like? Nothing. What happened? Oh, uh-oh. I broke stuff. Crap. What'd I break? Well, for one thing, you're not bringing in the ability name, and so you need to do that. at the very least. No, because you're putting it there. Wait. Uh-oh. All that it's creating is a worker container. It stopped after that. What did I do? How'd I break it? Oh, yeah. I ruined it. Let me fix it again. Press the button. Jesus. Press the button. Creates a worker. If we look at intern, it takes in the worker ID. Oh, I don't need super anymore, right? No, we do need super. Because whatever worker ID comes in, it creates that element and it adds it, which we are seeing happen. The extra stuff that it does is it establishes stats. And in stats, we make a new happiness based on the worker container. And I do not have an ability name in there when I'm supposed to be. That was... Well, no, because we want to put that in each one. So worker container, we establish an ability name, we create an ability with that. Create ability is going to supposedly set the ID and create the element, but that's not happening. Why is that not happening? What went wrong? I don't know. Maybe it's not true what Flip said. I could be wrong. Happiness has... whatever. Worker container. Okay. Does that happen? Yeah, okay, so it does receive that. Must call super constructor in derived class before using this. What? Really? Oh, so it looks like I did need super, actually. It's a little shocking. I have to assume that that wasn't true. I mean, it's true that I'm not using it. Wait, what? Why would I need it, though? If I'm not overriding anything before accessing this. What? Why? Well, now I'm confused again. Dude, what? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Let me take it back to before. I hate to do that really bad. But I feel like it all went bad when I just removed the constructor thing, because it was theoretically redundant. I know, I'm in the middle of it. Oh, that's so much to remove, though. Okay. Comment this out. Damn, this is confusing. This is so freaking confusing. I hate it. I hate it. That's only creating the worker container. Okay. So when did it do more than create the worker container? Oh my god. This is kind of driving me crazy right now. So far back. Oh my god. This is very upsetting. I have no idea where I'm at anymore. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate this. Oh, take a breath. Thank you. I'm so irritated right now. Oh my god. I don't even, honestly, I don't even want to try to explain it right now. I just need to like figure this out. uh, I can't talk right now. I wish I could, but I can't. Oh my god. I gotta go each step of the way. When the button is pressed, we create a new employee, or whatever, an intern. You create a new intern, and it comes with the worker ID. The intern, in turn, which derives from worker, has a worker ID, and worker also has a worker ID, and it creates the element and it adds it to the DOM. We super it here, and we define some stats, and then we pass into happiness. We create two things, happiness stat and duration stat, and we bring in the worker container that was already on the base worker. So when we create any stat, we have this worker container that's not doing anything. In theory, it would just hold create ability. If we have happiness and we don't super it, for example, I mean, it feels like I don't even need a constructor yet, for now. What do you mean I have to super it? I thought you just told me not to super it. There's not a constructor right now. Stop it. Okay, I'm ignoring you. Constructor. And in here, I'm gonna say the thing that we're adding in is the worker container. So we should have that. That's part of the constructor. So that should already be there. So do that for me. Console log happiness as worker container. Obviously, I'd want to do that for the others. I'm very not happy that I'm doing this over again, but whatever we do, you have to do. I'm not even going to worry about duration. Well, I mean, again, if I don't... Here, let's do it. Duration... Oh my god, it's so confusing. Happiness has it on 107. Must call superconstructor in derived class before accessing this. But you said I didn't need super. You said that. That's why I gotta stop listening to you say things I don't understand. Sometimes you help, sometimes I get more confused. Base stat. Because I'm calling, if I'm... Hey, Ferrogi, it's okay. I'm kind of locking in because I'm really confused right now, but welcome. It's getting really philosophical. Can happiness stat exist without payer income stat? Exact. I mean, that is, yes, that's correct. So I think even if I'm not using the constructor on the base class, I still have to super it. I think that has been the lesson for me, is we still have to put that in there. Walk through the debugger? No. I'm gonna say worker container, because this I feel like is gonna actually just work, which is what I want, is for things to work. So I'm gonna say super worker container add that in. Now it's fine. So even if the constructor isn't using the thing that we're pulling in, and if we're trying to instantiate a base or a subclass of this class, I still have to super it. And that's the way it's gonna be. And I don't care to figure anything else out beside that. Besides, that's the way that's what it wants. That's what it's gonna get. All right. So when we create a happiness stat, I also want it to have an ability name. And the ability name is going to be praise. Oh, I already had that kind of here. It's going to be praise. So then we want to create an ability based on the worker container using this ability name that we just created. Similarly, for income, same thing, except it's pay. Duration, that doesn't have an ability, so we don't even have to do it. Okay, good. Now, in create ability, we're receiving ability name that we weren't receiving before. When a new button is created, I want to say this new button inner HTML equals ability name. Bam. Button. Great. Awesome. That's friggin' beautiful. Let's go. Okay. Just gotta cook sometimes. So I want now to create the stat that goes along with that. Oh, let's see. It should work with the employee too, I think. Nice. Pay and praise. Beautiful. It's not quite organized the right way, which is a little strange, because I don't think I changed any of the CSS. Worker canvas. Abilities oh, it created two abilities containers. That's incorrect. Got it. So we actually want to create that elsewhere. So don't put that here if that's not confusing enough. I actually want the abilities. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Because there's only supposed to be one abilities container per employee. But if an employee doesn't have abilities, it doesn't need an abilities container. Is that true? Is that correct? No, it still is an abilities container. That's very confusing. Because it still will have potentially the stats. I hate that. I feel like the structure should be employee container, interface container, then abilities container. I think that is what we intended, if I'm being honest. I just think I didn't quite get around to setting it up correctly. So every employee will have an interface container, but not necessarily an abilities container. I think this is true. So then that would be a good one to put on worker. No matter what kind of worker it is, we want to create that. So interface container equals that. We create it. All is well. What isn't prettier? Why do you make that be its own lines? Is it if there's more than 2, it does it? Wild. All right. That has to be why. So, I guess that's fine. Oh my gosh, I'm almost out of time. Jesus. Class worker, constructor, worker ID, this worker container, create element. And we want to create an interface container. So what do we do with the interface container? The interface container, in theory, would go in there. So I would say, just like we were doing down here, we append it. I know, but I want more done. You're right. It was about learning, not finishing. This, we're not done yet. This interface container, this worker container, append child, interface container. So that's going to be in there. So in fact, what I actually want is not the worker container on the stat. What I actually want on the stat is that interface container. Turns out. So we create the ability, the interface container, and a stat name. Oh my god, then I gotta change this everywhere. Dear God. Oh my gosh, there's one more place that I missed. Hate that. Okay. When we create an ability, we want the worker container ID. That's true. We would want, now we only create the abilities container if there isn't already an ability, right? This is not, no, it's true. This is not a YouTube premiere happening. It's just the music. I guess we just need to check to see if it exists or not. If it doesn't exist, make it. I kind of hate that, but it's not, by the way, it's not your internet, it's mine. It's being a little goofy. Don't be goofy. Keep it together. Come on now. Stay at 8,000. No, don't go down. Go up. Uppy, uppy, uppy. Yeah. Not too far up. Just a little up. Trying to think where I want to create the ability container at. Because I don't want to create 2 ability containers, which was the problem. Is that it was creating 2, and I don't want to create 2. I just want to add 1. There might be 2 abilities, though. So I could put that in each and every stat subclass, but I hate that. That's so much repetition, and it bothers me. So I'd rather have it be in one place. So I think create ability is the right place for that. So we're gonna say if, yeah, it's a goofy goober. I think I need a separate function for this. This is kind of awful. Create ability container I mean, yeah, well, you could even have that be, I could return it. So you could say this abilities container equals create abilities container. And this can be its own special situation. Create abilities container, which calls with the parent, we'll say parent container, parent element, whatever. So we want to check if parent element, maybe we can do a query selector on there. And we want to see if it has the class abilities container. I guess we would want to say that. I don't even know how I'd want to write that, truth be told. Because it's truthy, right? So if it's... we need to say if... I don't even know. I'm gonna look this up. How check if an element exists true, false. Oh, JavaScript. I should probably say. Oh, it just knew. Right, but if I get... oh, I can do that. I can just say if. Okay. Cool. Great. Love it. Obviously, it's a bit of a messy way to write it without putting it in a variable, but it'll accept it. If there's an abilities container on there, we don't want to do anything, in fact. So I should probably make it a variable. Do I want to do this here? Yes. I think. Wait, do I? I don't know. I feel like I don't have to do this in these functions. I kind of hate this. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. Can I put an exclamation point like that? Let's just say if it doesn't have that, then it creates it. What about that? If it doesn't find one, create one. So it's gonna create that container. Anytime we create an ability, it's gonna see if it needs to create it. And if it already, we want to actually return it too. It feels a little crazy to return it. Because if it's false, that's a little ridiculous. Well, then either way, yeah. Okay, so then you would want to say, all right, we do want to say this. This is actually a good, this is actually good. I gotta put this, but no, I don't want to reference it. Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess, okay, it's telling me to do this, so I'll do this. We're not establishing it anywhere else? We are. Okay. No, this is different. How am I gonna name this without it being like super verbose? Found abilities container equals that. If it does not find abilities container, create it. Either, okay, and then so if it did find it, and then for the else, we just do like another bracket. No, internet behave! Behave, internet! Stop making the stream hard to watch. Oh my gosh. How dare it? How dare it do this? I really gotta switch to the internet at the last second because it's being goofy. I swear to God, you behave. Well, I'll at least pay attention to it this time. So if it's happening, I'll make sure you don't miss anything. Else, return found abilities container because it will found it. So we want to return it. If we're creating it in the moment, what is this behave thing you speak of, internet? I know. It's being so annoying. Oh my gosh. It's being so annoying right now. What am I paying for? If it doesn't find it, it's going to create it. So I would love for that to be new abilities container equals create element abilities container and then return new abilities container, right? So that way I can say create ability, this ability container equals create abilities container based on the interface container. So that should exist. Ability ID, we construct that, then we create a new button, we assign the name to the button, and then I'm appending the button, not to the interface container, to the abilities container. So I'm appending the new button to the abilities container. I will switch to internet in the last few minutes of the stream. It's not really the last few minutes. I will switch it. I will swap the internet. Don't make me swap internets. I'll do it. I have no problem with that. Yeah, you better not. Okay, it's dropping again. Why you do this to us? Dang. I'm gonna have to ask for some free internet. If I'm not getting the speeds I'm promised, that's on them. Luckily, it's just a little buffering. Oh, we went down to 3,000. Jesus, look at it. It's all over the place. It's actually being so unhinged. Love free internet. What did I do to hurt you, internet? Is it because I have 18 things open? Is that why you're upset with me? I can close so many things. Look at that. You don't care about that. You don't really care about that. Alright, we'll see. Maybe it cared about... What if it cared about that? What if I was being like crypto mined in one of those tabs? Or it was like crypto mining. It did get happier when the tabs died. Like, was that a coincidence? What the hell? Great. Creatability's container parent element. This is good. New button. Write it down in the ritual book. It was a little. Cast a little spell. I'm still not convinced, but we'll see. This abilities container, append child, new button. Good. And then we want to append the abilities container, not to the worker container, to the interface container. I don't know where it's even getting worker container from anymore. All right, where are we at? Oh, it dropped. I knew it. I knew it wasn't that. I was like, there's no way. There's no way that did it. Yeah, you're gonna buffer again. He was merely toying with us. So cruel. By the end of this, you're gonna have a full framework. Who needs React.js when you have Release.js? I mean, literally, like that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out how to do all the stuff without that. Right? Maybe I looked at React and I'm like, wait, I don't need this. I can do this on my own. Or I could be like, wait, I hated doing that on my own. This library is amazing. Okay, I'm switching the internet. We're switching it. Just you, Philip. We're switching the internet. We're switching it. All right, stream's gonna go down for like a second, which you're used to. Now it's two of me. But it'll come right back. I'm sorry, but it's what we have to do. We gotta swap them. I can't live like this. We can't live like this. Okay, I'm gonna swap them. So you might have to refresh, but hopefully not. For a second. I think we're back. Okay. We should be on the new internet now. New internet, new me. I think we found the problem. Oh, I think we found the problem. My partner was on the internet that was causing issues. We have to make sure that we're not using the same internet at the same time to avoid problems. That's how we fix these things. It's a weird thing, but it works until we forget that we're on the wrong one. All right, so stream should be back by now. It's more stable. Let's get back to cooking. I think we're testing. I didn't want to test before I switched the internets. So let's see what happens. Hire an intern. Oh, that was not what I expected. Creatability's container is not defined. Wait, why would you call it creatability's container? Oh, right. Oh yeah, so that's a function. Did I not do this? Did I forget of this? That's on the stat. Yep, forgot this. Okay, try it again. Found abilities container is not defined. Parent element, query selector, abilities container. Really? Oh, do I? So maybe I do have to say this. If I say let, I don't know. I'm not really sure I understand if I need to do this for that. Worker container is not defined. Oh, 84. Nice. That's acceptable, but I do need that. I am gonna need that ID, actually. Technically, we could propagate or look up, but I don't want to. So instead, what's gonna be a lot easier is actually, if I do keep this, oh no, I'm gonna have to refactor it everywhere. If I do keep this as worker container and we instead derive interface from that, I think it's gonna be easier. Oops. Just oops. It's just an oops. You can actually not put it in there. So I'm gonna need to rename that. And then down on the stat itself, or the subclasses, unfortunately, I gotta rename these. We'll probably want that on here too. But where are you gonna create the interface container? Well, we know that. No, you can still pass the interface container. You can. Oh my god. Rename that. And this. I gotta stop clicking so far away. Okay, don't scroll. You're gonna mess it up. Worker container. Down here. Worker container. And then for that, I think we can just say this interface container on each of these. What am I missing and probably doing wrong? Can I read properties of undefined 95? Okay, this is good that we're getting to that. Undefined. HTML button element anonymous. So do I need to indeed say this? Nope, still undefined. Didn't matter. So why is that undefined? Is it because I need to do document instead of... But if it is the thing, we can query select within the thing, right? Like that's allowed, isn't it? I don't know. JavaScript query selector on an element or within an element. Returns the first element that is a descendant of the element on which it is invoked. Document dot? Maybe I need to do document. But that's... Oh. If I say document Is that gonna work? That's not gonna work. There's no way that works. Yeah. Alright, I'm in a hurry. What do you got for me, Google AI? Parent element, document dot, get element ID, first child element, parent element, dot query selector. Oh, it is, it does, I mean, oh, it looks like that should work. So what's wrong with the parent element? Oh, wait. Oh, then it wasn't even being used. Yeah, so what's wrong with the parent element? When we create an abilities container, I'm trying to pass in interface container. When we create ability, which is over on each stat, this dot interface container. So it's possible that this is not returning diddly squat. So let's find out what it is seeing. Before I try to pass it into create abilities container. So I'm just gonna say console log what is interface container when we press that. Undefined. Nice. Okay. Good to know. When I first call that ability, or that function, create ability, show me what this interface, probably also undefined, I would assume. Interesting. Oh, because that's not, we need, income doesn't happen on the intern. So we'll do happiness then. Undefined. Got it. On stat, well, yeah, because that's, well, we are bringing that in, interface container, in theory. It's really confusing. This isn't worker container. This is interface container. This does bring in interface container. Not that it should really matter, but actually maybe it does matter. So I think that's actually supposed to still be that. It gets so confusing. Oh look, I already had that. No, but we don't want to do this. Keep it just like that. And where is it that we add the stat? So if you do like intern, wherever that is, there. Happiness, this dot worker container. No. No. I would want to go up to the worker. We want to get this interface container. Oh my goodness. Why is this so confusing? Interface, which I just thought, anyway, just do it. Just do it and see what happens. I don't want to think about it. Great, so now we actually have an interface container, which is good. Now worker container isn't defined on line 84. Because you need that, you need both. Right, and I remember I was gonna do that, and I was gonna try to derive it. Oh my god, I forgot. I forgot that's what I was gonna do. Maybe the internet thing just like threw off. Oh my goodness. That's why I was switching it to worker. So I didn't have to pass them both in there. Jesus. So no, we do want worker container. On each of these. and we want to put that in here. Man, does it get confusing. The word container, I think, has lost all of its meaning for me at this point. Oh. Chat doesn't want to come through. I see you, Entropy. I hate when that happens. Oh, man. Let me see if I can refresh that. Sometimes when I switch the internet, I have to reconnect some things. Welcome. It's going good. How are you? Okay, now it's working. Twitch 2? Gotta remember that after I switch internets, we gotta test some things. How's life? Life's good. Doing some JavaScript? Yes, I am. How's life for you? I'm running out of time, and I'm deep in problem solving, and I'm probably not gonna get what I want, and I really am not happy about that. I gotta let it go. I have to let it go very soon, like very shortly. It's good to see you though. Right, so worker container not defined. I'm not gonna be able to get this. It's very unfortunate. We're passing worker container in there, which we're okay with. Now, when we get to create ability, we're not bringing in interface container. This is the worker container. In order to get the interface container, we're gonna have to define it. So we say, had to pop in and, oh, I gotta refresh the other thing too. Had to pop in and sweat the action a bit. Nice. Sweat the action? What the hell does that mean? What is sweating the action mean? You made that up. Oh, he's under the gun? I guess, especially now. Interface container, which is not defined anywhere else, I presume. I hope. Actually, it is. Right, but that's on the base worker class. We're on a stat right now, so it's not known here. Which leads, just pass it. What are you gonna do? You're gonna say, I guess you are gonna say that. I kinda hate it. I don't want to do that. Pass it in. I hate it. No, pass it in. No, we're not gonna friggin' go find it. That's ridiculous. Watch a high stakes thing, usually pertaining to gambling. Alright. Alright. So you're sweating the action by being here? Or were you saying that you're sweating your own action? It's very confusing. No, we're gonna friggin' pass this in. This is ridiculous. In fact, we're putting it over here. Yeah. Gotcha. Dude, there's just no way I can finish what I want to finish. Interface container. We are using it here because we're passing it in. I'm not thrilled about all this stuff that I have to repeat, but it's gonna have to be okay. Just is. And then back on there, we take in the interface container. And when we list the stats, I have to also add that in as an extra one. Yeah, raw JavaScript. Yeah. I've been using frameworks and I don't really understand them, and I'm tired of it. I don't know anything about anything other than basic things from libraries, and I wanna know things. I wanna understand things. Button. 2 buttons. Oh my freaking gosh. Okay, we got buttons. They're in the right places for the most part, kind of, sort of. It actually is not perfect, but it's better. It's better. It's less bad. It's much less bad. Still kind of not what it's supposed to be. Truth be told, I think you want to be switching these. I think this should be interface container, and this is supposed to be abilities container. First step into knowing anything about anything is trying something in anything. Total, yeah, right. Okay. Okay, this actually looks much more correct. Yeah. Right. Alright. So, I mean, I would love to add stats. I mean, this is good. No! Ah! I don't have time to do more. Why? Why is everything so time consuming? Okay, maybe I can real quick. So there's the ability buttons, which is really good, but what I also want is the stat itself to show up. But that's like, it's like a bunch of extra stuff. So normally what we would do is, I'm reconstructing all this HTML through JavaScript, basically. Span class with some extra things. But that's the pop-up, not the stat. The stat is in the interface container. So wait, what are the interface and the abilities container in? The abilities, oh yeah, right, so that's what I found annoying. Wait, they're separate containers? They've been separate containers all along? You mean I don't need an interface container? That was a mistake? What's the button wrapper? What was that? Nothing now. Dude, I think I made a mistake. I don't think I needed the interface. Cause I want to learn JavaScript. Damn, I'm so mad that why did it take so long today? Alright, frig. Guys, that's all I can do. Dang, man. Because I want to learn it, I want to make web tools, I want to do things. There's so many things you can do with JavaScript. Y'all were sharing your own things that you've done with JavaScript. I want to make things. I want to make stuff. And JavaScript just allows me to make so many things. It's just a really useful thing. Look, we got the buttons. I am not thrilled with the fact that I don't have the functionality when we used to have a functional thing. And now that functional thing is gone. It's gone. The functionality has died. But you know what? I now have a much more modular, from scratch built HTML situation. So I can now, I'm actually generating the HTML instead of just slapping it in because it's already pre-written somewhere. I've avoided it being pre-written, which is nice. I like this. I'm happy with this. I am happy with this. It's good. It's a good thing. Okay? I acknowledge that it's a good thing. But I definitely was hoping for a little more, but that's all right. I still want to put in PawnXPawn's art. That would be nice if I could get that in, but we don't have it. I just have generated HTML. But what is good about this, so if I look at the elements, it's good. Things are good. If we look at the elements, now each button should have its own ID, which is super desirable. We have the worker canvas, worker container, interface container, which I think I realized I didn't need, but it can exist, who cares? Ability worker 2. So each button has its own ID, and it dynamically generated that. So for that, I'm grateful, and I consider that a win. So I gotta say, I did stuff. I gotta say, that's it. Thank you guys for being here, for helping me. I wish I could do more. Why? Why couldn't I do more? I don't know. It's all because there's a lot to learn. And you guys took me down all kinds of paths, and I'm glad that we went down those paths. I would show you the version that worked previously. I guess I could pull it from GitHub. I could roll it back, then we could see it. But who wants to do that? Yeah, there's more days ahead. I wish I had it working more, but I am really glad that at least I've learned how to construct these things from scratch, and I'm really excited to tie it to stats. It was a lot of work. So yeah, Tuesdays is when I'm going to be doing JavaScript, although obviously today is Wednesday. I might have to do it next Wednesday as well. So Wednesday or Tuesday are when I'm doing JavaScript. I'll make sure to keep the schedule updated on Twitch and on YouTube. You can always ask me or come to the Discord, find out more information there. This Friday, it's going to seem like I'm not doing a live stream, but I am doing a live stream. It's a secret live stream. In order to get involved with that, you got to join the newsletter. It's the deal. Join the newsletter, and then you can come to that stream. So why do we do it that way? Because I'm going to send a secret URL to join the stream. So if you want to learn about that, you want to be here on Friday, join the newsletter. Sign up for the newsletter. That link will explain everything about it. So you don't even have to sign up your own game. You could just get the newsletter, and then you'll get the stream and you can hang out, because we're going to play all kinds of games from you guys. Music, things you guys have been working